This is the moment we've all been waiting for the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the boy. All we going on. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the boy. All we going on.
Fuck your feelings. Big chest back in the building. Like Brady boy, I stay winning. Chef Curry, range extended. Splash. Fuck your feelings. Debate all day, that's business. Either your ass, that's fitness. FYF, gotta hit this. Bitch, I'm the realest. Alpha male strong, that's illest. FYF gang, we'll win this. Fuck the permission slip bitches. Ayy, yo. Fuck your feelings. FYF gang, be the realest.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the boys. All we going on. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the boys. All we going on.
The paper chase, hurdles and relays, like a track meet. Drug fiends, bitches, foreign whips. Now that's my back street, stay humble. Being most hated is the consequence of success. Fast money always slows up. Gotta learn to invest. My flow, mastered. Money, I stacked it. Enemies, caskets to women. I'm attractive to my haters, outlast them. Passport stamped it. Can funny work on consignment. Come on, now that's a backflip. Principles you stand on. Wasted talent, sad song. Beach house 1.5, but the car dad said 260. God, obedience, Jesus, repentance. The marathon continues, and I'm strong to the finish.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the boy. All we going on. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the boy. All we going on.
FYF, okay. No one measure, remember them 3 letters come with pressure. Okay. We be steppers, man, can't stop, won't let up. Real debates, the haters gon' hate. That's what makes it special, it come with level. Yeah, this shit get better, no cap, new era. We got ammunition for the opposition and plenty witness, killing competition. Catch us late night on a panel cooking, but don't be fooled, this ain't your mama's kitchen. They say they don't, but they watch and listen, typing in the chat, you ain't got a lot to kick it. If you click the link, make sure you got permission, and don't forget, nigga, fuck your feelings.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the boy. All we going on. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the boy. All we going on.
I know they ain't ready at all. I stay ready, time to ball. No referee, I got shots to call. Believe I'm the best, so I'm better than y'all. Fuck your feelings, you know that's law. Running it up, now we running it back. It's that full court pressure, don't cut no slack. Jam it to the max. Ooh, bank count still full of racks. For the competition, they done went missing. The champ is here, look how the ring glisten. It's honorable mention, don't ever forget it. It's FYF, don't care about the ticket. You know we with it, yeah. We gon' do whatever it takes. Fuck all the hate. FYF still going down. It's one of the greats.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the boys. All we going on. All your feelings hurt When it get real, all of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we get it lit, here's we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bites. All we going now, supporters, no fans. LVCM, they talking on real. Yeah, get hot, could be on the real. Heart rate up, it's getting intense. All them people just speaking on nothing. Content clicks for the money. Hilarious, the pic too funny. Debunking this shit, yeah, we run it. Cover it up, Lakers to Hornets. LeBron to Jordan, Blazers in Portland. We get it sorted, lights can afford it. Entertaining or boring, whatever the top, but we act accordingly. Break it down, piece by piece. Been at this for too long. No elder but Rufus, saying what he on. Lace better stay gone. We get them all done. We get them all done. Yeah, we get them all done. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we get it lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going, all your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we get it lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going on.
Halfway up sports, man. Back. Another morning show. Appreciate everybody pulling up today. And look, y'all. We got to talk about it. I told you guys I would do a follow-up episode to talk about this. I had to do a little bit more research on this. And salute to True the King, man. True the King, one of the first members of the channel, man. One of the first members of the channel, longtime supporter, man. Make sure y'all go check his channel out, True the King TV. All right. Look, y'all, we got our memberships now. I will drop the link in there. Look, there are going to be some perks in there. Obviously, your comments are always going to get prioritized. Not only that, you definitely help support the channel. Again, it takes a lot to produce, to edit, to go live, to set up everything, man. So, I mean, it's only $1.99, $2.99, or $4.99. So I try to keep it extremely affordable for everybody. But again, it all goes a long way to help support the channel. Action Jackson is in here as well. Another one of the early members. Let me put that link, man. If you guys want to join FYF Sports, man, and then one of the perks to joining is if you do join the $4.99 tier, which is the highest tier, you will be eligible to be entered into some drawings for NBA game tickets monthly. So right now we got 3 people that could potentially win if we held a drawing in December, which is going to be held at the end of December. So let me drop that in here before we get started on today's show. And again, make sure you just click the link, get signed up for our memberships, definitely support. Or you could just send a super chat or a cash app. All of those are appreciated as well. But we're going to go to get that out the way. Like I said, the morning shows, man, I definitely appreciate you guys pulling up to the morning show. Salute to Jay Washington, man. I see you in there. Another long-time supporter of the channel. Cam the Hooper as well. Appreciate you guys pulling up to the show this morning. We got a lot to talk about. I went and did some digging, right? I went and reached out to some people. Not just people directly affiliated with Jackson State, but I reached out to athletes that have been recruited by HBCUs, athletes that went to HBCUs. So now I feel like I have a better scope of what's kind of going on at JSU. Maybe we can dig and pry and try to figure out what motivated Coach Sanders, Coach Prime to leave Jackson State so abruptly. And why now? Why did he take the job at Colorado, right? When he was offered the job at TCU, when he was offered the job at South Florida, when he was offered the job at North Texas. These are all jobs that, I mean, if you just watch his son's social media, these are all jobs that seemingly were offered to him that he turned down. Okay. And salute to him, man. New member of the channel, man. The number 4 became a member of the channel, man. Salute to the number 4, man, for supporting the channel. We got the hood trucker here, man. and a long time supporter of the channel. Make sure y'all go check his channel out. I believe he's still producing content. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to check your channel out most recently, Hood Trucker. But like I said, I remember some of the videos, man. You had some epic videos, epic moments over there. So again, salute, man. Appreciate you pulling up today. And we got to talk about this issues. To say so. After doing some digging on social media, after reaching out to people, students, even alumni, my main question was, when did this all start? When did Coach Prime's experience at Jackson State University start to sour to the point to where he started to consider all these other places? Because it seemed like Coach Prime was destined to stay at JSU, even though there were other more lucrative jobs out there. It seemed as if he was primed to stay there and build up a powerhouse program that could contend with the big boys. That was the direction it seemed that things were trending, right? He never looked like he went there for the money. There were other more lucrative jobs he could have pursued if it was just chasing money. He already had money. This has already been confirmed. So it wasn't about chasing a bag, which he also told his JSU players. All right. So what prompted this right here? So I think we got to take you guys, and we got a lot of information to go through today. I'm also going to be dropping the link. I'm going to be dropping the link to get you guys in here as soon as I go through this information so we can get everybody's thoughts on this. He says they mad, they big mad. In fact, they are. There's a lot of people big mad, right? Miss Diva once says, thank you. Finally, somebody sees it. Appreciate it, Miss Diva. But like I said, when you dig into this, and I think this was a story that got glossed over. But when I reached out to somebody, this is somebody that works at Jackson State University that did not want to be named, obviously for obvious reasons. But he told me that he believes that the relationship with JSU and Deion Sanders soured all the way back last year in February, when some of Coach Prime's things were stolen out of his office in his coaching debut. All right. So we remember when that happened. All right. And when Coach Prime, he came to the press conference. When he went to the press conference, he basically said, after a 53-0 win over Edwards Waters, right? He was basically not even in a celebratory mood. He was like, I should be celebrating this win, a big win for the program, great start. Yet somebody broke into his office, as he claimed. He said somebody broke into his office, stole all his belongings. He said, luckily, I had my jewelry on, and nothing was taken. All right. Now, what ensued that right there was, and this is the follow-up story, is the story that a lot of people didn't get. In Terrence Forrest Jr. Yes, we're going to get to that as well. So the follow-up story to that initial incident when his belongings got stolen out of his office is part of the incident that a lot of people didn't hear. And so what happened afterwards was Jackson State University, to try to kind of clean up this incident, they came out and told Sports Illustrated and a lot of media publications, they basically said, we took care of the situation. His items were recovered. And they said they came out and said that Deion Sanders accidentally misplaced his items and that his items were never stolen. All right. That's what Jackson State said. I don't know if a lot of people remember this. This is all stories that you can go check out for yourself. So JSU, after they did their due diligence, after they figured out what actually happened, or at least in their minds, the story that Jackson State University wanted to put out, Jackson State University said that Deion Sanders, Coach Prime, misplaced his items, that his items were recovered and returned. And when Jackson State came out with that story to try to kind of clean it up, because they were getting so much bad publicity, Coach Prime, a coach that's probably didn't need to even come there and coach, brought all of his resources there, brought a ton of coaches, brought a ton of notoriety to the school before he even coached a game. And in his first game coaching, Coach Prime claims that all of his personal items were stolen out of his office. JSU wanted to clean it up. They clean it up in a statement and they say Coach Prime misplaced his items. Deion Sanders had to come out and say it's a lie. He says, my stuff, and this is an exact quote from Deion Sanders to TMZ. He says, my stuff was stolen, not misplaced. He says, I have a witness. Right? Deion Sanders was adamant that his personal items were stolen, not misplaced. And this is according to a report from TMZ when they interviewed him. They said during his college football debut, Prime says he has a witness to prove it. He says the NFL legend was furious after he led Jackson State to a 53-0 win over Edwards Waters, claiming someone had sneaked into the locker room and swiped a bunch of his personal belongings. This is while the game was going on. Someone came and stole every darn thing I have in my coach's office, Sanders said. Credit cards, wallets, watches. Thank God I had on my necklaces. A short time later, it says reps for Jackson State told various media outlets the whole thing was just a big misunderstanding and that the items were misplaced and found, which is false. But Deion Sanders clearly, right, needs to get on the same page with the school because he said that is complete BS and he has a witness to back him up. He says, whoever is putting out the lie that my belongings wasn't stolen is lying. He said that Jackson State University was lying. This is what he posted on his social media. He says, my belongings were taken out of a zip bag in my office and more items were taken as well from my office. He says, we have retrieved them since reported. And he says, my staff member witnessed the crime. He added, my staff member walked in on the theft being committed, but she couldn't fight a dude off. So she didn't resist him, man. He says, the good news is Sanders got his stuff back and his football team is 1-0. Now, to start your coaching tenure off, not only is your office broken into, but the administration lies to the media about what happened, saying that Coach Prime misplaced his stuff, and then Coach Prime had to come out and do a cleanup statement and say, that's a lie. My things were stolen. Jackson State University needs to clean their act up. Better security, better facilities, right? When you're talking about most collegiate facilities, it takes some type of key card to even get in. Almost every single door, especially into the athletic locker rooms. Yes, Terrence Forrest Jr. He says JSU came out and tried to do a cleanup statement. What? To fix their reputation. And said that he misplaced his items. Deion Sanders confirmed. And so according from the source that I spoke to, he told me it was from that point on that there were whispers that Deion Sanders would have conversations with staff members here, staff members there, that he would not be at JSU for long. Right? Remember, up until this point, he had already been the coach, but there were a lot of things he was trying to do behind the scenes, regards to getting certain facilities, access to certain money, trying to get alumni to donate. And he was struggling to get that done. On top of the fact that the city was not willing to help the school appropriate funds for NIL deals, appropriate funds for his coaching staff, appropriate funds for facilities. Fred Dorsey says, yes, they tried to cover up the theft. I mean, is what they teach their students. Yes, they tried to cover it up. It's as opposed to taking accountability. Look, Coach Prime is right. Our facilities are trash, right? We should have better doors. I mean, you shouldn't be able to just open the door, walk into the Jackson State football team's locker room. Should not be that simple to go in. Like I said, most D1 colleges, you have key card access. The doors are extremely secured. You're not just walking in these buildings without walking through multiple staff members and then just going straight to the locker room, especially into the coach's office. So that's where they salute to Tiffany Ned, man. And salute to everybody that's pulled up today, man. Appreciate you guys being here. But so this is from based on what I've told, this is where the relationship started to sour. And this is when Deion Sanders truly started to open his eyes to greener pastures, places where he could go where things like this will not happen. Because the one thing is for certain is you don't ever hear about anyone breaking into Nick Saban's coach's office or any other Power 5 school. You just don't hear about it. Cooley Fagan says, yes, they steal at white schools too. They do steal. I 100% agree with that, but it's extremely rare that a student or anyone in the public has access to walk into the coach's office, especially at a football or basketball team, and steal his personal belongings during a football game. Extremely rare. Does stealing happen on campuses? Yes. Can we stop stealing on campuses? Probably not. But there are certain buildings that should be limited, and that shouldn't happen. Especially when you're dealing with a community that understands how important Coach Prime is. They dropped the ball on that one. But again, I don't want to stay on that too long. I just want to let you guys know from what I've been told, from that moment, that's when the relationship started to sour with Jackson State University. And from that point forward, Deion Sanders continued to bump heads. He says, when start the membership? The membership's already started. Let me drop the link for it. Let me put it right here. If you want to sign up for the membership, man, we got 3 tiers for you to support the channel. There's the link right there. You can sign up on YouTube. Again, you get access to certain badges, emojis, all those things. So definitely sign up for the membership, man. We definitely appreciate it. The one thing is all your comments are going to get highlighted first, man. All right. And then, if you don't want to sign up for the membership, but you do want to support, let me drop this in here just so you guys can have it. And it's the Cash App. Actually, I could just put the Cash App on the screen before we get started into the meat and the bones of this conversation. All right. There we go right there. Cash App, $FYF Sports if you want to support. But the link to the memberships is in the chat. I'll continuously drop it in there. It says Jackson, the city leadership stoked recycle. I'm assuming you said took the recycling plant money. I'm not for sure what's going on, Fred Dorsey, but again, there has been a stigma with HBCUs of corruption and money. And it's just a stigma that's been attached to HBCUs that HBCUs have not done anything significant to shake that stigma, to do anything to shake that narrative that surrounds the administration with HBCUs. Whether we want to admit it or not, there is a stigma around HBCUs and their administration that they misappropriate funds or intentionally just steal money. Sean Brewer, did you sign up for a membership? If you sign up for a membership, I'm going to get you a wrench. If you signed up for a membership, I'm going to make sure you get your wrench. But I didn't see it come across the screen, so I'm going to double check. If I missed it, I do apologize. And so now that takes us to the meat and the bones of this particular story. Because now, obviously, the relationship soured. Deion Sanders did choose to leave. He chose to leave JSU. I mean, we can use any number of reasons why he chose to leave, right? Because not only was his office broken into, not only did the administration lie about it to the media, not only did he have to go back to the media and say, whoever told you that's lying, his car was broken into multiple times. His son's car was broken into multiple times. Right? There was, throughout his entire tenure at JSU, there was absolutely no effort from JSU put into the safety and security of the football team. Additionally, people say that Coach Prime did not use his funds to support the team. Yes, he did. Not only did he use his funds to support the team and the facilities, he used his funds to feed the team, right? Because the school refused to increase the budget. Most D1 schools have an exclusive dining hall for athletes where they usually can get 3 to 4 meals a day because they're doing 2-a-days. They're working a lot harder. They need the calorie intake to sustain these workouts. The school refused to do that. What did Deion Sanders do? Well, he went and took it upon himself to pay for those meals. There was a lot of things that he did where he went to the administration and said, this is what we need to be a successful program. And then the school said, no, we can't do that. And so he took it upon himself to fund these things himself. So again, when you continuously as a head coach bump heads with your administration, right? And you can't get the things that you need to be successful, he says, okay, that's fine. I'll just put my own money into it and we'll be successful. And then even once he puts his own money into it, even after having a successful season at Jackson State, did they come to him and say, we want to renegotiate your contract? It's clear that you're bringing a level of notoriety to the school. No, they didn't renegotiate anything. They let him continue on with the same contract, which that's their right to allow him to continue on. But see, most schools would negotiate in good faith, understanding that if he continues at this rate, there are going to be other schools knocking on his door, and we're not going to be able to pay him. What we need to do is they need to understand the logistics of the money that they were bringing in, not just the money they were bringing in, the tax dollars that was coming to the city. It was reported that the city of Jackson gained about $30 million in tax revenue because of the Jackson State University football team. I mean, even as a city, as business owners, surrounded business owners that are being directly impacted, this is how you create boosters for your school. If you have a business that's thriving because of the football team, you then need to become a booster, financially invested in finding a way to keep that football team fruitful. You don't become money hungry at that point in time and say, I need to find a way to collect as much as I can. This is why schools stay great, because the surrounding community invests in that program. And it's not all put on the weight of one man, one coach. And again, from the people that I talked to, it started to feel as if everybody in the community, every business, every administrator wanted to put the weight of the world on Deion Sanders so that he could do everything while everybody around him gained. I want you guys to think about that. All right. The hood trucker says that's minor compared to the rest of the clownery. He says, my mom was a political leader at Jackson and warned the public. Hey, I don't doubt it. Infamous right there. He said the blame to be shared on both sides. But both sides of who, Infamous? What are both sides? What are the sides that you're referring to? Salute to the hood trucker becoming a member of the channel, man. Appreciate you hitting that, man. Salute to the hood trucker, man. Like I said, right now I don't got my soundboard on, so I don't got no special sounds for you guys or no music to play when you become members. All I can do is give as much appreciation as I can, man. But again, salute to the hood trucker, man, becoming a member of the channel, man. Long time supporter of the channel, man. Long time supporter of the channel. Much respect there. Infamous says the blame is to be shared on both sides. I have to disagree. I don't believe that there's any blame on Deion Sanders' side. I cannot find a way to blame the side that's done absolutely everything possible for that team to be successful. I will not blame Deion Sanders when he's given his time, money, and resources, even more so than any other college coach in the country, just to see that team succeed. He convinced his son to leave South Carolina and come to Jackson State. He convinced his other son, a quarterback that could have went to almost any major D1 school in the country. He convinced his other son to come to Jackson State. He went and got Travis Hunter, one of the best players in the country, to come to Jackson State. He convinced these players. It was Deion Sanders and his coaching staff that did all the work. And as a coach myself, like when I coached at Purdue University, when I coached the Purdue University club basketball team, right? We didn't have a lot of resources. We're not the D1 team. We didn't have a ton of resources. But when we won the national championship. And so you would think, as Purdue University doesn't win a lot of national championships at anything. So when we won the national championship, you would think the school would extend some additional resources to help the program. After we won the national championship, the school proceeded to try to find ways to extract resources from us, which is one of the reasons why I left and now moved on to GCU. But we just won a national championship. But you know what the school comes back to us and says? They said, well, we know you're going to need more practice time so you can run it back. But we changed our policy this year, and for your club team to even practice on your own campus, we're going to charge you $115 an hour to practice. Extract resources from the only thing that's given to you. And so similarly with Jackson State, he's given to the school, and the only thing that the administration and the people around him, even the community, because the community is to blame as well, the only thing that they've done is extract, and they have not put into the program. And that's not how college football programs thrive. The community needs to put into the program. Florida, boy, he says, you can lead a dog to water, OG. He says, but you can't make them drink. Deion's vision wasn't JSU's vision. That's 100% facts, man. That's 100% facts. Deion had a different vision. It seems like a lot of people at JSU had a short-term vision, which was a money grab. How much money can we get out of this while it's here? How much money can we get out of this without investing right back into it? There was no long-term thought, because if there was a long-term thought, all the money that they made would have been getting reinvested right back into the program. Salute, Tiffany Ned. Appreciate that, Tiffany Ned. Facts. Everybody get them likes up. Hold on here, guys. Let me fix my camera. All right, there we go. All right, the dog, man, this is the problem right there. Deion Sanders was given the blueprint to JSU. This is what we need to do to get recruits, right? That's the only way you can have a powerhouse program. This is what we need to do to consistently be successful. This is what we need to do to increase the pedigree of the program. Remember, he talked about, I'm tired of playing in these classics. These classics be low attendance. People only want to see the Battle of the Bands, then they leave. These games are not highly valued as far as rankings go. All we're going to do is we're going to go to these classics. We're going to beat up on another HBCU team, blow them out by 50 points, go back to JSU with an undefeated record, but no national recognition for winning these games. Why can't he wants to play in bigger games, non-conference games? He wants to go to the Ohio States, to Purdue's, the Nebraskas. He wants to play these teams, not the classics. President of JSU has a lot of questions to answer. He does. And the problem is, J.D. Walker, and I think the problem with this situation is that you have so many people mad that Deion Sanders left, right? They're so mad that Deion Sanders left. They're not asking the real questions. Why did Deion Sanders leave? Because Deion Sanders came of his own volition. He did not come, and he left of his own volition, right? This is what happened. He says, did you know the northeast part of the practice field was a bulldozed gravesite? I did not know that, but it would not surprise me. This is why I'm going to try, especially once I bring people on the live panel. I have a buddy that I told you guys about on my last panel. I'm going to try to get him on the panel today. But he was recruited, not to Jackson State, because I want to correct that. He wasn't recruited by Jackson State, but he was recruited by Grambling, another HBCU. And I want him to tell you guys about his experience. He was a basketball player. He was transferring from Cornell. He was looking at a school to get his master's degree at. A lot of the big schools wanted him. You know, big time Power 5 programs wanted him as a transfer. Obviously, Grambling reached out. I want him to let you guys know about why he turned that offer down with with Grambling. And this is a guy that would have loved to go to a HBCU. But the story that he tells you about why he turned Grambling down would probably surprise you. Ray Dorsey says they removed the bodies, but he said they left the bodies, but removed the headstones. Wow. So before we bring people in, let's just go over a few details of facts about this situation. All right. And these are alleged. These are all alleged for now. Right. So somebody broke this on Twitter. Let me get this off the screen. This was broke on Twitter. We'll go through these notes. All right. So Albert Coleman, he says, according to my source, JSU is in the hot seat for misuse of football funds. Individuals was stealing money from the football program by moving it to general funds scholarships, basically stealing from prime and players. 80% why Deion Sanders is leaving. This will be the next breaking news. You heard it first from me. Then he followed it up, and this was followed up with some more information. Let me get this up as well. Right. And this is a little bit more detail. All right. And so then this was also added. He says, in the plot thickens, he says, let's run down it. He says, JSU put in Deion's contract that after 30K ticket sales, he will receive a percentage of the sales. He says that didn't happen the whole entire time he was there. He said the ticket sales got missing. Deion, the football program, nor staff saw any of that money. He said there was a lucrative TV deal in place that Deion wanted to get, but the university did not. They turned the TV deal down. This is Deion with his own money built a new locker room and tennis courts and the new designs. He says out of Deion's pocket. He says the new players lounge is all Deion. He used his own money to feed his players. As I told you guys before. Now I had been hearing that he had been feeding his own players for a while now. That was before all of this came out. So I know there's a lot of truth to that as well. It says Deion is when JSU went to the Celebration Bowl last year, the school didn't want to give any money back to athletics. This is also true as well. Deion Sanders talked about this. He says, how does the football team go to a bowl game? He talks about it. He says, how does the football team go to a bowl game? But then when we come back from said bowl game, he says, when we come back from that said bowl game, we got to split the money from that with the school, 50% to the team, 50%. Why? Why does any money need to go to the schools? They didn't play. They didn't practice. They didn't even invest in the team. Yet they're supposed to split the Celebration Bowl money with the team. I mean, in a sense, if you're asking yourself as a coach what's going on, you would start to believe that would essentially be equivalent to taking money from the football team. They're taking money for absolutely no reason when they've done nothing to invest in the school, right? So it says the school didn't give any money back to athletics. It says Deion used a lot of his own personal money to fund numerous things around campus. How do we know this is true? All you have to do is watch Well Off Media, his son's YouTube channel. And as his son documented the team's arise, you hear conversations with Deion Sanders talking to the construction workers. The construction workers saying they don't have enough funds for certain things. Deion Sanders clearly said in one of those videos, well, it says, God darn, I gave half my salary. How do we have this done yet? He said it himself. This is university did not help. The president wanted his name in the headlines as much as Deion. That I do agree with. Deion wanted to coach the celebration. He said he wanted to coach the Celebration Bowl this year. He says the JSU president has already said no. But Deion Sanders said he's adamant about coaching the Celebration Bowl this year, which is also sold out, which would probably also be another game that he gets a percentage of the ticket sales from. Or he says the jury is out on if he will or not. He says a last minute offer for $1 million, which is far less than the $5 million that Colorado offered, was made to Deion, but he had to pay his staff out of that $1 million, which means with the high profile staff that he has, if he would have paid him out of that $1 million, it probably would have reduced his pay down to what it is now, about $300K to $500K after he pays everybody else, if not less than that. And he says there was no new offer made after his first year of success with the team. So we got to think about things in this context. And salute to Tiffany Ned, man, becoming a member of the channel, man. Salute, man. Tiffany Ned, man, a longtime supporter of the channel, man. Salute to Jaggin in the chat. I see you there, man. We got 390 in the building, man. Appreciate you guys pulling up today. Fred Dorsey says, why donate to a line, crooked school administrator pocket? I don't know, man. Deborah Atkinson says, how many that graduated from HBCUs came back and taught or worked for HBCUs? I don't know. Probably not very many. But again, that's probably, usually when you graduate, you want to go seek lucrative opportunities. I don't know if teaching at HBCU is the most lucrative opportunity that people can find. And plus, Jack, it is the state of Mississippi. I was born in Mississippi. A lot of people don't know this. I was born in Rolling Fork, Mississippi. All of my family is from Mississippi. Hollandale, Jackson. My mom. This is my mom and my dad, so I know Mississippi very well. All of my family's from Mississippi. I've been there multiple times. My mom is buried in Mississippi. That's where she wanted to be buried. We have a family graveyard out there, but it is not the most desirable place to be. It's extremely difficult to get into. If you're talking about somebody like Coach Prime, who I've been out a lot, it's not the easiest place to fly into. A lot of times if you go there, you have to fly into Memphis, you have to drive over, or you have to fly into another really far off airport and drive to where you need to be. It's not the easiest place to get to. On top of the fact that when you get there, a lot of the cities are not the most desirable cities to even be in. If you're just being honest. He says, DJ Reese says, Lamont, when Prime thought his stuff was stolen, they were actually in another room. I know. No, that's what the school reported. All right, let me put this on the screen, y'all. I'm going to put this on the screen because we're going to go back to that. And this is one of the reasons why Deion Sanders was so upset. All right. I'm going to share my screen with you right here. All right, here we go right there. Let me move this comment so we can see it. And I'm going to tell you exactly what Deion said. He says, my stuff was stolen, not misplaced. See? You were told, because remember, it even says in here, he says, I have a witness, right? Deion Sanders is adamant his personal items were stolen, not misplaced during his college football debut, right? In this same article, it says, a short time later, reps for Jackson State told various media outlets the whole thing was just a big misunderstanding with what was reported to you, and that the items were misplaced and found. But clearly, Deion needs to get on the same page with the school because he says that that's complete BS. And he has a witness to back him up. He said one of his staff members saw the guy that was stealing, but she was a woman, and she was just not going to go confront a grown man about stealing because she didn't want to get into a physical altercation with him. He says, my belongings were taken out of a zip bag. And again, it's right here. So, no, this video right here is just Deion talking about being disappointed that his items were stolen. I mean, I think many of us have already seen the video. Right? So I don't want to play that same video over and again. But again, this is one of the things where when the coach is not on the same page with the administration, that was a clear example of it. And like I said, from what I've been told, that's when the divide started. That's when things started to go downhill. And that's when whispers about Deion Sanders potentially taking up a new job opportunity started to come out the woodworks. Hold on one second. Let me get this link ready. I want to bring people in now that we have a better understanding. I mean, all of these things that we are alluding to right now, this is what led to Coach Deion Sanders potentially leaving, looking for another opportunity, another place to take his students. And also, I also think in his move, I think we all have to be a bit honest. There was a little bit of selfishness in his move. We know that Deion Sanders desperately wants to see his son in the NFL. And even after having statistically one of the best college football seasons of all time, his son at the quarterback position wasn't even in Heisman consideration. Why was his son not even in Heisman consideration? Because they're not playing anybody. He's doing it at Jackson State University. And it's not, at least to these Heisman voters, it's not very impressive for him to compile these types of numbers against lowly competition in the SWAC. So I believe for Deion Sanders, the selfishness in his move, which I don't even knock that, because We all make selfish business decisions for ourselves and for our families. So you can't knock this particular aspect of it, but we have to take into consideration he wants to see his son play college football on the big stage, compile the same numbers on the big stage. He wants to help his son get to the NFL. Let's not gloss around that. You know. So that's the obvious part. But all of the other talk about him selling out and like when you hear Dr. Umar Johnson of all people saying he sold out for the bag and X, Y, and Z, and it's just like, well, he gave a lot. I mean, and then also on the flip side of this, how long is he committed to this school? Like, when would it have been fine for him to leave? Should he have stayed 10 years? Should he have stayed 15 years, 20 years? Would 5 years been enough? Like, how many years would he have needed to commit to JSU before it would have been okay for him to leave? DJ Reese says he's always been selfish as a player and a coach. It seems as a parent he has been selfish with Shiloh. Now, no, but the problem, DJ Reese, is I don't know what's going on with that relationship with his son Shiloh. Based on what I'm hearing, Shiloh can't come to Colorado because he used his one-time transfer to leave South Carolina to go to Jackson State. So he's not even eligible to transfer to Colorado. So while people are putting stories out that Shiloh's upset and is not following his dad to Colorado, well, I think because of NCAA rules, I think he can't transfer to Colorado. Now, I may have to do a little bit more research into that, but that's what I'm hearing. I think there's an NCAA rule literally preventing him from going. Brad Dorsey says, where that school Dr. Umar promised, I don't know. And Dr. Umar is the king of misappropriated funds. Right? He is the king of misappropriated funds. And that's my problem with Dr. Umar. Dr. Umar, he expects everyone to be the savior of Black people. He expects everyone to make decisions to save the entire Black American, as if they even need saving. Right? The way Dr. Umar is talking, he's making it sound as if Jackson State University football can't exist without Deion Sanders. And if Jackson State University football can't exist or thrive without Deion Sanders, then they need to shut their entire football program down. If all your success and everything that was built there was contingent on one person doing all the work, the fact that everyone's in such an uproar about Deion Sanders leaving almost gives that statement more truth. It seems like people are panicking because they don't know what to do. That's what it's starting to sound like. How are we going to get more recruits in? I don't know. Just hire a coach that can get recruits. Well, what coach do we get? Well, do what most colleges do when their coach leaves. You hire a marketing firm to give you a list of candidates that can meet certain qualifications. You need the swag. You need the recruiting cachet. You need the ability to bring in NFL names on your coaching staff, X, Y, and Z. And then on top of that, you need to find somebody who's willing to come in and do it underpaid, because we know JSU is not paying anybody. Let me drop the link for you guys, man. Appreciate you guys being patient, man. I'm trying to get to the questions in the chat as much as possible. Before I drop the link, let's do this one time right here. And my phone is off. My phone kept ringing, so I had to turn it off. If you did hit the Cash App, I'm going to give you a shout out here in a moment. There's a link right there to the stream, man. Make sure you guys come in. As you guys come in, like I said, we do have our channel memberships. If you want to become a member of the channel, that will be much appreciated. 430 viewers, 62 likes. Facts. AB the hero. Hit the like button on your way in. Please hit the like button, man. The like button does the video so much justice. I mean, as far as the algorithm of YouTube, right? If this didn't affect the algorithm and the visibility of not just the channel and the videos, I wouldn't really care, but it does. So again, appreciate as everybody comes in, whether you're here for 5 minutes or a couple minutes, or you got to just hit the like button on your way in, is much appreciated, man. That's almost as valuable as donating to the channel. All right. Let me drop this in here before we get started as well. Here we go, right here. Yeah, you can always support the channel with a Cash App donation. Act accordingly, says Umar is a clown. It seems like everybody's giving their 2 cents on what Deion Sanders should or shouldn't do. I don't believe Deion Sanders made the wrong decision. Right, career wise, he made the right decision. Football wise, he made the right decision. Business wise, he made the right decision. I mean, I don't know, and I think JSU. I think a lot of people at JSU know when he leaves, the whole factory's going with him. The players, the coaches, and then he's not only just taking his own coaches. He actually snatched Mississippi Valley's head coach to come on with him over there to Colorado. We got your boy Zoe, man, in the chat, man. Salute, man. Appreciate you pulling up, and we got Action Jackson, man. Appreciate y'all pulling up. We got your boy Zoe, man. What you got on this whole topic with Deion Sanders? Do you think there's any truth to the funds being misappropriated? And from what I'm hearing, and I think this is what I didn't get to touch on earlier, FBI probe is soon to be announced on all of the misappropriated funds. What are your thoughts on that?
I first want to say how you doing, sir?
I'm doing pretty good, man.
I think yeah, that's good to hear. I do think that there are definite issues with JSU. I do believe everything that Mr. Sanders put out in regards to the program at JSU. To be truthful, me personally, I really want the best for Mr. Sanders. I hope that everything goes good, at Colorado State. Hope he can go and have a successful career there. I do think that Mr. Sanders' original plan or his ultimate goal is to, be a coach in the NFL, or to take his talents, his individual talents, and his abilities at coaching football to his highest level and be successful as he was as a player. But I think that this situation overall, I heard you mention Brother Umar. I think this situation overall, to me, was one of kind of disappointment. I think that a lot of people that have that mainstream Black American thought are kind of really, missing the point of, why some people, the remnant of us, kind of see this as something that is kind of like a Slavic type of mindset. I think that what people talk about the issues, talk about problems. I think when you have a free people culture, when I look at the developing world, when I look at developing countries, they're used to dealing with corruption. They're used to dealing with lack of resources, lack of sanitation, lack of healthcare, and having other issues that come with being a free and independent people. But they still somehow find value in self and kind, and understand that it takes sacrifice and it takes time to build something or to rehabilitate something that has fallen into economic and political decay. And it just seems with us that we'll name problems, and then when we talk about these problems, talk about the problem with the staff, talk about the problem with the crime at JSU and the problem with infrastructure in Jackson, it seems like we run back to the waiting arms and the stability of white society. And I just don't see how a person can brag about what a man has built for himself, what sacrifice he has built for himself, and try to brag about that as if that is yours, when it seemed like you had to run to that man because what you built for yourself and what your culture has produced is falling. So I think that was the greater thing. I'm not a hating on Deion. I wish Deion the best success, but I think that some of the comments and some of the things that I've seen, it's like, well, that's what free people deal with. That's what people that's able to produce, they deal. You deal with problems. It was problems at Colorado. Colorado didn't have all the funds. They're gonna secure the funds at a later date. It's people that had a vision and seeing what was going on and understand that you're going to deal with ups and downs so you can get to a certain purpose. I just think that Deion would have been better using the talents and the gifts that he's been given as a man to build something for himself instead of settling being a servant in another man's gate. You know what I mean? And I think that was the bigger thing. Like Dr. Umar, he dropped a little jewel when he said that with the PWIs, that politically that's a changing field now. You have things that we're the legacy that we was given it is now changing, and now he's trying to tell us that you have to go and build something for yourself. You can't be content with trying to have a handout forever. And I think that's what Dr. Umar is trying to point out to the people. You know what I mean? So you're going to have to eventually come back and build something for yourself. But that's really all I wanted to say. You know, I just thank you for taking the time to listen to me, sir.
Yes, sir, man. Appreciate you, man. A great take right there. And you know, to some of the people in the chat, I saw somebody put a comment before I go to Infamous. He just pulled up as well. They said the presidents of schools don't care about football; they care about education, and that's 100% not true. And the reason why is because the football program for most schools is the moneymaker. It brings in money for almost all of your other athletic programs. So when you talk about the basketball team, the tennis team, the volleyball team, the soccer teams, all of these teams are funded by the football team. None of these and because of Title IX, the football team has to utilize those funds to keep those programs afloat. So the president of school has to be overly invested in the football team if he wants the school to have any athletics program whatsoever. So to say that he's not invested in it, or to say that he shouldn't care about it or doesn't care about football, I don't believe that to be true. I don't believe that to be true. But I do believe that Jackson State brought in a ton of money. I do believe that a ton of money was misappropriated. I don't believe that the president of the school had a vested interest in getting members of the community to turn into boosters or donating alumni. I don't believe he had a vested interest in that. I don't believe he was on the same page with Deion in the same vision as far as elevating the school to a level where the school could be looked at like a Gonzaga. Well, how we know how Gonzaga, even though they're in a tiny conference, they elevated themselves to the degree that they're looked at as a Power 5 school now, even though they exist in a smaller conference. And it's not Gonzaga's job, like some people are saying in the chat. It never was Deion Sanders' job to carry all HBCU schools. It was his job solely to lay the groundwork for other coaches to follow. And not just lay the groundwork for other coaches to follow, but his main priority was to boost the pedigree of Jackson State University football, which is what he did. Right? When he talked about how he was getting so much pushback from other coaches, when he wanted to have these meetings and these meetings weren't being had, it was clear that a lot of people didn't have the same vision of growth. Right? Some people were saying that Jackson State didn't have the money to pay him. That's a lie, because Colorado didn't have the money to pay him. But they said, we're going to figure it out. They're going to figure it out. Jackson State had the money to pay him, because the money that they had to pay him was in future proceeds, had they had a reasonable plan in place to move forward with. But Infamous, man. Infamous just pulled up, man. Infamous, what are your thoughts on this, man? I mean, I know we've been hearing a lot of news. I know somebody just said Shiloh can do a waiver. Shiloh can get into the transfer portal, but he just has to sit out 1 year like a regular transfer. I heard that as well. I believe he can. He can't do a one-time transfer and be eligible to play immediately. I think he could transfer, but he have to go back to the old rules where he has to sit out a season. I don't know if he wants to do that. But Infamous, what are your thoughts on all of this?
First of all, salute FYF. Thanks for having me on the panel. I think there's a lot of truth. There's a lot of truth that's being said on both sides. And what I meant by both sides using each other, was the comment I wanted to make was that what offers were being given to Deion Sanders coaching wise before he went to Jackson State. Can you educate me on that?
Hold on, say that one more time. Your mic could cut out.
What offers were given to him before he went to Jackson State? Were there other
Okay,
schools
so again, the schools themselves haven't confirmed this, but these are kind of like unofficially been reported that South Florida, TCU offered them last year. I think there was another school. I think there was 3 or 4 schools in total. North Texas was one of them, and there's one more school. I just can't remember it. But they were all in higher conferences than the SWAC.
Okay, so these were offers that were given to him before he went to Jackson.
No. Before he went to Jackson, he didn't really have he was only a high school coach, so he didn't really have much of a resume.
Right.
He did apply, or he did interview for some other Power 5 schools, but I think they wanted to go in another direction. And for him, I believe that a lot of the schools had not seen him in action yet with regards to recruiting, winning, building up a program. So they needed to see it
That's
first.
my point. That was actually my point, because what I was saying is that he used Jackson State, HBCU, predominantly black school, to elevate his status, right? He brought his son there, elevated his status. So there was blame on both sides, because the school used his status to build their status, and he used his status to elevate himself in the coaching ranks. So I think it brings to a broader conversation, and I think the frustration lies in the fact that black people on a whole, we get frustrated when we see people that are elevated to certain statuses or build certain things, and then all of a sudden they sell it off, or whether it be their intellectual talent or physical talent. For example, Dr. Dre, right? Dr. Dre elevated himself, built his platform, and then he sold it to Apple. Bob Myers sold his stuff to MTV, Viacom. So I think that's where the frustration lies, is that our intellectual property, we're like, oh, he sold out for the bag. Now, he's a grown man. He can make whatever decision he likes. But I think there's truth on both sides. And remember, Deion said his decision was based on God. So if God offered him less money, would he have gone to Colorado? Like, we got to listen to the words that he says. He said his decision was based, his vision and his decision was based on his prayer and his relationship with God. God told him to go there, right? That's his words, right? But I'll be honest, I don't believe that. I believe it's money based, and I believe he used the school. Now, the school did come out and say that they did pay him. They gave him his money. They're firing back and say, we did give you your money. So who's telling the truth here? And it goes to a bigger conversation in HB. Every time black people get involved in stuff like this, there always has to be some narrative that something shady is going on or something is being misappropriated and stuff like that. And I think there's also another conversation where people are saying that if he stuck it out, build up the status of the school, maybe he could have been elevated to a president or something. Maybe, I don't know if that's what his vision was, because there seem to be two different visions here. Maybe he had a higher vision, but there could have been a vision where he could have elevated and brought everybody in, other schools in, other HBCU schools in, and elevated the status of those schools as well, and maybe build something great. And it starts with one man.
Well, I think infamous. I think the stigma of funds being misappropriated in HBCUs, it's been there before Prime. I think just a lot of people haven't admitted it or been honest about it. But the stigma of HBCUs funds get misappropriated has always been there. People have just shied away from talking about it because they don't want to do or say anything that could be slanderous to HBCUs, and
Yeah,
I
but
understand, I understand that. But
yeah,
let me just
can we
move.
be honest though? Can we be honest? Is HBCUs the only schools that misappropriate
No,
funds? I mean, we hear that all the time.
but again, that's
Yeah.
the worst argument because again, if we're talking about building up HBCUs, we can't compare the corruption to other schools' corruption and say, well, it happens at other schools, so it's okay if it happens here. I think that's not a good argument. Secondly, again, all coaches, every coach, every coach that's probably existed in sports, and there's only maybe a few anomalies, but every coach has usually started at a like Deion Sanders had to leave his high school program to go to Jackson State. We don't hear that high school program saying, "Why did you leave us? Why didn't you build something up great here? Why did you go?" Or and it just as any other small coach, just like what happened at Purdue. Purdue's coach just left to go to Louisville. Coaches change all the time. Coaches have been elevated all throughout history. When Shaka Smart left VCU to go to Texas, VCU wasn't running around saying, "Oh, what are we going to do now? You did all this work to build our program up. I don't know if we can succeed or thrive without you." They said, "Thanks for the work that you put in. Great. Hope you have a lot of success at Texas, and we're going to find a guy that can continue what you've built here." But why at JSU? Why is all of the successes and things that are built, everything, it seems like everything was tied to the work that Coach Prime was putting in, not to the school. It seems like the school doesn't feel that they can duplicate what he was doing. And when people say that he should have stayed and built up all these HBCUs, well, he talked about how he's tried. He did talk about how I'm trying to have these Zooms with these head coaches that are pushing back against all the things that I say.
Y'all bitter over here. I'm getting off.
Say that again. Is that Ray now?
Oh, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Lamont,
Yeah, I
can I
did. Can I
ask you
say
a quick
something?
question?
Hold on, hold on. Let me get to some because we got a lot of new people in here, so I don't want to talk too much. So let me go ahead and go to Ray Now Jones. Ray Now Jones, what are your thoughts on this?
Okay, so I've been following this, right? And I'm gonna just say this. As a black woman, I am, HBCUs have been around for a long time. Dion has spent his own money. I have not seen no other coach, no other school put their money into a school. He's putting his money into it. He's not asking them to give whatever he put in back. He's leaving it. He built a foundation. He set them, put them, gave them basically what they need to do, and what they do with it, that's on them. Like, this is an opportunity for him and his family and for this man to move on. We cannot sit here like we are bitter about this man. We should be celebrating him. We should be celebrating everything that he has done. I mean, like, this is the problem with us, period, that we always come on the back end saying what we should have, could have. There's alumni that don't even give money back into these black schools for these foundations. Oh, yeah, we don't hear from the other schools because if you look at the alumni list, their alumni give back. So that's where the money is coming from. We shouldn't always believe in a handout. We should have to build ourselves up on our own. And Deion did that. I think he helped Jackson as much as he could. It's time for him to elevate to Colorado. I'm really happy for him and his family, and I hope he brings. And not only that, look at these coaches that he's bringing. Oh my goodness, these people make money. Like, they are making money that they've never seen in coaching at these schools. So it's not like he's just looking out for himself, like as some people are saying in these comments, because he's not. He's selfless. Whatever he's doing, he wants to bring people with him. If he was going there and shutting his door and saying nobody's coming with me, I would say, well, man, that's selfish. No, it's not. This man is bringing coaches. He's bringing people who are coaches in HBCUs and giving them opportunity to shine and make money that they will never make. So that's where I am with this. And I just pray to God that someday that we can all come together as one and stop being so hypocritical of each other.
Yeah, salute, man. That was a great take. And look, y'all, here's the funny thing about it. Going around college football, there's a narrative that black coaches don't get hired to Power 5 schools enough. And so should Colorado have just hired another white coach that's had multiple opportunities at other schools and continue that trend? But they gave an African American head coach a chance. So he's helping change that stigma. But when we do change that stigma, then we complain about where that coach had to leave, as opposed to, remember, coaches build a network. I don't people think that coaching network is strong. Deion Sanders said he recommended a guy for them to replace him with. If Jackson State was smart, they would go with that option as opposed to doing something of their own volition. So again, he's laid the groundwork, just like she said. It's on Jackson State to continue it. Somebody in the chat said that Jackson State had relevance before Deion Sanders. Look, my dad was a drum major at Jackson State. They did not have very much relevance because I went to multiple Circle City Classics where Jackson State was a part of, and it was very low attendance, and we were only there to see the Battle of the Bands. We were not there to see the football game. And that's what happens in most of these classics. People are only there to see the Battle of the Bands. That's the show. The parade before the game, the halftime show, and then you leave. The football game is the last thing that you're there to watch. I promise you. So let's not act like we were all big fans of these HBCU school sports before prime time came. No, he came. He was bringing 4 and 5 star recruits. He was having them compete on a level that we've never seen them compete. Come on, y'all. Let's be honest about that. Just be honest about the rate. Let me go to hopefully I say your name right. If I say your name wrong, I do apologize. We got Rashonda in the chat, man. Appreciate Rashonda pulling up, man. What are your thoughts on this particular situation? Hold on, and before I get to Rashonda, Shut Up and Bump says, "Boy, you lying. JSC football only struggled over the last." Here's the problem. Shut Up and Bump. JSU football. Okay, I want you guys to tell me over the last 30 years, what have they done in the college football realms? What have they done that you can tell us about? That you are proud of on a national level, because people outside of Mississippi don't care about Jackson State or even know about Jackson State. Jackson State's getting talked about on a national level. What did JSU do before prime time, football wise? Because we know they wasn't doing that on the basketball court. That's a fact. I mean, that's why I want people you don't have to yell at us in the chat. You can always hit the link and tell us. And you say, if we didn't go to HBCU, we need to shut up. No, the reason why a lot of people aren't going to HBCU, my dad went to Jackson State and told me not to go to a HBCU. Wonder why? Because of his parents there. So remember, he was a drum major there. I'm from Mississippi. I had every reason to go to a school in Mississippi. And my dad told me not to go. Well, like I said, I wonder why. Let me go to. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think HBCUs are important for us, right? Because we need to have our own. We definitely need to have our own. But we definitely this particular issue should have all of them sitting down looking at the way they run their businesses. This right here definitely should take them back to how they run their businesses, how they run their schools, how everything, because HBCUs, again, Deion had endorsements coming there. They seen money that they've never seen in that school before.
That's true. Let me go to Rashonda real quick. She's been waiting. I got AB the Hero as well and True the King. Let me go to Rashonda. Your thoughts on this? Hopefully, I think your mic is unmuted. Go ahead and let us know your thoughts on this. All right. Seems like she's not with us right now. Let me get to AB the Hero. What's good, man?
What's up, man? I've been sitting back listening, and I want to say this. I went to a Power 5 school at Iowa State, and while I was there, our coach signed a contract extension, and then 3 weeks later, he dipped. And everybody at that school responded similar to the way that people are responding in Jackson to Deion Sanders leaving. So this response is not something that is strictly black folks can't appreciate somebody who came there and built something and dipped. When my coach left, we won 4 games in 2 years or 3 years. 2 years, we won 4 games in 2 years, and people were still upset. So when you take a guy like Deion Sanders, right, who is an ultimate marketer, and part of the marketing that he's giving you year in and year out is believe that this can be bigger than what it was before, because trust and believe that when Deion took that job, he walked the campus of Jackson State. He saw the locker rooms, he saw the gyms, he saw the practice fields and all of that stuff, and he still said, I accept the job. So you can't be like, damn, but then he had to put his own money and he had to do. If he wanted to build it and make it to what he wanted to be, it was going to take some sacrifice. I'm sure he knew that before he took the job. And so I think that, to me, the sucky part about this whole thing is I think that, for one, it's looking like HBCUs is catching a raw deal because of Deion wanted a better job, a better situation. And then black folks in general damn near catching strays because how the folks at Jackson State are responding. And trust and believe that in college football and sports in general, it's a passion thing. The reason why you spend so much money is because you care about your team and the colors that fly in that logo. So that's the reason why Deion was so successful, is because people care. And so when he leaves and people still care, it's not a knock on them, but that's, to me, is the situation that he wanted to create when he did that. And I highly would doubt that Deion is surprised that people feel the way that they feel that he left. I'm sure he expected that to be the outcome of his departure and the news that he was leaving, especially that he was taking his son in their only 5-star recruit probably ever. So that's my thoughts, man. I think it's a raw deal.
Let me ask you this, AB, because the one thing I think Deion Sanders took pride in, I think Deion Sanders took pride in giving back to the school. I don't think he minded giving some of his money to help build up facilities, because I think by him giving his money to the school, he's showing them that investing in these facilities, this is what helps bring in recruits, things of that nature. I never heard him at one time ever complain about everything that he's done to the school. You hear a lot of outside noise talking about it. I think the biggest pushback, and I think the one thing that created the divide with Jackson State and Deion Sanders is the fact that he was getting so much pushback from administration, right? I don't believe that administration was working with him on the level to the degree that he wanted to grow the program. I think JSU felt like there was a cap to how much they wanted to invest and grow the football program. And I think Deion Sanders felt that there shouldn't be a limit or a cap to it, because we know he had the biggest and brightest goals for that school. Why? Because he treated that school and those players like they were Power 5 players. When we saw them going to games in suits provided, obviously he used one of his connections to help get those suits for all of his players. From the look of the team, from his connection with American Airlines, where they all flew first class to all the games, he wanted that program to feel like a Power 5 school. He did everything, but it felt like he was getting a lot of pushback from the administration. And for me as a coach myself, where I've left the program when I was at Purdue coaching, I left the program because I couldn't jive and connect well with the administration, who were pushing back, and it only felt like they were trying to extract from the program, not add to. And so I think, yes, he went there. He saw the conditions. He didn't complain about it. He tried to add as much as he could, but he was getting a ton of pushback from the school. He was getting a ton of pushback when he was trying to work with other coaches in the SWAC. And it seemed like everybody was working against him, not with him. I don't know. I think that's what probably motivated him to potentially leave and take a bigger offer, when you have to fight that hard just to do for your own school and do for your own community. And then when it gains results to the tune of $30 million in tax revenue, and they still don't want to give, you still don't have alumni donating, you still don't have major boosters for the program, I think that's a problem.
I agree with you. But here's what I'll tell you, though, is that a lot of, if you look
I'm going to get right back to you.
If you look at these Power 5 schools, there's a lot of frivolous spending that goes on, right? And it's an arms race to have the coolest locker room, to have the coolest training facility, because in their eyes, that brings in recruits. And so you talking about nonprofits, which are basically, we have to spend every dollar on the budget or else we don't get the same amount of money, right? So we want a bigger budget every year, so we have to do that. So when you're increasing these budgets, you can't do it over a 2-3 year period. These things take time. And so when you're looking at a school like Jackson State, what I would imagine is, if you have a Coach Prime who's like, we need to elevate everything now because we want to turn this around so we can attract these 5-star recruits who are going to come visit Jackson State, and then they're going to leave and go to Oregon. They're going to leave and then go to Alabama, and you need the facilities to do that. That's almost impossible in probably some of these people's eyes when you don't want to expand past your reach. Imagine a Jackson State pours all of this money into their program because they know they got Deion Sanders, who is a recruiter, like a generational recruiter, and then he leaves, and you don't have the talent or the fan base to pay for those things. It's a bad idea. In hindsight, those people who gave him pushback, to me, look like damn geniuses because they're not going to be stuck with the bill that they would have to pay because most of the fan base is gone. Most of the people who tapped in for the first time to watch Jackson State is never going to watch a Jackson State game again. The next time ESPN Game Day come back will be when Deion returns as the coach, if he ever decides to be like, you know what, one more time at Jackson State. And so that's a money pit. Trying to chase those recruits, trying to chase facilities, you don't need all of that to win football games, but you do need that to get certain levels of talent in, and that's hard to do when the budget is so small.
That is true. I mean, like I said, I think he wanted to grow. I mean, he saw rooms for growth. He questioned a lot of things, and he pushed back on a lot of traditions. The classics were tradition. He wanted to get away from the classics, even though that school was locked into a contract. He was willing to break that contract, pay the penalty for breaking the contract, just to get away from the stigma of playing in these low-level football games. He wanted his team playing in bigger games, more meaningful games, and more games that would bring the school money. If JSU is able to travel to Ohio State, if they're able to travel to Oregon, that's a lot of money coming into the football program. And he wanted to be a part of those games and not the classics. Money in which most of that money was going to promoters is what he talked about. And the money was going to the school. Most of the money in these classics go to people that don't play football or even coach. That's the problem. That's what he was talking about. We're making all this money, but we're not getting much in return. Playing in these classics, playing in the Celebration Bowl, 50% of the income goes to the school, but the school's not doing nothing to invest back in the team. So I think he was just pushing back on a lot. And I think JSU was making it hard for him to do his job. But let me go to we got True the King right here. And then I know your boy Zoe, I know you had one more question. I'm gonna let you get to that question. Let me get to True the King real quick. His thoughts on this right here with the potential for, JSU just seemingly misused funds to a certain degree, or even stole money, as a lot of people allege. And it says, from what I'm hearing, it's going to be prompting an FBI probe, which will be announced soon. And I know a lot of people don't want to see that with an HBCU, but this is what I'm hearing could potentially happen very soon. What are your thoughts on that, True?
Like you said, it's an unfortunate situation, but at the end of the day, I mean, my whole thing is like, it's just like you can't. It's like, okay, he did the most he could have done in that school in 3 years, 2 SWAC championships, and he felt it was time to elevate. Because, like I said before, he felt though he wanted to do more, and he was getting pushed back, so he left. So I was like, I don't feel that that really was a big issue. I mean, and another thing too, yeah. I mean, there was, because people were saying that, okay, they did pay them, wherever the case may be. But if to my understanding, if I'm correct me if I'm wrong, if you win championships and stuff like that, don't you get like a bonus or something like that? I mean, man won 2 SWAC championships in 3 years. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how that goes, but it kind of seems kind of crazy to me that he was still getting the same pay every year and they was improving. And he was putting money into the school. So it's like, that's the most money. Like, people were saying, oh, Jackson State. Listen, we know Jackson State has a history. We're not saying that y'all was always trash or anything, case may be, but let's be honest. At Jackson State, when it comes to exposure, y'all was never, ever been exposed to that, like, national-wise. So you got to put that into consideration, too. And the money. They never see that much money either, though. So, I don't know. I think we was talking about this in the other stream. You said he brought $30 million to that city or something like that?
Yeah, and tax revenue, and then probably, You know, when you're selling out your stadium, and you know when he brought a ton of money into the school, a ton of money
Some
into
lower
the school,
level, yeah.
a ton of money into the
Some
local businesses.
yeah. Some other lower
Oh,
Division One school like.
hold on 1 second. Hey, Rashonda, something was wrong with your audio. Hit the link and come back in, because if you live in Jackson, we need you. We need you in the panel.
Yeah.
You got to come back in. I know there was something going on with your audio. I could tell. Just try to get it fixed, and then I'm gonna drop the link for you again, because I want you to come back in and give your take.
Yeah, we have to. Word to you can't get better than somebody that live there down the street. You can't. I mean,
look, she says I live right here in Jackson, down the street. She says they've been mishandling funds for coaches before Deion even came to JSU. He says they've been doing a lot of shady stuff. I mean, this is, like I've been saying, y'all, misappropriating funds in HBCU colleges. Those terms have been going together for years. It's just something that not a lot of people have been willing or wanting to talk about. But it's been happening a lot, and it's been happening before Deion. And you can't get mad at Deion for recognizing and saying, "Hold on, you're not about to misappropriate my money. It's time for me to go."
Hold on, the spirit of Yahweh said the problem is don't say God. What you mean? If he's a religious person. What you mean? He can't.
Hold on, what did he say? Who said that?
Spiritual with Yahweh.
Yo, see, my father, I know you was going in. True, this is what I'm starting to hate, that everybody trying to use this God and using the culture as an excuse for some BS that's going on. First of all, first thing first, he just got an opportunity as an HBCU coach to go to the next level, which is unprecedented. Why is nobody is not praising it? Two, I have never seen, let me say this again, because like when y'all listen to these woke spiritual people, they love when they repeat stuff. I have never seen nobody take a job and use half his salary to fix what was the problem was. They love when they repeat stuff. I have never seen. Hey, you're YouTube mute.
Yeah. You got to turn the YouTube off in the background, Fred Dorsey. I'm gonna put you on mute.
I have never seen a college coach have to mow his own field. That's not his job description. I had never seen a coach had to call and fix the meal program. I had never seen a coach have to revamp the locker room. That's not his job description.
Hold on. Hey, Fred Dorsey, you gotta echo. You got to turn off the YouTube in the background. Turn off the YouTube in the background, because we can hear your echo coming through your microphone.
So, yeah, we hit your microphone, bro. So when everybody go all this resource, Deion took this, Deion took that, that's cap, bro. And also nobody talks about the ticket sales because when all us seen the Jackson State game, once they was getting ramped up, the stadiums was full. If the stadium went over 28,000 people, Deion supposed to got a cut. And they say, yeah, we sold out. And if you look up, and you can research this yourself, Jackson State can hold over 42,000 people. And obviously, once they got packed, some people will stand. So they were selling 50 sometimes. And every time Deion went to go check the papers, it said they sold exactly 28 every time. So he looking like, what's going on? Some money got to be missing, because that's messed with my pocket. And obviously, no matter how, I hate when people say somebody's rich. First of all, stop counting somebody's pockets. And second, if he's spending all this money out his salary and he spent money out his own pocket, we got to get paid off some point. It ain't everybody, and nobody is that rich. I'm sorry. I am sorry. Y'all pushing the culture narrative and the spiritual thing. How you know God didn't tell him to take the opportunity to the next level? Because he taking other coaches with him too. But nobody talks about that though. Nobody talks about this. Y'all just run with this fake spiritual and the coach thing, and it's getting annoying. And y'all are, I'm sorry to say this, and people gonna hate me for saying this. Sometimes this woke black culture hurt us more than they think they're helping us. Because this is a perfect example.
I'm going to go ahead and try.
Hold on, I think Fred Dorsey talking.
Get a master's. Well, once I seen the corruption and how backwards they was in handling things, I just moved back to Los Angeles, and that's just the honest truth.
Hold on, Fred Dorsey. You were saying that, Fred, but you was on mute the whole time.
Yeah, we ain't hear you, Fred.
Can you say that one more time for us, Fred?
You were saying that. You got me to YouTube.
I probably can't hear.
I was on mute. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're good now. But all you have to do is turn off the YouTube in the background.
Yeah,
and just stay on the StreamYard.
Yeah, stay on the StreamYard.
Hold on. Let me let him cook.
He muted. I can't hear him.
You, hold on. You muted yourself, Fred.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good. That's perfect.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Give him a thumbs up, Lamar. Give him a thumbs up.
Okay, so understand this. I grew up in Jackson. I went to school in Jackson. I went to high school in Jackson. I went to college in Jackson. I remember when Jackson had a thriving, you remember Black Wall Street, that, you know, that thing synonymous with Tulsa? Well, they had the same thing going on in Jackson. The federal government deliberately tore down all those business on Ferris Street. Those people from my time era who lived in Jackson, they knew how important Ferris Street was to the Black economy. It provided jobs, it provided services, and it provided goods to the Black community. So that Black dollars got circulated back into the Black community. In the 1970s, the state of Mississippi decided to dismantle all of the financial institutions, the businesses in the city of Jackson, because Jackson was growing, the Black community was growing. So they tried to curtail that growth by just trying to dismantle it. We took our monies to the white malls and we used our monies to enrich white people. We later on invested into communities, white communities, these nice houses, but we didn't understand that some of these houses was 30, 40, 50 years old and that the plumbing was really worn out in these houses. So we invested into communities that didn't benefit the Black community because the value of the houses went down rather than going up. And that's just the real of what happened to Jackson. And then slowly but surely, the whites started leaving Jackson and investing in the surrounding counties. Madison County is one. There's another county that's right over across from the reservoir. They took that and built their infrastructure with Black dollars. This is what they did. My mom, Dorothy Benford, warned them about that. They said, why do the white people get to have jobs here in the city of Jackson, engineering, financial, and so forth, but they're taking that money, those salaries, and investing it in other communities outside the city. So the city is not getting any return from the tax base. And that is what we need to look at. We need to understand that our dollars need to stay in our community, but not to line the pockets of a politician. I mean, that's the same thing that goes on in Africa. Let's keep it real.
Hey, Frank, I got a question.
You cannot blame other people for the deficiencies of the Black community anymore. Facts. We've had more than enough time to control our own destinies.
Hey, Frank, I got a question.
I mean, that's all I have to say.
Hey, Frank, I got a question for you. Why?
I think he on a delay. I think he on a big time delay. So he.
Hey, Frank, I mean, that's all I have to say. Hey, Frank, I got a question for you.
I think he on a delay. I think he on a big time delay. What I'm gonna do is I got to do this right here. I got to kick. This is audio.
Audio crazy.
Fred. When you go to the chat, Fred, your audio was messed up, so we had to kick you. But that was a great take, man. Appreciate you and your take. But go ahead, SB.
My question for this is when everybody on the panel can ask, because if it's really about the HBCU and the kids, why when Deion leave, everybody want to stop supporting? If it's really about the HBCU and the kids, keep supporting it. Deion set the foundation and showed we can be successful if you guys support. Now all of a sudden Deion going, I'm not watching them. So you didn't even care about the kids in the first place, but you the first person to call somebody a sellout.
That's a good point. Great point.
Because what Deion leaving got to do with us supporting the kids? Oh, it ain't gonna be the good.
Well, here's the problem, SB. Here's the problem. See, when Deion leaves, you remove the guy that's willing to invest his money into these things. See, now the people standing around watching, now to keep this thing going, now y'all gotta either come out y'all pockets yourselves, or you gotta actually go do some legwork and find alumni or people in the community to support the community to keep it afloat. Now y'all got to do some hard work, which again is not easy building a football program to the level at which Deion Sanders does it. You're gonna have to sacrifice money and time. So we're gonna see, are they willing to sacrifice time? Are they willing to sacrifice money? Which means, because again, with all of the stuff that's happening, right? When they see, when other coaches are looking at this JSU program and they see how Deion's getting vilified for leaving, for taking a better opportunity, well, how many coaches are going to be thrilled to go take that job for $300K a year at JSU? Not, I mean, you might have some average coaches willing to go take that job, but any good young coach with a coaching future ahead of them is going to look at that and be like, should I take this job? Because if I take the next best opportunity after my tenure is up, all y'all gonna do is just vilify me and make me the enemy of the community. So
you got to say 150 because you got to spend half of your salary, to fix everything, but nobody credits him.
Right.
Hold on. Kendra says, I never stopped supporting my HBCU, Southern University, and we have a huge following. And you know what, Kendra Hill?
That's good.
They may have a huge following in the South, but again, a lot of these SWAC schools. So, Kendra, the unfortunate reality, like as far as basketball goes in HBCU schools, the unfortunate reality is like athletic wise, we look at SWAC schools as an easy victory because they don't recruit very well. The players that end up going to HBCU schools either lost their scholarships at other places, didn't get scholarship offers at other places, or they had low grades. Generally, those schools are the last resort for most good athletes. Deion Sanders changed that stigma. So Jackson State became the number one option for a lot of athletes, not the last option, because it was just an easy school to get into. So you can build your cachet up and then transfer out because players transfer out of SWAC schools at an alarming rate. So I don't know if they have a huge following, maybe in the South, but SWAC schools aren't very respected as far as the product that they put on the field or the basketball court outside of the South. Not very respected. They're not very competitive either.
I mean, and that's the thing too, though. Like somebody's in the comments saying that bring back black players back to the HBCUs, and like that, I mean, which is a false narrative because the one of the main reasons why, I mean, listen, the HBCUs used to be more competitive, right? I'm not denying that, but one of the main reasons why the players was at the HBCUs to begin with because they wasn't allowed to the Power 5 schools to begin with. And I'm not saying everybody's different. You can go to HBCU or you don't. I'm not judge nobody. You can go anywhere you feel you happy at. But let's not make it seem like if I have an opportunity, if I'm gonna choose Jackson State, or I'm gonna go to Alabama. If I'm a basketball player, if I'm gonna go to Howard or I'm gonna go to Duke. Let's be honest. You get some of these people choices like that. You can't blame somebody. You know what I mean?
Right. Hey, Lamar, put that comment back up there about the stoppage. The one about the money, because spirit
of Yahweh.
Okay, look. First of all, when you put your time, or if you the one who made the play happen, that is your time and money. It is a fact that Deion has spent his money on the field and the facility and on the jerseys. That's a fact. To get the meal plan changed, Deion made the call to get the food changed because you try to say he did it for his family. No, he did not. He did it for everybody benefit off that. It is a fact that he hit up Michael Strahan to get them travel clothes. That's a fact. It's a fact that he got the Under Armour deal. That's a fact. Anything that you have to do besides coaching, that's out your pocket in time. Deion was doing more than coaching for that team. So you could go look this up. Why you keep saying, "Oh no, stop it"? It's not true. Look at
y'all make it seem like Deion was a billionaire or something. Y'all make it seem like Deion was like Elon Musk or something. Like y'all gotta stop. Like,
tell me, Lamont, you hoop, right? You hoop. Tell me one time you seen your coach mop and sweep the floor of the court.
Oh, that don't never happen. That ain't never happened.
When have you ever seen a coach mow the field in any other school? Nobody. Like, stop it, y'all. Y'all
Hey,
trying to
can I
make
ask you a
it something
question,
that
sir?
it ain't.
Hold on. Rashonda said somebody got killed
Can I
at
ask you a question,
JSU the
sir?
day before the SWAT game. He was found in his car dead, so Deion was ready to go. Yeah, that's crazy right there. That's crazy right there.
oh, that's why it was like that, man. Yo, Y'all hurry up, man. I'm trying to
All right, yeah, that's great. Hold on, let me get to. I know your boy Zoe. You had a question, real quick.
No, I was trying to ask the gentleman. He kept using the word opportunity, and he was saying about some of the sacrifices that Deion has made. And he was saying, well, at what other programs have you seen coaches make this sacrifice? Again, the places that we are bragging about being service at is that these people just had visions. It was a lot of sacrifices that went into these programs. It's just that at the beginning of them, it's just that these people have invested heavily in themselves and sacrificed. Again, when you talk about problems, I don't understand like why people are trying to separate these institutions from the culture. You know what I'm saying? Like this is what the culture has produced. So to say this person having to sacrifice 3 years is not enough to turn the situation around after generations of neglect. So, I mean, I just don't. I mean, like, I understand what y'all are saying, but I haven't really heard anything that has so stood out that's just so outlandish. These are just free, independent people problems that you deal with when you're trying to build something.
But how he
and
didn't
the same things you're talking about are things that went on at PWI, sir.
But how he didn't change the impact of HBCUs? We sitting here having a whole conversation about it now, which nobody never did. They talking about.
Can you name a PWI school that has the same problem as Jackson State right now? Can you name this one school?
Please name one. And please name when
y'all keep saying it.
On college game day. Like how he didn't change how he didn't change. He changed
sir,
everything.
These schools haven't dealt with generations of neglect, sir.
But
these schools are not at the point now in 2022 where you have a history, so you can't compare the same history, sir.
How you got to? He just literally.
Let's go back in time at their beginning.
Okay, no, but listen though, you just said you had years of neglect. He just took that years of neglect and put y'all on a global scale. He just canceled all that out. Everybody been talking about Jackson State. What are you talking about? So y'all keep having this fake impact. What else he could have done in the next 10 years that was going to change from what he did now? Jackson State wasn't for to go to no Pac-12, no higher division, nowhere else. No HB. The SWAC wasn't for to be a powerhouse division. Y'all keep thinking that. Y'all really think in 10 years.
They say USC.
Y'all think if Deion would have stayed there for 10 years, you just think all the top recruits is going to go to different HBCUs. You would be stupid.
Yeah, that's not how it works. Like, I mean, even if you look at, like, you can take another. Hold on 1 second, your boy. Like, for the best example. Hold on 1 second, though. I think the best example is Gonzaga. Gonzaga and Mark Few over there in the basketball program, they built themselves up from a very small school into a powerhouse in the country. By them building themselves up to a powerhouse, it has done nothing for the other schools in that conference. It has not made recruits, not major recruits, want to go to the other schools in that conference. If anything, it's shying players away from going to some of those other schools in the conference because they don't want to get ran down on by Gonzaga and just get completely embarrassed. Yep. So again, Deion was one of the only coaches that I've seen who was trying to work with other coaches as far as building his cachet and the pedigree up. But he kept getting pushback from other coaches. We saw how he had that little contentious handshake with one of the coaches after a game this year. He talked about how nobody would want to get on a Zoom call with him to kind of hash out things they could do to improve the quality of the conference. He talked about the school, as we know, the school and him weren't on the same page because the school reported that his items were misplaced when he clearly said they were stolen and he had a witness to it. I mean, he was getting too much pushback. I mean, he's just getting too much pushback. Yeah, why you want to keep going against the grain somewhere? You want to go work somewhere where people are willing to work with you.
I got a question too, though. Then, if Deion would have stayed at Jackson State for like 10 years, just dominated every year, and they felt like it's just too easy in a SWAC. He moved Jackson State to the Pac-12. Would y'all label Jackson State as a sellout program? Your boy, you can answer that for me.
No, again, sir, I think that some of that is your cultural loathing, sir. You're making a lot of what ifs I don't
No,
know
I
if you
just
have a
asked the
magic
question.
ball in
You talk
front of you
about
to see
cultural,
where
bro. I'm
the
from
program
the West
could
Side.
have went
No,
10
listen, bro.
years, sir.
You cannot question my culture, bro. I'm born in the West Side of Chicago, in the middle of the hood. Don't question. You don't have to question anything about nothing about me culture. Reality is reality. Y'all trying to make these stuff up. I'm from. Don't trust me. You don't have to question nothing about my culture, bro. I'm from the middle of the hood of Chicago, so don't ever question that. You could just. It's just a reality. The fact that y'all not seeing what it is. You allow nobody up here will take a job where you spend half of your salary and you doing more than what your job has offered you, and they taking money of out your bonus. None of y'all will stay at that job. Not one person.
Sir, the whole purpose was about you're missing. Sir, you're
Y'all
missing the
keep it
point
was
of what the
never
Hold on, let
people
him
in the
about
left
respond.
is
Let him
saying.
respond, SB. Let him respond, SB. I want to hear what he got to say.
I'm saying you're missing the point. Like again, we've been chasing opportunity for 100 years, and all of that has amounted to a pile of beans. I'm saying my whole purpose. I'm not mad at Deion. I'm just saying that I would have rather seen that man be the king of his own table than have to go and run to somebody else's table for a crumb and be happy about that. I would just think that it would have to be sometimes where a light would click on where you would want to build for self and kind, sir. You can't say if Deion would have stayed there 10 years, it takes more than 3 years to turn around a culture of neglect that's going on at these HBCUs. It takes more than 3 years to do something like that. To say that, well, it wouldn't have been this, then a third in 10 years anyway, is your cultural loathing, sir. I'm sorry to tell you that, but
Well,
that's just
hold on.
so
Zoe,
to say that.
your boy Zoe, I think you are right. It does take a lot of years to change an entire culture, but the problem is it also takes more than one person to change a culture, which means Deion Sanders helped outline a blueprint that could break the mold of what's been going on. He gave the blueprint for it. He isn't the blueprint. He gave the blueprint. So even if he moves on to other endeavors, JSU with that blueprint should be able to continue on very smoothly. And if JSU is solely reliant on Deion Sanders' presence to keep this afloat, then all of the administrators there need to be fired because somebody there is not doing their job. They have a blueprint now. They have people interested in the program. Obviously, they're the best team in the SWAC. They're dominant. They're winning. Coach Prime gave you a good person to step in and continue what he was doing. Why don't they just, if they've been listening to Deion up to this point, how about they take his advice on the coaching hire and allow the guy that he recommended to take over and continue what he was doing? And nothing needs to fall off. It can be the same. And like I said, in the hold on truth, I think people miss this too. Like, look, Coach Sanders, anything could have happened to him. God forbid, what if something would have happened to him and he's not on this earth anymore? What you gonna be mad at him because he passed away or something? You're gonna be mad. You shouldn't have passed away. We needed you to keep the football program going. The thing is, you got to find a way to keep it going. You got to find a way to keep it going, even without him there.
Certain men have more talent than others, sir.
Hold on, say that again.
I said certain men have better talents than others. You know, like Jesse Jackson wasn't a Martin Luther King. Certain men are just blessed with more gifts and a better ability to appeal to people than others.
My question
Hold
is,
on,
that
let him
means
finish.
that
Let him finish.
Deion.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, bro. My fault.
No, I'm just saying that Deion, me knowing Deion, like I said, I don't even follow football, period, but I heard about Deion, just his personality and his connection, him being the elite of elite in the football world is more than just a step in or just a substitute teacher. You know, like I say, some people are just have certain gifts, and I just feel like that man could have been in a more position to use his skills and his abilities than to just leave a blueprint. Sometimes you need that man to be there. You need that man with his ability to lead and do something.
If that was true, if what you said was true, then Arkansas, the team that he actually interviewed for that job before he came to Jackson State, then a lot of these other big schools would have hired him right out the gate. If he had these skills and everybody recognized it. See, the thing is, he just came in and put in work. He came in and did the improbable. No realistic recruiting mind thought he was going to be able to flip 4 and 5 stars and high level transfers to start coming to JSU. And then he did it. But he did it because he just went out there and put in the work. He really didn't do anything that special. He just went out there. He was bold about what he wanted to do. And what did he do? And he doesn't even claim to do it on his own. He went and got some of the best recruiting minds. He went into football communities where he knew he could get coaches that understood players or had connections or networks to certain players. And he went and brought those coaches in. Why are you saying that JSU made the right hire in getting him there? Why can't they make another right hire and find another black promising young coach to come replace him? There's other coaches out there. There's other, like I told people, at Miami University right now, the offensive coordinator right now is a black man, 38 years old, young. He's brought in the most NIL money as an assistant coach for any Power 5 conference. Why wouldn't he be a great candidate? He's a great recruiter. He's worked with Power 5 conferences. He's looking for a head coaching job. The only problem is to go get that guy, you actually have to pay him. See, what it seems like to me is it seems like JSU is trying to find another steal. They trying to find a way to get somebody who can do what Deion Sanders does, but not pay him Deion Sanders money. Which Deion Sanders money is probably going. Deion Sanders should have at Jackson. You should have been making $2.5, $3 million a year. Maybe not the $5 million that Colorado's paying, but he should have been making $2.5, $3 million a year. And I think if they would have made a gracious offer like that, you could have probably kept him. But they didn't even negotiate with him in good faith. And they offered him a BS deal, telling him he had to pay his own coaches. So when you start doing stuff like that, and then everybody around you, because they could have paid him and maybe not knowing where the money's coming from. But even if they don't know where the money's coming from, the administration, the president, alumni, then people just need to start doing the groundwork to say, okay, we're gonna create a network or avenue for this money.
I know True wanted to go, so I'm gonna let True get in before I say that. I said, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, and that whole and I know Zoe, he mentioned like the whole he's basically eating crumbs now, playing for coaching a Power 5 school, and he could have been the king of the table in HBCUs. Let's make this clear. All HBCUs not all black owned. I don't know if JSU is black owned, but I don't know why that even brought that up. Just because it's called a HBCU, it doesn't mean it's black owned. It's everybody. If y'all didn't know that, so like when you say that, it's like, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And you can't. How you want to be a king of the table when you, like I said before, when you own, and you're not getting a lot on the table. Like I said, they ain't willing. It'd be a different if JSU offered him $2 or $3 million to stay. It'd been different.
Pay his coaches. That's been
pay the coaches.
They didn't even want to pay him.
Hey, like I said, look at his comment on the screen, y'all. He says, man, the blueprint gap is so wide, nobody would be able to fill in unless Michael Jackson came back to tell people to go at JSU. Y'all delusional. No. Yeah, you see, the one thing, El Ray, you don't realize is that probably 95% of the blueprint is just hard work. Yep. That's really it.
Yep.
That's the crazy thing about what Deion Sanders, right? He was boisterous. He had a loud voice, but a lot of the work that was getting done was not just done by Deion Sanders. It was his staff, right? Everybody's putting I feel like we might be giving Deion Sanders too much credit. We haven't talked about how probably those offensive line coaches, the defensive line coaches did a ton of recruiting to bring in the right players. He just brought in a network of coaches that could help get the job done, and we just not giving them enough credit. So you can replace him. I truly believe that JSU will be too cheap to pay for a viable replacement. Yeah. That's what I 100% believe.
And my problem also is too that in our community, we always try to depend on one person to do the job, and we want support from outside the window looking in. Y'all, we window support. You know how people window shop? We window support. We look and say we support, but y'all really don't support. Because if y'all still support the school like how y'all been supporting Deion Sanders being there does not matter. But y'all not willing to accept that. Y'all pretty much, for everybody complaining saying without Deion it won't happen, that's pretty much you telling me that I'm not going to support the school because Deion gone. Because if y'all still give the attention to JSU like they just have, nobody's going to care that Deion Sanders gone. But y'all don't see that.
Hold on. Terrell Gates, man. Man. Why you just, I mean.
I'm glad he said that.
No. I'm not even talking about what the man said, man. Look at the man profile picture, man.
Oh, yeah. Come on, man.
Man, come on, man. I mean, Jesus Christ, man. We talking about FBI pros and everything. And you on here just
With the gun.
self-snitching on
Wow.
yourself so goddamn bad, man.
And then
Come on,
your
man.
boy Zoe.
Please change your profile picture. I don't know.
Man, ain't got your
and you got your mans in it, so now they about to get both of y'all. Come on, man. Take that picture down, man. Come on, man.
Yeah, hey, but your boy Zoe.
That's crazy.
One of the first words you
That's his
said
business.
was,
I don't care about that. That's his business. But
hey, Zoe, one of the first words you said was opportunity, right? And we've been big. We've been not even gonna say the word big. We've been yelling and raving about it. We never get an opportunity, and we see a coach from an HBCU move up and get the opportunity. I don't understand how is that a problem. And also, people complain about Colorado being so whitewashed. Do you know they last two coaches at the head were black? People don't talk about that. People just figure Colorado, white people live there, and that's not necessarily the case, bro. The point of us moving up in life is to be places where what we quote unquote shouldn't be at, or getting opportunities that we shouldn't have. We still live in this. Y'all tell me one moment we don't get the opportunities, then we get the opportunities. Oh, you a sellout because why you ain't helping the black? Like, come on, bro. Which one is it? Do y'all want to follow what Martin Luther King said, say be together, or y'all just want to be all black and we just go in this one circle? Like, tell me. I don't understand. Y'all change the demographic every time. Do y'all want our coaches to get opportunities and get these head coach positions at these higher places, or we just want to be everything, make our own league? Y'all change it up every week. So that's the narrative.
Has there been any rumors about who JSU is going to hire as a replacement?
Deion Sanders said he was going to set everything. And
hold on.
He was going to help
Okay. Terrell said my gun is legal, man. He said I'm hardworking, law. Okay, salute Terrell, man. Ain't nothing wrong with guns, man. Hey, salute Terrell, man. I my bad, man. You legal, you good then, man.
Who shows off a legal gun, man?
Yeah, I mean, Terrell. Ain't nothing wrong with showing off your gun. Ain't nothing wrong with showing off your pistol.
That is like a crazy. That is a crazy profile picture.
Let a nigga know that not to run up on you.
Yes.
Hey, you see my profile pictures, you know better. Get your mind right.
Charleston White. He got that Charleston White going, man.
Oh man.
But nah, though, I got something to say. A little something to say on it. See, me, I don't have a problem with Deion do. I don't call him a sellout like Ghost do. Ghost Time. I don't call him a sellout. I don't say he betrayed nobody. I don't think only like I said on one of the other screens. The only problem I got with Deion is telling his son to go to an HBCU and he leave the HBCU. That to me right there, that's kind of hypocritical. You can't say one thing and then you do something else. That's the only problem I got with what Deion did. I don't care if he left. That's his business. You do what you got to do to support your family as a grown man.
Mingo, you talking about Shiloh or Shador? Or you talking about both of them?
The younger one, not Shador, the younger one.
Where's his dad though? Come on, man.
Shiloh,
but you can't tell somebody something that you not even there to do.
No,
like
Shiloh the older one. Shiloh is the older one.
Right.
Yeah, Shador the younger one, the quarterback.
I'm not getting what you saying, but at the same time, though, like, that shit, like.
Hey, Mingo, do you know why Deion Sanders started coaching?
Oh, our situation.
All right, I hear Mingo. Mingo, do you know why Deion Sanders started coaching?
Well, hell, he needed to start coaching because he was one of the greatest NFL players ever. So I'm pretty sure he got some kind of knowledge of the game.
No, it's because his son was playing. He trying to get his son to the next level. Then also, y'all was so quick to say the promises that Deion made to this school. Do you not think Deion made promises to these kids, mothers, and parents that I'm going to teach your son to take him to the next level?
Yeah.
He trying to get Shador into the NFL. He trying to
get other kids.
Travis Hunter. He told Travis Hunter, "Mama, I'm gonna get your boy there," and that's why he's coming with him. You think Shador put up Heisman level numbers and did not get considered for the Heisman? He threw at a 70% completion rate. He had over 30 touchdowns and less than
SB. That's not the same kind of competition, dude.
That's
you gotta understand when you're talking about the Heisman. When you're talking about the Heisman Trophy. Listen, SB. The Heisman Trophy is the most prestigious award in college football. You really think they're finna give a player out of Jackson State the most prestigious award in college football? Think about that for a second. It's guys that play for Ohio State and Michigan and stuff that don't even get that award. You think they're going to get somebody from? Okay, you get where I'm going with that, right?
No, but Mingo, I think nobody from the SWAC is probably going to win it because the level of competition isn't the same. Like a lot of these SWAC schools, I mean, if they go up against a Power 5 team, they probably get obliterated. For the most, now there are some anomalies where these SWAC schools can win, but for the most part, it's they're not looked at seriously for the Heisman because the level of competition isn't the same. And so I think that was one of the problems because remember Deion Sanders in a news conference, he even said it. He said, I can get consideration to get hired at a Power 5 school, but my son can't get consideration to be a Heisman on the same level with other Power 5 quarterbacks. And he didn't understand how that works. So there is a political dynamic to it.
It is.
Right? There's a competitive level to it that needs to be understood. And then, so his son was going to always be a competitive disadvantage as long as he stayed at JSU. But then you have to double down and you have to deal with the administration not falling in line with your plan and you bumping heads every time you look up with administration on funds, on games, on things like that. I mean, his job was already hard enough trying to build that program up. The last thing you want to be doing is trying to bump, trying to argue with the administration over petty stuff. Salute to Jamal or Jamel around the world, man. Salute, man. He said, I'm new here. Salute to the panel, man. Make sure, hey, if you want to join, hit that link. Vernon Mickey said, drop the link. Hey, Vernon, man, if you come up here, Vernon, I don't want you to go on a long tirade talking about nothing, man. You got to come up here and speak some sense. But let's drop the link for Vernon Mickey, man. Let's see what he got on this.
That's the whole point. Y'all got to realize this is a bigger picture that Deion trying to get his son to the next level. He trying to get his coaches paid because he had coaches with him when he was coaching high school, and they never got an opportunity. And people don't talk about all the coaches that he bringing in too. He bringing a lot of good coaches in. That's why I say he doing this thing. I feel like we should just support him to the next level and still support Jackson State. I just feel like.
So I got a question. Lamont and SB and everybody. I got a question. So if say for instance Colorado do really well, like they have a pretty good season. They like 10-3 or maybe 11-1.
All you gotta do is win more than 2 games. He good. They only won 1 game. So
do y'all think?
Hold on, let him finish. I couldn't
put them in the college football playoffs?
Hold on. Say that again.
I said I'm saying if Colorado do really well next season or the season after that, or even the season after that, if they do really well, do y'all think that will put them in the college football playoffs?
Well, hold on. Well, he's in a Power 5 conference. So if you're in a Power 5 conference and let's say you go undefeated, you'll definitely be in the college football playoffs because you're in a Power 5 conference. If you go undefeated in the Big Ten, you'll be in the college football playoffs. If you go undefeated in the Pac-10, you'll go. If you go undefeated anytime you go undefeated in one of the Power 5 conferences, you're gonna have a spot.
Yes.
No, but this is how it is. Lose the game.
I mean, there's only a handful of teams that can afford to lose a game and still be in it, like the Alabamas and stuff like that. The Ohio. But outside of that, I mean, and that's because they just so strong. They start out the season already ranked really high.
Too. They expand the playoffs too in the future.
Yeah, they expanded it again too. So yeah, Power 5 school, he's gonna have an opportunity to do a lot of things.
Yeah, especially in the next couple of years.
But Lamont, even with that, they still look at strength of schedule. You got the football analysts and everybody be like, well, they didn't play anybody.
But we know that.
I know, but here's the problem. Naturally, their strength of schedule is gonna be tougher because they have to play the teams in their own conference. So you have to play USC, which is a strong game. You have to play UCLA, which is a strong game. And then a lot of times these football schedules are already mapped out for like the next 3 years. So whoever's on their schedule right now is on their schedule, even if it's teams that's highly ranked. So again, football schedules is hard to change. He can't just go in the summer and just change the schedule up for Colorado this summer. He has to play the schedule that's already been mapped out for next season and then the season after that. And then he could probably work on scheduling his own games, maybe tougher games, maybe look at some home and home series with some other teams like, in the area if you want to have a rivalry matchup or anything like that. But it's a lot of logistics. What he's going to be doing at Colorado is a 1 to 5 year plan. And I don't expect that he stays at Colorado long either. Hold on, Vernon. Hold on, Vernon. I got to get to Rashonda. Rashonda's next.
All right, go ahead.
Hold on. Let me get to Rashonda real quick. Hopefully her mic's working. Rashonda, what you got on this?
Hey, Rashonda.
Hopefully her mic's working.
Is she on mute?
No, she's not on mute. She's not on mute.
Okay.
I just can't hear her.
I can't either.
Hello?
Yeah, there you go. There you go. We hear
Can
you.
you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I have my headphones in. This is what I wanted to say. Now I live right down the street from Jackson State, and it's a shame that I live right here in Jackson, and they have the nastiest attitude. I actually went on their campus and stuff like that, and they turned their nose up as if I was a nobody. First of all, their attitude stinks. They need to get a better attitude. That's one of the reasons why things happen like they happen. Then it's the fact that they've been stealing money and doing different things like that. I support HBCUs and all of that, but at the same time, you can't be too cocky and think you better than everybody else because everybody needed help. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We had 4 coaches come here and they lost. That's the reason why Deion came in the first place. Let me say that. Yeah, see, I know what's going on. And then they trying to dupe people to come here because of Deion, but now that he gone, they leaving right along with Deion because now they feel like, okay, there's no reason for us to be here because we don't have nothing to show for it. I'm like this. Why are you getting mad at Why is you getting mad? Why is the people getting mad at Deion? He did what God wanted him to do. He said God told him to come to try to help us to be a better and work hard. See, that's the thing here in Jackson. They don't want to do nothing. They don't want to do nothing. Yeah, I'm glad I'm gonna see it, even though I live here, but I stay out the way. That's all I'm saying.
How can you get coffee with no water? This nigga is hey man, you seen that comment? Hey, Miss Shonda, I didn't mean to cut you off, but did you see that comment? He said, how could you be cocky with no water?
Look, this is what I'm gonna tell you. Deion had to help the players to get some water. So that's what y'all don't know. He sent them off campus to have some water. You know what I'm saying? He put them in a hotel and told them, don't go, go here, go there. They had to take folks out of JSU campus. They need to fix their water too. Why they sitting up there talking? No. See,
a lot of things in Mississippi.
Look. I love my city, but at the same time, they need to do better. It don't make no sense. It don't make no sense.
She is right. And look, y'all listening to somebody who is in Jackson right now. She's right down the street from JSU. I mean, she's telling you guys what's going on right there. And she said in one of her earlier comments, there has been a lot of misappropriating of funds, and it's been happening before Coach Prime even got there. So, I mean, we gotta. I mean, she's right there from the city. So, I mean, only 2 things can be happening. Either all the people that are saying the funds are getting misappropriated are lying. You're saying that Rashonda is lying. But again, I don't believe that she is because this has been something that's been said about a lot of HBCU schools for a long time. It's just not talked about a lot. But let me go to I got 2 more new people. I want you to stay right there, Rashonda, because we got a few more questions for you. We got Vernon.
But before you say that, I'm gonna tell you something else. I was telling you about the boombox. They done stole this man equipment.
Hold on, they stole the boombox?
Yes,
they stole it out the car.
They stole his boombox that was on the news. They had a out for his boombox, his equipment. Oh, he got tired of that stuff. He said, "I'm tired of y'all stealing from me."
Yeah, they
stole a boombox, man. That is crazy.
Yeah, they vandalized his truck also.
That is crazy.
So it's a lot that y'all don't know. And I'm just trying to educate y'all on some stuff as to why he left. It's more than just him saying, "Oh, they're not paying me no money." But since JSU called them out, he said, Deion called them out. He said, "Okay, where my money at?"
Right.
Damn. So so I know what's going on.
Hey, she ain't wrong because they broke in that one dude in front of the complex there in Jackson. They broke in the All-American guy. They broke in his car too.
They broke his cars and everything else.
Yeah, they took his shit about his car too. Hey, but that ain't what I want to say. I want to make this real short, Lamar. Please, I ain't gonna do real long. You say I'm gonna do real long with that. Stop
Oh
being a
man.
dad about me. Stop, Lamar. And you from Mississippi, you got people from Mississippi. You know how they get out. You know how we get out, right? Hey, Lamar, it ain't all green on the other side, especially when you try to make people be out there doing all our work. No, that's over with. That's dead thinking. Look, Lamar, this is what I'm saying, Lamar. What I want you to see, Lamar, is not the past, Lamar. See the future. How you see the future out there for the next 2 to 3, maybe 4, maybe 5 years out there in Boulder, Colorado, for that young man out there. And not only just that, the future for everybody else out here in the YouTube land or whatever land they come here from. What do you think, Lamar?
I think Colorado's going to be dominant. I mean,
Yeah,
it starts with recruiting. They've already flipped a couple major recruits, so I mean, I think it's just inevitable.
Salute, Ungburn.
So, but like, hey, let me go to iRun 24 Digital. Salute, man. Appreciate you pulling up. Looks like you're a first time viewer. I don't remember the name before, but salute, man. Appreciate you pulling up. What are your thoughts on this, man?
No problem, guys. First time viewer, new subscriber, man. Salute to you guys for this excellent show.
Salute, my boy.
Sure.
I'm a HBCU graduate myself. I actually grew up with Shannon Sharp in his hometown, a few years younger than him. But man, misappropriation of funds have been going on a long time. I also went to Savannah State with Shannon Sharp. I played football at Savannah State a few years behind him. But man, his senior year, they probably would have had the #1 D2 school in the nation. But because they were on probation, because of misappropriation of funds, because of the school, they were disqualified from even going to the playoffs. Fast forward 10 years later, my senior year, great school, great team, misappropriation of funds, we also get put on probation. So that's been going on a long time. Also made note about players on different levels between Power 5 and SWAC or different levels. The only difference is O-line, D-line. Many of the skills levels are pretty much the same. And if you guys remember, Eric McNair was a finalist for the Heisman in '94.
Yeah.
So that's pretty much all I wanted to chime in on, man. Love the show. We'll continue to chime in with you guys and follow you guys. So
hey, hold on, hey, bro. I want your opinion on like how you feel about Deion leaving. Was they wrong? What side of the fence you on for that? How you feel about that? Because some people call him sellout, some people like it. But what you think about it since you was a HBCU graduate?
Oh, definitely not a sellout. Because I challenge people all the time. I'm for him leaving, but I challenge everybody all the time. What did he not accomplish that he said he was going to accomplish? And they can never answer it.
Yeah,
that's
that is true.
Everything he said he was going to do, he came there and did it. Now it's next level. And they say, if God called you there, that doesn't mean God can't call you somewhere else. God doesn't stop talking to you because he called you one place. He can call you somewhere else as well.
Hey, we got HBCU mom just pulled up, man. Appreciate you pulling up. Let's get your thoughts on this whole Deion Sanders situation. What have you been hearing, and what are your thoughts on the conversation?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I've been following. I guess I have a child that's in HBCU, same conference as Jackson State. We're like the looked over. We're the looked over school. So, but I've been following Deion and Jackson State and all that since he first came. I sit and watched his Barstool interviews. I watched a couple of other people that he interviewed with. And it's like he was repeating the same thing over and over and over. People just go back and look at the Barstool documentary. I believe that's where a lot of people are getting a lot of this stuff from. They just cherry picking stuff and blowing stuff up because he's been saying the same thing over and over again. Now, my opinion, I don't believe Deion wanted to leave. I believe his hand was forced. People are so angry, but I'm like, is anybody just looking at their faces? I looked at one of the videos and I looked at Boss's face. Bossy looked like she's about to cry. I don't believe them babies wanted to leave here. I don't believe Deion wanted to leave here. I mean, yes, Deion got into coaching because, if I'm not mistaken, he said he didn't like the way that when his sons was in little league, he didn't like the way that his son's coaches was teaching his baby.
Yep.
That's why he got into coaching. But this is my thing. Jackson State was his first official job. Those was those Jackson State students. Those are his babies. He put his blood, sweat, and tears in with them babies. And I mean, just like your first love or your first piece of tail you get, you just that's hard to get old. I mean, just keeping it real. It's just that's hard to get old. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for using that analogy, but I mean, you don't get over your first love like that. I mean, I understand everybody in their feelings. Hey, we in our feelings, everybody done played Jackson State but us. And we were supposed to be playing Jackson State first. I don't even know how we ended up not playing them, but it's like everybody's upset. But y'all stopped and thought about how that man feels? I don't believe that man wanted to go there. Who leaves a guaranteed job for a possibility? Because like they said, they ain't got the money yet, but we gonna get it. I believe his hand was forced. Okay. On the flip side of that, I don't believe Deion knew how the dynamics, I'm trying to use the right word, the dynamics of institutions and sports work. It's not just a HBCU thing, it's a PWI thing. Sports fund the schools. Sports go out there, bands go out there, whoever go out there and make the money, and they bring it in and they put it in a general fund so everybody can get some of it. I've never thought it was fair. I mean, my baby's in band. My babies them got out there and did cake sales and pie sales, and then here come the ragged ass football team stealing their damn money so they can go on trips. That's not fair. But it has went on, and she went to a PWI, so it's not a black school or white school. They have that. Now, do I think it's fair? They should have put all of it in there. No. But damn, give them folks some of their money. I'm like Deion on that. They the one went out there, blood, sweat, and tears, and broke their backs and everything. You just gonna take the fund money and put it in here for the damn art school. Let them motherfuckers go out there and draw a picture or something. That's not cool. But I don't think he understood the dynamics. That yes, schools do that. They take the money that somebody make and put it in a big fund for everybody to use. I don't think that's fair.
Disagree. Can I comment on that?
Go ahead.
My thing is, I disagree with that because I know he understands everything because he came up through college. He came up through high school and college being real good. And he knew the politics of the game, and he especially knew it when he was going into the pros. So he figured it out a long time ago what's going on with college thing going on there. We was at Miami. But I'm not going to that. I'm going to what else you said about earlier. Look here, when it comes down to the politics of the game, it's the politics in the game. And the politics with us, we real good at sports. And it's entertainment. He's real good at entertainment, Miss Lady. He mastered that. He mastered that in high school. He mastered that in grade school. So when it comes down to getting paid for it, all that gold and all them diamonds and all that other stuff is nothing. That's just an end of it. So he mastered that a long time ago.
Okay, now,
when you, now I'm saying to you, when you sit up there and say what he did, what he know, and what he don't know, I don't think you got a really good understanding fully about what he do know pertaining to what's going on.
Well, sir, excuse me, sir. Let me come from this. Let me come from. I'm not speaking street terminology. Let me speak to you in a state employee terminology. I am a state employee. I'm a state employee for a school. Number one, Deion Sanders is a state employee. He's an educator. Well, that's number one. Hold on. When I say he did not understand, hold on. Excuse me, sir. When I say he does not understand the dynamics of normally the sports teams go out here and make money, and it's a general fund that all the money went. I don't think he understood that. A lot of people didn't understand that. Yeah, sports teams, bands go out here. You know, Southern just complained about they didn't have the money to travel. And it's like, how they don't have the money? How they don't have the money? Because say Southern go out there and make a ton of money, they're going to come and throw it in the general fund for everybody to pick off of it. That's why I was saying the business aspect of it. I'm not talking street aspect of it. I'm talking about business as being a state employee. That's what I'm talking about, that he didn't understand that aspect of it. Because if he did know,
it's entertainment.
Yeah, but Vern, I think what she's saying is, look, as athletes, sometimes the players themselves, especially college athletes, don't understand some of the political things that go on the other side that coaches and ADs have to deal with. Players just generally play and they reap the rewards of playing. And so Deion being new to the college scene, I think a lot of things hit him by
ain't new to it.
surprise.
He did not know. Yeah.
Bro, see,
Yeah.
that's
I mean, there's nothing
Lamont.
wrong with saying that. That's just part
Lamont,
of
can you
learning.
just slow down for a minute? Let me say this. Deion is not new to the college scene.
I know.
What you know? Why you agree with all this?
Hold on, Vern, hold on. Coaching and doing things on an administrative level are different from seeing it from far away as a fan or player. And so, again, there's probably a lot of red tape that he didn't understand or know about until he became a coach. Like when he said, we won a bowl game, we got millions of dollars, but half of it had to go to the school, and he didn't understand why. I mean, maybe if the school sits down with him and say, okay, these Title IX policies are in place, we have to appropriate this amount of dollars to these women's programs and these teams because of certain, and then you have to break it down, and they say we need extra money, we have to find boosters or alumni to donate to build up these funds here.
Lamont,
and then we know that, hold on, Vern, you're just yelling, Vern, you're ranting again. What I'm saying is, then we saw that he reached out to alumni. We saw that he tried to get boosters to donate. We saw that the businesses around Jackson State were thriving financially because of the team in those games. But those businesses weren't turning into boosters for the program giving back.
Right.
And that's where, so that was a problem.
Right.
So
I
mean,
that wasn't the problem.
That's the problem. But you have to realize, like I said, baby, he's a state employee. There's a ceiling there's a cap to employment. A lot of the money that comes in for these different organizations, football, band, baseball, that's where your boosters come in. That's where your alumni come in. That's where all these endowments come in. This is money coming in from everybody on the outside. Look at how the teachers are leaving at a high rate. They're not getting money. If you listen to teachers in elementary and secondary schools, they come out their pocket to buy school supplies and buy food for the kids and stuff. It's no different in college.
Hey, you had made a comment, young lady. You had made a comment earlier. You said that he going to a school and they said the school that he going to out there in Colorado with them old rich white folks. They said they might not be able to pay him.
That's not what they said.
Okay, you just said it was said on this stage. I'm sorry. I apologize. You really think he ain't gonna get paid?
What I said, sir, was I was speaking on, do I believe he wanted to leave? I said no. I said, what person would leave a guarantee money for maybe money? Those people say we don't have the money yet, but we're gonna get it. And trust me, I believe they're gonna get it.
Oh yeah.
I know they're gonna get it.
They gave him that same promise at Jackson State. And did he get his money?
Are you even? I mean,
no,
are you comprehending anything? Sweetheart. But see, the difference between me and you, sir, I'm not thinking about in my feelings. I'm not in my feelings when it comes to this. Because sometimes you can push a person away.
I'm in my right mind right now.
And you have the right to be in your right mind, and I have the right to voice my opinion also. I'm just giving it from the business standpoint of it. Either way it go. He's not paying my bills. I'm not paying his bills.
And what do you do for a living?
She just said she's.
I thought I just said what I did for a living.
Your whole thing was, your whole understanding is you upset because he's a city employee. You got him messed up.
I know. I said he's a state employee.
Well, it's the same goddamn thing.
No, it's not the same thing.
Okay.
I mean, we can do this all day if you want, and I'm not drunk.
Vern, just
But thank you. That's all I want to say, sir.
Hold on. I'm sorry about Vern. Vern, Vern a little crazy, man. Sometimes Vern get crazy, man.
I got
everybody.
People,
Vern in the chat.
In Jackson, Mississippi. I got people in Greenville, Mississippi. I got people in Ruleville, Mississippi.
Can I say something, please?
Yeah, you can.
Sir, first of all, like I said, it's like this. Jackson been messed up for a long time.
Hey, boy, you tell it.
Hold on, Vern. You gotta let her finish, Vern.
You cut me off before I even say anything. Second of all, Deion came here to try to better the city. You see what I'm saying? I live here, so I know what's going on. That's the first thing. Second of all, I don't understand why people so uptight about him leaving when they should be again taking the lessons that he taught JSU and Jackson to try to better the city. They so busy fighting and arguing about something that doesn't really even matter at the end of the day. You get what I'm saying? Like my thing is, what they're gonna do after since he gone? You know what I'm saying for JSU? What they gonna do? You know, it's what they gonna sit there and be sad and pitiful because what you don't know, they got games coming up. They finna have some more games. So they better get together and try to win.
And
Because
that's my
the worst
thing
thing.
there. Also, has anybody even took the time? Because just like we on here, has anybody took the time to even stop and think about how these babies are feeling? They online, they reading and watching this stuff and looking at this stuff. He did a little. They somebody when he went there, he was talking to him today. You can just see in the room the somber mood and stuff like that. It's like, is anybody taking in consideration how these babies? Well, he don't need to coach. Well, you know, if he don't coach, you might as well get ready for Shador to leave, get ready for Travis to leave, get ready for about 30, 40 more players to leave.
They say all the people gonna go with him and leave. They get ready to leave Jackson State. They leave.
You see what I mean? You see what I mean? You see what I mean? Lamont, you see what I mean?
No.
What do you think about what I mean is, what do you think about the 50? You see, you got people that ain't got there yet talking about, somebody said they talking about leaving. No, nothing about nothing, nothing. But the people that ain't even got there yet, none of them got there yet, but now they want to leave.
They already here. They leaving. They already here. The people that's here that's at Jackson State, they get ready to leave and go with Deion to Colorado.
Yeah,
I live.
that. Yeah.
I know.
All right, I'm sorry. I understand. I'm sorry. I got that. I understand that.
But isn't this kind of? I mean, asking the host this question. Isn't this normal in football? When a coach leaves, doesn't he normally take maybe half his staff and half of the football players? I mean, what's so different now?
They normally, especially in football, normally the quarterback follows in most cases, or the quarterback will transfer out. Just like in Colorado, that quarterback for Colorado has already transferred out. Why? Because the coach that recruited him is no longer there. And just in sports in general, this is on the basketball side and the football side. Players commit to schools not because of the school, but they commit because of the coach. So when that coach is gone, all the guys that he recruited are gone. So and that's just normal. And Jackson State is now feeling the repercussions of that. But they should have been prepared for this. As a small school that was growing very fast, they should have already been prepared. When they saw all of the schools offering them last year, like TCU, they should have prepared themselves for this. Right? And if they were smart, they would have went to him and said, we understand that a lot of schools are coming to you. And what schools will do when this happens, they will say, can you name an associate head coach, a guy that you're potentially grooming in case you leave? And that makes the transition much easier. But see, they didn't even give him the resources to get an associate head coach because they didn't want to pay the money. So,
and then
if they're not willing to go ahead, I'm sorry.
They don't even want to
her mic cut out on her.
Her mic cut. Well, let me ask you a question right quick before she come back in there. This is just something that I had toying through my head a couple of days ago. Could it be that they're not naming the new assessor because they don't want to already ripple the waters that's already ruffling? They don't want to ruffle any more feathers. They're trying to keep like a calm aura and get through the championship game. Is that the reason why they're not naming the next assessor?
I think it's both because they named a coach, a potential coach, but they trying to get through the games and stuff. You see what I'm saying? Because they don't want them to feel sad or mad while they playing. You get what I'm saying? So
because I know them babies got to be hurt.
Well,
them babies got to be devastated.
Well, actually, some of the players
ain't playing right.
Look at this. A lot of people didn't notice. Here's
say.
what some of the players have been saying. Let me
So,
move this off the screen.
so my
Some of the
thing
players
is,
have been talking real positive about him.
They gonna call cause about it. It ain't nothing positive about it, bro.
what I'm saying is, our city, it did a great thing, but you can only do so much. You get what I'm saying? He came in and tried to help the city, and now that he's gone, he may decide to come back. Who knows? But again, people looking at Jackson now because they because of this, they saying that we are ungrateful and all that stuff. Because of the way Jackson State had this stank attitude, now they making it hard for us. You get what I'm saying? Because who's to say we may need help later?
Yeah, because I mean, I was looking at how they said that they wanted another high profile coach. And I can understand that, but my thing is, do y'all not realize they're probably gonna call Deion and say, hey Deion, XYZ ABC, and I'm pretty sure he's going to tell him. It's like, okay, y'all are shooting yourself in the foot before you even put your shoe on.
But I think with the new coach,
Ricky Smiley said something. He said that we started saying we don't like him. They said they were booing him at the game, at the SWAC game. Now, why would you be booing him at the game and he the one who won help you win the championship for the SWAC? I don't understand. So
some people feel a certain kind of way.
we need to come together and to love on each other instead of worrying about who doing what. You know what I'm saying?
How long that gonna take?
And first of all, you got to work on you. Get you together.
I bet.
You get what I'm saying? Get you together, and then we can work on as a whole coming together doing something productive.
In the meantime, what Deion Sanders gonna do? Why he waiting on everybody to come together?
He gonna live his life and go do what he need to do.
Hey, well, I think with the new coach,
He gonna keep on coaching like he's supposed to.
Coaching who?
Hold on one second, Vern. Hold on one second. Just so I can answer some questions. Hold on, Vern. Just so I can answer some questions in the chat. Hold on one second, y'all. I think with the new coach, they are waiting because the transfer portal in college football, this is probably the craziest it's ever been. And if they name a new coach, if they don't name the right name, they're going to lose a ton of players to the transfer portal before they even play their bowl game.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So, and remember, I keep telling people this. In college sports, players do not commit to schools. They commit to the coaches. So if they named, which this could very well happen that Jackson State names the wrong coach. If they name the wrong coach, you're going to have a ton of guys exiting en masse at one time. They won't even be able to compete in the bowl game. And so, again, you announce it after the bowl game. You see what you have left. There will be I expect that they're probably going to have 20 to 30 guys transfer out. I mean, and this generally happens anyway. You're going to have a ton of transfers anyway, even if you don't change coaches. But when you change coaches, there's going to be a massive flip because new coaches come in with new playing styles, new plays. They want to have their own quarterback. So just like Deion's bringing his guys over to Colorado and he's kicking them Colorado players out, well, the same thing's going to happen at JSU when the new coaches come. They're going to see some guys that they don't want there, that don't fit their system. They're going to bump a few of them guys out and bring in their own. That's just how college sports works. I mean, a lot of people don't need to know that. Scholarships in college are not 4-year scholarships.
Right.
They're 1-year deals that get renewed based on your performance.
Right.
So if you don't
I have
play
one more question for you,
go ahead.
and then I'm gonna get off of here because I gotta go back. I gotta go hit these kids. This is my last question. Okay. Coach Sanders stated that he didn't want to do NFL because the players are not as dedicated as he was when he was playing. Okay. So he, as everybody claimed, he used a stepping stone. I mean, okay, anyway. But here at Colorado, I guess he wants to get in the SEC or whatever. But once he hits the pinnacle, the ceiling of where he wants to be coaching college, I'm just asking you your opinion. Could you see him becoming the SWAC commissioner? the SWAC commissioner, and bringing about changes within the different colleges. Commissioner.
I could see Deion Sanders taking that role because he was all about getting the other schools on board with what they were doing at Jackson. He was all about that. He just needed everyone. He just I don't think he had the platform to really tell everyone why it would have been profitable for all the schools to get on board, maybe get out of those contracts with those classics, and some of the things that have been going on. But it's just tough. I mean, it's like I said, there's a ton of politics involved. He loves coaching. I don't foresee him getting out of coaching for a while with the success that he's having. I think his ultimate goal is to get over to Florida State when that job opens up. So we'll just have to wait. We'll just have to wait and see how it goes.
Okay, well, thank you for your time. And do you really see him going to Florida State? Because
I
he really
believe
wanted that Arkansas job. That's the job
he
he wanted.
did. I mean, it's just something about his roots back to Florida State. I think that would be his dream job to get back to Florida State. And the only way he really gets to Florida State is if he excels at Colorado. If he excels at Colorado, if that coach at Florida State has one bad year, Deion Sanders will be knocking on the door for that job. So,
Okay. Okay.
Hey,
All
hey,
right.
hey,
Thank you. And
yeah,
y'all have
thank
a
you.
blessed and happy
Thank you for
holiday.
coming. Thank you for coming. You too.
Before you go, before you go, I wanted to hear this. Look at when they was showing up when Deion Sanders was coming from the Mississippi to flying over on a plane going to Colorado, right? He was saying already this is the second phase of his plan right here. Is with this college thing is right here to do this right here. He got a third phase to his plan also, and his son is going into the pros, Lamont.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Hold on.
bro, I'm telling you,
Let me
Lamont.
go to
Hey, look, sometimes we can
Hold
always
on, Vernon.
bypass
Hold
that.
on, Vernon.
Yeah,
Hold on,
but there
Vernon.
I go
We,
again.
we
I'm
got
sorry,
no. We
Lamont.
got Roof. We got Roof Wilson just pulled up, new
Hey,
to the
Roof.
channel as well.
Can you hear
Roof.
me? Can you
Yes,
hear me?
we do hear you.
Yeah.
Thank you for pulling up.
Yes, I was just scrolling through YouTube and happened to come across your live. This has been something that has been going on where we've been debating whether or not Deion was a sellout. And truthfully, the only thing I view as disappointing was the announcement coming before the final championship game. Now, I've come to understand that because of the transfer portal and the time that they had to come into it, that announcement had to be made.
Yeah.
But what I want to highlight is that Deion contributed to HBCUs long before he went to JSU. And at the end of the day, Deion said his calling was to come to JSU to bring about change. And he did that. He doesn't owe anything else to anyone. And we don't know what he'll be able to do at HBCUs, even at this next level. But because of all of the chatter and disrespect that this man has received, who's to say that now he wants to even help? The young lady said a few minutes ago about Ricky Smiley stating how people talked about him. I live in Alabama now, and I'm originally from Alabama, but I had relocated due to military assignments and everything. I didn't attend an HBCU, but what I would like to ask everyone to ask yourself, if you didn't attend an HBCU, or even if you did, when was the last time you donated to them? And was that or donated to the UNCF, the United Negro College Fund? Not just financially, but have you volunteered in any capacity? And if not, my thoughts are, why would you put more expectations on him than you even put on yourself? And some may say he sold the community a dream, but just because he left, the dream didn't die. It was just deferred. So who's going to pick up where he left off? And if not you, then who? If not now, when? This was much more than about football, much more. He inspired so many people, including me. And I didn't attend an HBCU, but I'm willing to do more because of him, because he highlighted the disparities between HBCUs and the PWI. His presence of calling to JSU wasn't in vain, and maybe that was a stepping stone for him. And if so, that's part of his calling too, because we don't know what God has in store for him, the other coaches, players, conference, and HBCUs as a whole. But he couldn't and can't do it by himself. So I, for one, am proud of what he did, and I can't wait to see what he does at the next level. And what I would like to say to the naysayers, if you ain't doing nothing, don't say nothing. because we can get behind the computer screen and we can talk, we can get on social media and talk about what this man has done. But I can tell you from my standpoint that I live close to the closest HBCU to me would be Alabama A&M. It's close to my church, and that's one of the universities that our church supports. And so I came upon doing that with them. But the impact that Deion brought to JSU and to bring up highlight the disparities, like I said, between the JSP. That has just been instrumental to me. It's been immeasurable for me to understand what I can do to help out in my, not only in my community, but giving to HBCUs worldwide. And that's just something that we need to stop being crabs in a barrel trying to pull somebody down. Just let him do this, because like he said, there were 5 coaches, I think, black coaches fired at that level, but only 1 was hired. Come on, he's taking other coaches up with him, and those people may be able to come back and coach at JSU, Howard, wherever, you know. But I mean, even when I was living on the East Coast, I didn't really go to support Howard, you know, and that was something that I could have done in retrospect, looking, you know, hindsight, I'm looking back that, yeah, I could have supported Howard more. I attend the games for Alabama State, Alabama A&M, and I do what I can. I buy their merchandise. I'm a huge Alabama Crimson Tide fan. And I was discussing that with my brother the other day. You know, we buy Alabama merchandise, even had Alabama tags on my car. But next year, my husband has Alabama A&M, but the next year I will have all Alabama A&M tags on my car. We tried to get JSU, but they don't allow that in the state of Alabama. But what I will say is I want to do my part, and it's because of the light that he has shined on the HBCUs. I just don't think we need to be down in this man. I think we need to uplift him as we uplift all these other coaches. And I think we need to give back to our HBCUs and stop talking about what they can and can't do. Misusing the funds, we already knew that was going to happen. I, for one, can sit here and say, if they're saying it was 28, they never reached over 28,000 in the stands. I know that to be, you know, not true. So for you to come back and say, okay, he was supposed to get a percentage off anything over 30,000, and then they say, oh, we never reached over 28. We already know that that's fabricated. The young lady said that the funding has to go through different areas in the schools. I mean, let's do what we can do. Stop trying to put everything on Deion's shoulders. There's other people that are there, and the president and the SWAC. I mean, when you look at the merchandising deals that he could had lined up, and they chose not to do that. All of the where they brought ESPN. I never saw ESPN at an HBCU game. Never saw them on Sports Day. So that in and of itself was a great thing that he did, and I think we should commend him for that and stop trying to tear him down. It's going to be enough being torn down in the white community. We need to lift up every black man, especially this man trying to bring about change.
Right. Hey, I agree with you. And I don't know when the next time the ESPN gonna go out there and do some more HBCU games either. But this one thing though I do understand this though. I'm glad. And this is what I want. I'm sorry, lady, I'm talking too fast. Thank you for that. But this is what I want. I want Deion Sanders to be just as great as that guy out there in Alabama that you like out there, that they like out there, Nick Saban. I want him to do it 5 times as much as Nick Saban did for the University of Alabama than Deion Sanders is going to do for the whole United States University out here. Because he's going to bring in talent. It's all about entertainment. A lot of these people really get it, but they don't get it. It's about entertainment. And he's going to entertain a whole lot of people. And he's going to entertain them with women. And that's what you do. Nick Saban got that. He got it over for a long time with that. He's the winner type on that thing like that. But it's a real winner for to step up, young lady. And I don't want to see that young man being exposed in just one situation, one spot. I wouldn't want to see that. I want to see him express himself. I'm sorry. Back to you, young lady. I appreciate
And another thing I would like to say, and then I'm going to move on because
No, you're fine. You're
I
fine.
can get a little long-winded when it's something I'm passionate about. But what I would like to say is the one thing that we need to do in our community is, because we don't agree with each other, whether it's about Deion or whatever, don't tear someone else down. I saw the doctor that was on, I forget his name, where he was on there on the
Dr. Umar.
yes, with Charlemagne, and wouldn't even let Charlemagne finish his sentence. He's so passionate about what he's saying, and it's like one of the things my brother and I got in. We didn't get into an argument because my younger brother, and I'm telling him, he's an Alabama fan too. You buy Alabama merchandise. How about supporting some HBCUs? My husband got a lot of stuff coming JSU for Christmas, but I ordered all that stuff because I do want to give back. But here's the thing: I want to tell us, like, if we disagree with that, just agree to disagree, not get into arguments where you got people arguing and fighting, and that's just crazy, all because of a decision that someone else made. I just think that when
Well,
you start telling somebody, no, you wrong. No, because I don't see things the way you see them, doesn't make my opinion wrong. It just makes us have a difference of opinion.
well, I think Ruth, I think that's a good point. And I think that a lot of people, especially the people that are closely connected to the Jackson State community, that are up in arms about him leaving. I think a lot of people fear that Deion is no longer there to do all the work himself, and that they are going to
Right.
have to do a little bit of the heavy lifting that he was doing. And I think that's the issue right there. I mean, what his blueprint is there. A lot of people in the chat
Exactly.
are saying that, oh, the blueprint's too hard, or he's the only one that can do it. No, that's not
And that's
necessarily true.
crazy.
That's not true, because Deion came there and did it in a couple years. There are other black young coaches that are willing to take up that job. I mean, how many? Because there's a ton of black assistants at the Power 5 level right now that would love that job at JSU. It will take JSU paying them. How did Colorado lure Deion Sanders away from JSU? They offered him the money to pay him. If you want to get the best, you got to go pay the best. You got to go pay them like they're the best. But I mean, that's one of the things that we've seen Jackson State struggle with. Let's see if maybe they can make some major change there and bring in the right guy. Hopefully they can, and they don't lose a ton of the recruits that they had coming in.
Exactly. And I think when we start trying to diminish him, him saying that was his calling, that God called him to do that, I think we need to stop doing that as well, because when we don't know what God has called him to do. I was called to move to the West Coast, and I was there thinking that was where I was going to retire, working in the federal government, but ended up moving back to Alabama after I said, after being gone for 35 years, I would never return to this state to live. But I'm here. And then God revealed his plan. My brother passed away last year. His birthday is today, God rest his soul. But my brother was a pastor. He passed away 2 years ago, and it was the day before my mother's birthday. I was here. It was during the pandemic. So I look at that as like God knew all of this. This was aligned up for me to be here in the state of Alabama, where I was able to help my brother, be there for him, support him, be there for my mother. But we never know what plans God has for us. My
Yeah.
husband's a minister. And so what I say is that we never know what plans, Jeremiah 29:11, for I know the plans I have for you. And those are plans to prosper. And so I just feel like everyone should just back up. Just let's see what is in store. I think
Right.
that Deion probably would have reached back and helped out anyway, because he was doing it before he got there.
Right.
But I think we may have shot, like she said, shot ourselves in the foot by coming out like this. They were on campus the other day, scrubbing his picture off the wall, cursing as they were.
Right. I saw that.
And I said, that's sad. And the security guard walked by. You see him in the camera looking at him do it. Nobody told those kids.
Right. I saw that too.
And I said, that's a shame. This is how we treat
don't
people that come
when
to
you get
help
through,
us.
don't leave, because I want to say something behind that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Let me respond to a comment that I saw. I think somebody said that Deion was only able to do what he did because he's famous. And that's not true, because if you look at other HBCU schools, you have Kenny Anderson, coaches at Fisk University. You have Reggie Theus, who played in the NBA as well, coaches at Bethune-Cookman. You have Eddie George, who played in the NFL. I mean, you got Hugh Jackson, who's coaching at a HBCU school. He coached for the Cleveland. I mean, he coached in the NFL as well for multiple NFL teams. He's famous. So there's a ton of famous people at these colleges that haven't done it to the level that Deion did it. So that tells you right there is about more than just being famous. There's he brought a lot of hard work. He sacrificed a ton. He networked with the right people. He maximized every resource he had to give back to JSU. That's what he did. And others with that same platform will be mindful to copy that blueprint, especially if they're at a HBCU school.
Right. I don't know if I know Penny Hardaway is in Memphis as a head coach for basketball. I don't know if that's an HBCU. I can't recall right now.
I don't believe it is. I don't believe it is, but he is also another one.
Yeah, you don't hear anything. I've never, ever, I didn't even see my high school coach. I played basketball and ran track. I never saw my high school coach cutting grass. So to see Deion out there on a riding lawnmower because the person who was getting paid to cut the grass not be there to cut it. I mean, you know, there's something. Somebody somewhere should have said something at that point.
Oh,
so
can I say something? Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
My thing is, again, he was here to, like he said, make change and stuff. Because again, they so busy hating. I'm gonna tell you what happened to a friend of mine. Now he had a whole bunch of businesses right quick. This ties into what I'm saying. They killed him. He's dead because they was hating. Jackson as a whole and JSU be hating on, different things. That's the reason why all of this going on.
Right.
They don't want people to be better. And if you not doing something for them, they got something to say.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So my whole thing is we got to learn again to come together and, like she said, agree to disagree. You know what I'm saying? You can't do nothing and you hating on somebody or mad at somebody or angry because they better than you. Everybody needs everybody.
Right.
That's the whole point of all of this. And it's just sad that my city acting like they better than everybody else instead of coming together and working together. It's sad that we don't even have good water and they arguing about garbage, but they worried about Deion. It don't even make sense. So I try to stay out the way.
They forgot all about Brett Favre.
Yeah. But guess what?
Already know.
He going to jail too. He going to jail. They already.
He ain't gone yet.
They got him. They got him.
His time is gonna come.
Well, thank you all so much for listening, and I've enjoyed the chat. I'm going to have to. I'm teleworking, and I need to get back online, but I will continue to have you in the background playing. Thank you all so much, and continue the conversation.
Thank you. Thank you for pulling up.
I wanted to talk to you.
Come on, Vern. All right, Vern. Hold on. We got somebody new in the chat, man. Hink, the basement. Appreciate you pulling up, man. I saw you in the chat, man. A lot of interesting comments in there. And Trackhouse as well just pulled up. Trackhouse was here first. Let me get to Trackhouse real quick, and then I'm gonna go to Hink, the basement next. Trackhouse, what are your thoughts on this?
I believe it's bigger than what everybody else is looking at. The HBCUs and the SWAC just did a TV deal with HBCU Go, and it was a bad deal. All the way around. And this year, everybody talking about Prime leaving. If I was Prime, I would have left too. I'm gonna chase the money too. It's about generational wealth. And in the Black community, in our community, we don't own nothing. Whoever you buy your gas from, your cigarettes, your beer, your commodities, they don't look nothing like you. They get in the bag and go. So how you gonna reinvest when you done took the money out? You sun it out. Then the Pac-12 is up for a TV deal. The Big Ten just did a deal for $8 billion for 7 years. $8 billion. The SWAC, 10 years, $120 million. That's peanuts. And then the commission get 30% of the 120 million. I would have left too. Bad business deal. The administration, all of them need to be on investigation. Think about it. Look it up.
It ain't gonna happen.
And then
I'm looking at it now. You're right. I'm looking at it right now.
Another thing. Then the SWAC commission. Well, how many people in the commission? 6. Why do they have to get 30% of the $120 million? What the commission gonna do with it? We talking about putting the money back in programs.
I know one.
These are bad business deals.
The streets and water. That's what they need to do with the money.
Okay. Now let me explain that to you, Miss Lay. Let me say something about that water.
Yeah.
Look, when you go to war, when you want to conquer somebody, you surround them. Everyone. I'm from Jackson. Look around you. They investing in Pearl, Rankin, Madison.
Exactly.
Those are Republican ran counties and cities. You surrounded by Republicans in the Democratic city. You supposed to suffer. Don't blame it on your administration, because your administration got to answer to somebody else too. The city got to answer to the governor.
Yeah, but
the mayor got to deal with the governor. But now, Deion shouldn't have to call the governor and ask him nothing about why the students' tuitions are coming up late.
Yeah.
You know, that's something the president should do. So you need to put these people under investigation.
Yeah.
You know, we bickering about money, but you just gave away the bag. They took your biggest resource and they finna get about $8 billion out of him. So that's why he rides G5. That's why he flying everywhere he go, because it looked good. All this is a show. I believe was a script, baby. It was a TV show.
Whoa. Hey, can I say this right there before you go on? He been doing that for a long. He been doing that for a long time, bro. Matter of fact, he was doing that when he was flying from Atlanta to somewhere else.
Okay, but hold on 1 minute. You think you gonna go to one of these PWIs and have all that content? You think you gonna commercialize their brand for yourself? Who gonna paid off these YouTube channels?
Yes, he is.
Hey, and I'm gonna tell you what. Listen, and I'm gonna tell him something. What? This is how I'm gonna tell you why Trackhouse is 100% right. Because early on when I started YouTube, I would try to just do highlight videos of like college football games.
You can't
and
do
immediately after I would post that video, it
now,
would not just copyright it, they would block it. Now, on the flip side of this, let me tell you this, track. Now, when JSU was playing all of their games, this is no shade against some content creators, but there were content creators that could literally play the entire JSU football game on their channel live.
Right? I've seen it.
And look, salute to the content creators growing their platform, using that content to build their brand. And I understand what they were trying to do. I definitely understand, because I'm a content creator myself. But the fact that JSU and the people that they have running their TV deal, protecting their trademark and their rights, wasn't on top of that immediately. Just like some of these other conferences, like you can't put no Big Ten. I can't put no Big Ten basketball or football game on my channel.
I got another question.
They got to protect their rights.
If you got a deal with Under Armour, why you not selling jerseys? Where's the team store? See, HBCU go. See, you ain't paid attention to that. Read the contract. They own all the sponsorships and media rights. Yeah. They own all the brand and all the teams in the SWAC. Look at it.
And they sold it for $120 million.
Yes, for 10 years. Peanuts.
I didn't know that.
Look at the contract, brothers, all over the internet. They did that deal about 4 months ago.
Well, the problem is it's the first deal. You're gonna get a shitty deal on your first deal.
Well, hold on.
Let me let Hink in the basement go, because I'm gonna get right back to you, Trackhouse. I'm gonna get right back, because I want to have this conversation. Hink been waiting patiently. Let him. Hink, go ahead and expound on what you was just saying.
No, what I was saying, there's not a time to. A lot of times people don't get their first deal. It's not gonna be a shitty contract. Now, what they shouldn't have done is signed a long contract like that. It should have been cut in half. Instead of the 10-year, they should have signed the 5-year. And then re-up. That's what should have happened. But they so desperate for money, they did anything, just like a lot of these rappers do. They see that big dollar sign in front of their face. They not worried about who
The
else.
swag, the
We're gonna
swag.
sign the contract. We're gonna get it for 10 years.
If it's so easy, what I see is it's so easy for media creators, right, to go in on these HBCU campuses and create content that they can start their own network and partner with the swag. That's how it should have went down.
Well,
because they were showing it anyway.
Look,
The content creators had more views than HBCU Go.
He is not lying. He's not lying.
He's still going to do his thing. They're just going to.
Not. I ain't talking about Prime, brother. I ain't talking about Prime.
No, I'm not
talking about the swag.
Yeah, the swag's not a factor no more. Let me say this.
That's why it's not a factor. If you would have got $1 billion.
Hold on, y'all. I want to make sure we go one at a time. Let me let Hink finish, and then we can open it up for everybody.
People need to realize Jackson State is a stepping stone school. Every SWAC school is a stepping stone school. That's all they are. Yeah. Now, I know y'all don't. A lot of people don't like to hear that, but that's all you are. You're an internship. This man told you from the get. He said, when a Power 5 school comes calling, I'm going to listen. He did. He told you the truth. He told you up front what he's going to do. He did not lie. He turned it around like he said he did. Now, I didn't think he's going to leave after 3 years. I thought maybe his 4th year he would probably leave. And I thought he would probably leave for somebody like Florida State, because that's mama. You know, when mama calls, you got to answer the mama.
Go home.
Mama calls, you coming home. I thought that's where you end up, because Florida State was on the rocks. They seem like they on the outs with their coach. And I think he probably would have got one more year, and he probably would have been out. I thought that's where he would have ended up at. Truth be told, Eric Bieniemy should have took that Colorado job. They called him a couple years ago before they suffered.
It was a bad job. Bad job, man.
No, it's not really a bad job. They had bad coaches. They had bad coaches.
Well,
it's not. It's really not a bad job, especially when they was in the.
I got 2 sons that attend HBCU. One was a part of JSU homecoming court this year.
I understand what you're saying, but Colorado's not a bad job.
I believe in HBCU.
Are you saying Colorado's a bad job?
But I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about Coach Prime, brother. I'm talking about SWAC.
No, I'm not talking
about business decisions that got the SWAC.
I'm not talking
about the situation that they in now.
I'm not talking about the SWAC. I told you again, the SWAC is not a factor. They're a stepping stone school.
That's why
I don't give a shit about
that's why
that.
That's why we not talking about it. Everybody talking about it. Couldn't pay. We black people don't have money to donate to these schools, brother. We ain't got no extra money. What we gonna give them? $50? What we gonna give them?
Again,
we don't have no extra money, brother.
So that's why
let me finish. I'm trying to make a point. But if you would have took a better TV deal,
but okay, go ahead.
If you would have took a better TV deal, you would have had money going into your general fund. Your endowment is only $50 million. That's why it's a stepping stone school. How else can you build millions into the program? Why do you think conference realignment is so serious? You got USC going to play Michigan, Wisconsin. Come on, man.
No, you
middle America. This money for real.
Because you've never been a major D1 school. That's why you're a stepping stone school. But guess what? You got
who got more Hall of Famers?
My man, listen.
Who got more Hall of Famers? So we ain't gonna show. We're not gonna just
Hall of Famers. You talking about shit? What ain't been since the 70s? Nobody gives a damn about that no more. You think them kids give a damn about a Hall of Famer from the 70s?
Brother, you didn't even have TV deals in the 70s. How you make money?
You
make money out marketing.
From the 90s, brother.
You make money out marketing, brother.
Y'all not marketable. What's marketable about Mississippi? Let me tell you this. Every black should get out of Mississippi.
I'm talking about the SWAC,
I don't know where
brother.
your black ass is down in Mississippi. Mississippi ain't shit. Come on, brother. If I was black, I would not be living in Mississippi. I wouldn't. Because they're not going to treat you right. They don't give a goddamn about your ass. Why stay there? Get the hell out.
America. That's America.
Someplace in America where you got a better chance.
But look, bro,
you don't have the low education system.
I'm not trying to downgrade my people because I love my people.
It's not about that.
I don't give a damn where they're from. They could be from the north, the south, the east, or the west. It don't matter where they're from. If you could believe in bad business deals that got you in a situation of funk, you can get out of it.
Dog, they not gonna get out of it. Let me tell you why. Again, they're a stepping stone school. Now that they lost their one shining light, who's gonna come down there now? And look how they treat the man when he decided to leave. What makes you think anybody with any credibility want to come down there and do some shit like that?
That's
you ain't
what
gonna
I'm
do
saying,
the
brother.
same thing to me.
See, Prime.
They don't want to accept. No, hold on, bro. Let me finish. They don't want to accept that they're a stepping stone school.
Coach
That's
Prime.
the first problem. The second problem is now that they see how they treat you, even your fellow coaches who's supposed to be in the same fraternity, they treat you like shit, saying you not SWAT. Why? Because you went to a different school? You try to come down here and change some things, and now they don't like it because he's kicking your ass while showing off? Oh, you got to accept that. That's part of the game. So no, they're going to be forever stepping stone school. No coach with any credibility will come back down there. The last time, Deion was the last shining moment. He would have drew more better coaches. Now that they see how they treat him, I would not go down there. Just because I'm leaving onto a bigger and better opportunity, which I told you I was going to do, and this is how you treat me? No, we good. And I'm going to tell everybody else, don't go down there, dog. Why? Look how they treat you. Look how much respect they show for you. They don't show any. So now, hell with that. Except as a stepping stone school, you're an internship, and that's all they ever be. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
I think one of the biggest things is what you just said. Understanding that you're a stepping stone school. And you know what? The thing is, it ain't nothing wrong with being a stepping stone school. That just comes with being a small school in a marginal conference.
Yes,
It's looked at as not very competitive. So if you understand and accept that, you need to understand that the coaches that come through our program are more than likely going to spend 3 to maybe 10 years here before they move on to a bigger and better job if they have some success. If you understand that, they're always going to be preparing themselves for the next coach and grooming the next guy to be there. And I think you just have to understand that. I mean, young seedling basketball programs understand that state, like Butler University in Indiana, small school, coaches always coming and going. They always have an associate head coach in the waiting. And whenever the main guy leaves, the new guy's ready to step in. I mean, maybe JSU needs to understand that that's who they are. And they need to have that associate head coach always in waiting because they're going to be sending guys up to the big leagues when those guys have success.
Exactly.
But you cannot shy away. You cannot denigrate Deion for leaving, and all you're going to do is push away the new young talent that might come through there and help build your program back up.
I mean, exactly. And you said it right. But you know something? There's some D1 schools that are stepping stone, and you just named one, like you said, Butler. Butler's one of those schools. But at the same time, if they get a coach for 10 years that's a good coach, I'll be surprised.
Yep.
To the max, I could see 4. Like I said, I'm surprised with Deion staying, leaving after 3. I thought he was due 4 and then out. But I understand. But again, the man told you from the get up, if a Power 5 school calls me, I'm going to listen. And guess what? The almighty dollar will sway people. Again, he doesn't owe anybody anything to anybody but his family. That's the only people he's obligated to. I understand that he went down in these living rooms and talked to these parents and told these kids, going, it's a business. Even these kids know it's a business.
Yep.
And if they don't know, then their coaches and their parents failed them because they should have told them, this is a business. At the end of the day, it's all business. Once you get to the college level, it's a business. Once you left high school, amateurism over. It's professional, even in the college ranks. However you want to look at it, it is what it is.
And there's nothing wrong with that. Just got to understand it's a business. Appreciate the man for his time there, and find another guy that can do the job just as good, if not better. Build on the blueprint that's been left. And just kind of move on. Hopefully they can have success in the Celebration Bowl. But I mean, the worst thing that JSU can do is to tell Deion he can't coach the Celebration Bowl, which he wants to coach, and then they bring some guy in that just immediately loses it. So they need to save their reputation, throw their pride in the garbage can, allow him to finish what he started like he wants, bring in the successor that he recommends, and keep that train going as long as you possibly can. That would be the best advice anybody could give them right now. Hold on, we got Ken Jones. Yeah, we got a lot of people in the chat commenting about this, man. Make sure, look, if y'all got comments or you want to chime in on this, drop the link in here. Sorry, I've been forgetting to drop it in, so let me go ahead and drop it in one more time for everybody to come through. I had my buddy, His name is Eric Peck. He got recruited as a graduate transfer to play basketball at Grambling. He turned it down. And this was what, 2011, 2012, something like that. Maybe probably a little after that. But you guys would be surprised to hear his why he rejected the HBCU schools that recruited him. And man, I mean, some of the stuff that he told me is alarming. He said, "For real, get out of Mississippi." You know, I mean, I don't want to completely just bash Mississippi. It's not a completely bad state. It has potential for growth. But man, oh man, there's some desolate areas in Mississippi that just make you wonder what the hell happened to this state. Tavares Allen says they're not going to never let another black coach come in and do what Deion did at a HBCU. That's why they got him out of there. Nobody got him out of there, Tavares. The only people that got Deion Sanders out of there is Jackson State. I don't like the lady who came in earlier. I 100% believe he wanted to stay. I believe his hand was forced because of bad administration, because of bad deals all around the board, and nobody was making a conscious effort to fix anything. And I think he left. On top of the fact that money was probably getting misappropriated. I know Jackson State, I expect them to deny those allegations. I don't expect them to just come out and say, yeah, we were misappropriating funds. That's not what I expect, but something funny was going on there. Jay Marr in the chat, he says, exactly. Just own it, though. He says, it's about the bag from the jump. Don't tell me God told you. You know, look, but the thing is, don't get mad now because he said God moved him to move to Colorado, because y'all wasn't mad when he said God moved him to come to Jackson. I mean, like the lady said earlier, he had another call and he did his job there. He moved on. How y'all know he didn't have another call?
Hey, Lamont, can I ask you a question? What
Yeah.
you heard that athletic director out there in Colorado mentioned that they didn't have the money, but they gonna come up with it. Why you think he mentioned money? Why do you think a businessman like that would bring money up in a new conference like that?
So what happened was a media member that asked the question. I'm gonna give you the answer. So basically, what Colorado did, the Colorado AD, and this is what a smart program does. What they did was they went to all their boosters and they said, we have the opportunity to go get Deion Sanders to bring what he's done at Jackson to bring it here, but it's going to cost us a lot of money. Are you boosters willing to come together and put the money in the pot so we can make this salary work? And those boosters said yes. So when he said he didn't know where they were going to get the money, he was right. But he's confident that the boosters for that program are going to come together and make it happen. So, you know, again, that's what a good school will do. We just got a new person in the panel. Hold on. Let me give a shout out to Hitman X. Appreciate you, Hitman X, man. Been a long time supporter of FYF Sports, man. He just became a member of FYF Sports channel, man. Definitely appreciate Hitman X, man. Make sure if y'all haven't checked out his channel, man, he has a ton of content over there. Drops a lot of Phoenix Suns content, a lot of basketball content, man. So if you're a fan of sports, man, y'all just go give him a sub up, help support his content as well. But definitely Hitman Next, man. Salute, man. I appreciate you for becoming a member of FYF Sports. I'll drop the link if you want to become a member. The link is in the chat, man. Like I said, it goes a long way in supporting channels like this. You know, for us, you know, we don't have the major sponsors. We don't have a lot of big financial backing. So anything that you guys give to help support the channel, whether it's membership or cash app, is much appreciated. Or you just hit the like button. But we got, hopefully, I don't want to mutilate your name. Is it Deshaun?
Correct.
Huh?
You hear?
Yeah, your audio's kind of choppy. Yeah, I hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's Deshaun. And man, I just want to
right.
commend you on a great show today.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
Well, I think Deion did what he had to do. I think that him and the university wasn't on the same page with their vision for the future of the school, and a better opportunity came along. You see how Colorado didn't have the money, but said they're gonna get the money, and they're investing in everything. He even had the curriculum where that the people can come into the school. They don't change that format for this man, so they doing everything because they know that he is an investment, and by bringing him in, their school is gonna profit. Jackson State had the same opportunity. They had the man on campus, and they did not just believe in his dream. Now we want to be mad about that. I can't be mad. I sent my son.
He falling out.
Oh, hold on. We're gonna see if we get him back. Let's give him a few moments. See if he can get his connection back. Hopefully we get him back. Oh, hold on. He came in right there. Here he is right there. Hold on. Are you back with us?
Hey, I'm sorry about that. That's on my end. Yeah, I'm back.
Are you good, man?
And like I was saying, we had him.
We got you back now. Go ahead and finish. Go ahead and finish.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we hear you. Go ahead. Go ahead, Cook.
And that's about my point I'm trying to make is that it's a business decision. I mean, if I look at all, I mean, I'm trying to get you guys to go the right way, but you always stonewalling me. I'm out. It ain't gonna take much to say, well, you know what? My plan ain't gonna work here. Let me try somewhere else. So I can't blame the man for doing what he had to do for himself and for his family. If we can't work or see eye to eye, I gotta make a move. I mean, it ain't gonna work.
That's true. That's exactly what I thought happened. I believe his vision was far superseded what JSU really saw or foresaw right there, man.
To me, his thoughts in his mind would have been great to be the commissioner of SWAC, because what he was looking at is something way down the line. The TV contracts, even with the bowl games, or when the HBCU go play a Power 5, why are we going there for peanuts? He was trying to say, "Hey, let's get together, let's pool, let me help negotiate these deals." Here you got a sorry other school, they getting 1.9 million, but we get 500,000, 350,000 for our kids to get beat up. No, that's bad business. And the man kept saying everything he was trying to do, they were blocking it.
They were pushing back.
I put my son through HBCU at Bethune-Cookman, so I understand. Like I told my son, hey, how many of y'all reaching back and paying back to the school? I say, hey, I didn't go to college. I got an opportunity where I was able to get into bail bonds at a young age. And I was able to do a lot for my family. So I got my son. My son now, he's an executive at Delta. I said, hey, man, you donating back to your school? Is you contributing back to your school now? He said, Pops, that's a good idea. I wasn't, but I'm going to. And that's all that you can ask for, that we have to reach back to where we came from. If they ain't trying to reach back, the school ain't going to succeed.
That's facts, man. That's facts. Hold on, we got somebody new in the chat, man. Let me get to him. We got Elam. Hopefully I said it right, man. He just pulled up, man. What are your thoughts on this, man? Deion Sanders, funds getting misappropriated. Was he right to leave? Can JSU thrive without him there?
Yes, I definitely agree with him leaving. I grew up in an environment like that. Grew up actually in the projects. So it's nothing but strife and pain. And they robbed him 5 times, robbing his son's truck. He got robbed. And what he was actually saying when he said God told him to leave or gave him another calling, was that God revealed to him through that to leave. Like, if you constantly getting robbed and stuff, that's God telling you to get out of there.
For real. Or somebody else.
Yeah, exactly. And I got up out of my environment. I went to the Navy. And I did the Army. I got 2 honorable discharges. And I'm 37. And he's right. He's right to leave. He played for 5 different teams and 3 different MLB teams. He's a Hall of Famer. And look how they did him. Just that off of that alone. He's gonna run circles around. He know how kids work. He got 5 of them.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And some more kids.
And I agree with you, but it ain't really all that. He could have been in Chicago, downtown Chicago, somewhere, and still would have happened the same day. Still would have got robbed. Don't make no difference. The only thing is the fact of this: what's going to better you as a person and your goal?
What's going to better him as a person and his goal? He's already set.
Well,
you know
to
what
a
I'm
certain
saying?
extent, no. If that's the case, we already said then why he got to have goals.
Yeah, he tried to help. He noticed it was a problem. He tried to go there to fix
His
it.
goals don't end at Jackson. The thing is, like he said, his goals don't end at Jackson State, bro. And that's his goals, not our goals for him. His goals. They don't
But at
end
the same,
at Jackson.
but
They
look,
don't end there.
listen.
And
He's
it ain't
opening
going
up
to end
doors.
and be honest with you, they ain't going to end in Colorado.
Hold on. Wait. You don't think he's reaching back to all them high schools and all the other colleges in the surrounding area where he was recruiting from?
When
And
you say
getting them in
reaching
the
back, you're going to
NFL?
reach back with understanding, not reach back with anything else. Unless you're doing it financially, you're going to reach back with understanding. This is how you lead and show an example. That's how you're going to lead with example. Yes, I know he is. Go ahead.
Can I make a point too?
No.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Deshaun.
You got to understand also, this man got Colorado to commit to sending stuff back to Jackson State. He just didn't do it for himself. He kept Jackson State in mind. This man came in on national TV. They committed to donate back to Jackson State. So don't think it's all about. It was all about him.
Yeah,
y'all got to see everything.
Hold on. Does anybody have more details on that? Because I didn't hear about that.
Yeah. What it
Yeah,
did
that was
was
in the press
they gonna pay
conference.
off his contract. They
No.
gonna pay off. They gonna pay
more.
off Deion's contract. They said now it's not gonna be that much. It's like 1.5 million, but they paying off his contract that he
Not
had
just
left
his
for Jackson.
contract now.
Well,
Not just his contract.
So no, but Deshaun was saying that they were going to donate back.
Well, no, I don't know
They
about
said
that.
donate
I
back
know
to
they're gonna pay off
Jackson.
his contract. They're gonna pay off his
King,
contract to Deion.
go back
and
and watch that interview, King. Go back and watch that press conference. They're going to give back to Jackson State.
Wow.
Go back and watch it.
And then
It ain't that long. Go back and watch it.
And then just off his voice alone, off the cover, if he cut for somebody, if you say, "Hey, that kid good, I need him on the team now," you don't think he can make moves to make that kid go to another college or say, "Hey, son, go to this college. I already put in a word for you." He's a Hall of Famer. He played for 14 years and he almost died in Mississippi over there. He gave up his life. What you want him to do? And get this is the big thing too. People are starting to notice now. People are starting to notice now you don't need a college degree for most things. You don't need a college degree for most things now. That's what people are starting to realize now.
That's true. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm living.
Another thing, Lamont, with this, he had just. Can I say this right fast? He had just.
Hold on, Vern. Hink was up next. Go ahead, Hink.
I got you,
Vern. Just get to talking sometime.
You're a passionate man. I understand. But like I said before, he doesn't owe anybody, any of them kids, not even the kids on Jackson football team. He owes them nothing. The only person he owes is his wife and his sons and his daughter. That's it. That's the only obligation he has to anybody. Now, please believe when he made that announcement to them kids on that Saturday, he set that shit all up. He knew the transfer portal opened up that following Monday. He knew right offhand, some of y'all coming with me. I already know. He probably had conversations before he talked to the whole team. I best believe he talked to his coaches, position coaches, get your guys, the guys who I want. You have an individual conversation with them, and we'll go from there. Then he had a team talk to him and collectively, hey, you found out exactly what I'm saying is what he said. Once he told you, I'm bringing my luggage, and it's Louis. Half you assholes ain't going to make it. I don't give a shit what you cry to your parents. You can leave right now, father. You can get up and walk out the meeting. I don't give a damn. That's what he was telling them. That transfer portal is a motherfucker, man. It's a free agency in college. You can have one good year, and I can feel like, man, I deserve to be on a better big D1 level. Let me go to Colorado. I know Colorado looking for some good players.
Hey, look,
guess what? He gonna take them dishonor players.
Hold on. You gotta wait till he's finished.
Go ahead.
I know you're passionate. I know you're ready.
Go ahead.
But he's getting that transfer portal right now, and he's seeing all them good players that they really get the chances they wanted to at the major other schools. Come on down, brother. I'm gonna give you
Okay.
that opportunity.
Thank
It's
you.
That's how
called
And now,
UCL built up in
I'm a,
1 year.
I'm a piggyback off that because I agree with what you
USL,
said.
man.
But remember, you had said about that porthole. I know that porthole goes to recruiting and everything else, but he got a look. He got.
not
I'm talking
porthole.
fast. I wish y'all listen so y'all can catch up.
I know that's right, Vernon. I
Look,
know that's right, Vernon.
look. He got a porthole in his life, bro. He just came off a reconstructive surgery, bro. I'm just telling you, we ain't got long. Y'all, I'm 63 years old. I can see how long y'all is. Y'all about 50 something, going on 50 something. But I want y'all to understand this: life ain't promised to nobody. My point is, you better get it while you got a chance to. And that young man been getting it for a long time. I don't know why y'all think you finna slow down now. All right, back to y'all.
Vern is crazy, man. Vern is
Yeah,
crazy.
that drunk
Did he
and
have to,
crazy.
did he have to leave to go to the
Audience
porthole?
been saying that all day. But I
Okay,
know
he done
better. You
heard
know
you.
better too, Lamont.
Nah, hey, like, look, y'all. When I know somebody in the setting in the chat, they don't think Colorado's gonna give back to JSU. Look,
Kill us.
what's gonna happen is Deion's gonna hold them accountable, just like he holds
Hey,
JSU accountable for the things that they didn't do. And if Colorado don't act right, you know what's gonna happen next? Well, Deion might be on his way out of there sooner than he probably expected as well. So
be honest
again,
with you, Deion Sanders giving back to the college, the black colleges fund right now, just by being an example and standing up front. Because the rest of them can come out like it too if they just take charge.
and hold on, let me give a shout out to all the
The
new people in the
DTs of
panel
the
today.
world.
Hold on 1 second, Vernon. There's a lot of new people here today. Look, if you're new, make sure you hit the like, hit the subscribe. I would love to have a lot of you guys back for these conversations because, we talk a lot about not just Deion Sanders, but, a lot of the other issues, Deshaun Watson, other HBCU issues, not just this one, other sports as well. So, man, I would love to have you guys back for to continue these conversations. Already, Jammin says Deion owes them 300K. Yeah, he does owe 300K for his contract buyout. Somebody else said it might have been a little bit more than 300K. I don't know, but he does owe JSU money to get out of that contract. Most schools, when they hire you as a part of the deal, they usually pay your buyout costs. So I'm assuming that's already been negotiated. That's
Yeah.
already going to be covered. Um, but I mean, I'm looking forward to see what he does at Colorado. I want to see if I like the fact that he's snatching 4 and 5 star recruits from these other schools. He then flipped the running back that's supposed to be going to Notre Dame. He snatched up one of the best wide receivers in the country. He's taking his guys. He's from JSU, bringing them to a bigger. See, a lot of people forget that he's helping these young men present their skills on a bigger stage. Yeah, y'all know how many guys that he's going to help get to the NFL, even if they don't deserve a shot in the NFL. He's going to propel so many guys into the NFL to get that NFL check, whether they succeed or not. And whether you last 1 year or 20 years in the NFL, don't matter. You're gonna have enough money to set yourself forward to a degree that a lot of other youngsters don't have. So, I mean, he's setting a lot of people up real nice, whether they succeed at the NFL level or not, just by putting them on a bigger stage at Colorado. So you got to applaud him for that. You just got to
And
applaud him for that.
another thing
He
he's
got he
doing
got
too
a
that I applaud.
defensive
And you know
coordinator
another
now
thing
from the
he's doing too
NFL
that I
too.
applaud him
Yeah.
for is the fact he's making the HBCUs step their game up.
No, he's not.
Yeah, he is.
No, he's not.
Yes,
Because
he
Oh, the
is.
FBI, the
no, he's
FBI,
not.
the FBI, the
I'm gonna tell
FBI
you the
investigating
unfortunate
this shit.
reality is that what he was doing in that conference, the other schools weren't prepared for. They weren't recruiting
Con.
like
I'm
him. They weren't
sorry.
coaching like him. They didn't have a level of expectation to win like him. They didn't have the professionalism, right? They weren't expecting it. This is why he dominated so quickly. You got coaches that have been
Sink
sitting in the
or swim.
hold on, Vern. You got coaches in the SWAC that have been dominating. I mean, not dominating, but coaching for years. Deion comes clean in immediately. Now you getting beat 35-3 and stuff. I mean, you just getting just getting ran through, and they mad because again, he's coming through with a new level of expectation. So, I mean, I don't know if he's really making them up their game. A lot of them seem like just was getting mad. And
Yeah,
I
what
don't
it seems
know. I
like to
mean,
me.
that's all it seemed like. It seemed like they're just getting mad. He had a swag about him. He would talk crazy. Then he would actually come on the field and then do the same thing he just said. He talked
But
about
people don't
dominating. Then
understand.
he come in and dominates you. So
People don't
it says,
understand. He
it says,
claimed swag.
let me ask the panel this question because I think this is a
Swag.
great comment. Let me start with Hink. I want everybody to address this statement right here. I'm gonna start with Hink, and I'm gonna go to Deshaun, and then Elim, and then Vern. Do y'all believe that Deion was pacifying JSU in the SWAC? Go ahead, Hink.
I don't know what he means by pacifying. I mean,
Babying them, like basically, just like what a pacifier does. You just the baby up, stop the baby from crying. Just, I mean, I don't know. I think he kind of was. I think they were looking at him to do too much. I don't know if it was the SWAC, but it was definitely JSU. The SWAC didn't really want him around. I don't believe.
I don't know about it pacifying him. I don't think he was. I mean, I think Deion used JSU what JSU should be used for, and it's like a get my resume together, get my portfolio right, and do it. Let me say this: if they think that's the case, they used each other.
Yeah.
JS used them. They got more money. They got more ticket sales. The paraphernalia went skyrocket. The social media skyrocket. He got. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't be getting this new TV deal. So he's part of the reason why they got the TV deal. So if that's the case, they babied each other and they both benefited. So if we could both benefit, so what? I tell the brothers out here now, you go to these PWIs, yeah, they're gonna use you, but you use them. You take advantage of them like they taking advantage of you. You go out there and get your degree, use it for whatever sport you are, opportunity they may give you. Take advantage of it. Come out with your degree, and if you get to play professionally, so be it. If not, you at least come out with a degree. Maybe even in your master's, because guess what? You can stay there and go there, continue to some schools for free, as long as you're a graduate of the school. They will allow you to get your master's there for free as an alumni. So take advantage of these schools, like the schools are taking advantage of you. There's nothing wrong with that. So if they think Deion was pacifying them, yeah, I think they was pacifying JSU, was pacifying him, and he was pacifying JSU. So if that's the case, that's what it is.
Oh, he said, let me rephrase. He says they were too dependent on Deion for what he brought to the table. Now they acting like they count his greatness now that he's gone.
I agree with
Can I
that.
answer that? Can I answer that now?
That is.
I agree.
Go
with
ahead,
that.
Deshaun.
I don't think they were too dependent on him. I'm gonna use it as a street term. I just seen they seen their best female and they mistreated her. She would bring in all the money and they mistreated her. If you take care of her, she gonna take care of you. That's like to tell my kids when it comes to my business. If you take care of this business, it's gonna take care of you. And they did not take care of him. They want this man, the last meal, we're gonna give you $1 million, but you gotta pay your coaches out of that. This man went and negotiated his deal plus a $5 million pool for his coaching staff salary. That's business. That man was handling business, and they were playing checkers while he was trying to play chess. That's how I see it. They just had an opportunity and just did not know the gold mine they had. I mean, they lost it. They lost a gem there. I'm sorry, they just lost it.
I agree.
Well, I would have threw it. No, I told you I would have walked up to him as soon as he would have said he got that offer. I'd have been like, I got a blank check for you. You write a number down.
Yeah, I'm gonna match. I'm gonna try to match it.
And
we can make this money.
I don't care. We're gonna have to beg the state, the government. We're gonna make the money happen. But you got to give that man a blank check because you're not gonna get another Deion there. Obviously, never. He wanted to stay, I believe, and they just blew it. Like you said, they wronged him too many times. I mean, let the man's boombox get stolen out of his car. Oh my God, man, that is crazy, man. That is crazy.
They didn't take the jury because they had the jury on when he was in the locker when they took it up out of his locker room, out of his personal locker room, not the kids' locker room, but his personal locker. They didn't take the jury because he had it. Luckily, he had the jury on.
I know. Yeah, we got that one, Vern.
Hey, boy, I'm telling you. Hey.
As far as what you,
hey,
what was the question again?
You ain't got to laugh.
The question was it was
players or
it was a statement. He actually rephrased it. Let me pull it up again. He said, "Okay, let me rephrase." He says they were too. Do you believe that they were too dependent on Deion for what he brought to the table, and now they acting like they can't accomplish greatness since he was gone?
All right, no, you had another one about the pacifying.
Yeah, that was the
believe
same guy.
Deion. Oh.
He said,
As
"Do you
far
believe
as
that Deion was pacifying JSU in the SWAC?"
All right.
No, he was actually bringing out the best in the players that were already there, or the players that he moved into there. What I mean by that is he was more of a father figure to those to the student athletes that were there. He was more of a father figure. You know what I mean? Like when he's just by him walking around, you just want to be around him. You know, it's like that one coach everybody had. If you play sports, everybody had that one coach that anything he said, like do something on the field, you tried your hardest to do it. You know what I mean? You just got some leaders like that that'll just bring that dog out of you. You know what I mean? Especially on the football field. I played football, but you know what I mean. And the other question, yeah, they shouldn't need Deion Sanders to go there and do that and bring that out. You know, in the first place, as far as the administration, you know, but the football program, he was gonna do that anyway. He's been the same person since 89.
Yep.
In my eyes, like he was always magnetic and crazy, you know.
Look
And
what
funny.
Rashonda said. She said we was on a hunt for that boombox. She down there in Jackson. She said they was searching for that boombox.
Yeah, it's
That's
red and
crazy.
black. It's red and black. I saw a picture of it. Deion Sanders showed a picture of it. I saw it. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Lamar.
I mean, but you know, even if the school is in the hood, like the one
That's the
thing,
same.
like so, and hoods obviously have changed since what the late '90s, whatever, to now. But one thing that was kind of understood, like unspoken thing, and if you've ever lived in the hood, I think most of us have, is that there were certain people that was kind of the untouchables, right? There were certain people you either didn't rob or you just didn't mess with. Like a lot of us had that old dude, that old school dude in the neighborhood, probably had a whole bunch of cash on him, talk crazy to everybody. Some people just untouchables, and it's just a shame that Deion couldn't have been one of those untouchables. How is him and his son's car continuously getting broken in? His office getting broken in. It should have been some at least code. Yeah, I ain't messing with him. Like he's untouchable. You know, certain athletes go back to the hood. Certain athletes go back to the hood. Hold on, he ain't getting into nothing. We gonna put him to the side. We ain't gonna let him get into nothing. I mean, when we gonna start protecting the people that is making things move in our communities to a certain degree? And I don't feel like they were taking care of him to that degree. I don't know if he felt completely safe, especially if his car and his sons and them cars was getting broke into.
Yeah, but you know, some of these young cats ain't moving like that, like they
They
used to.
not. They not.
Nah,
That's
no
You know,
true.
way.
back in our time, they used to back like you said, 90s, maybe early 2000. They wouldn't even do it. They said, "Oh man, that's Deion's ride. Yeah, look, we ain't gonna mess with that. Got too
Yep.
much love and respect, and we ain't trying to do anything to get them out of here." Now, these young cats, boy, they look at you as a come up.
Man,
they drop you and then they go post on social media.
Yeah, you
Tell
food.
them.
You Deion was food out there. That's food.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the sad part about it.
Hey, can I say this? I'm glad you said this because I want to make another say because I didn't think about this until it came down to understand it. Look, hey, you know when Michael Jordan, you know when they killed his father, they didn't know that was Michael Jordan's father that they did that to. They didn't find out about that until it came out. They just thought he was a lich. I'm sorry, y'all go ahead.
No, you're right. You're right.
Vern
Right
is
on that back
crazy,
to where you.
y'all. Excuse Vern.
His smoking jacket and everything, don't it?
Vern got his robe on in the middle of the day.
What's going on?
Vern walking around in it's broad daylight, around in the dark living room, and I don't know what he got going on over there, man.
Hey, he's probably smoking a pipe too. Not that old school crack pipe like
No.
the old school pipes where you put tobacco in it. That's what Vern's doing. Vern, you got a pipe, Vern?
Yeah.
I thought so.
Oh, man. Vern is crazy, man. Vern is something else, man.
Did you find that pipe in a portal?
Hold on for a minute. I'm doing something. I'll be right back.
See, let me put him on mute. Hold on. Does any one of the guys on the panel, or if anybody in the chat, or if any of the guys got it on the panel, I know True the King does. I want y'all to come on if y'all got platforms that you want to shout out real quick, because we're gonna be wrapping it up within the next 30 minutes or so. Sometimes we get tied up in the other stuff and we stay longer, but I want to make sure people, if you got platforms, if you got anything on here. I saw one guy in there, he's called something apparel. Man, we need some of that apparel, man. You come on up here. But if you got anything you want to shout out, man, yeah, now's the time to come pull up and do it, man. Hold on, let me drop the link for you guys down there.
Hey, I want to. Hey, can I say a shout out to HJ who jogging out there? HJ,
Oh, yeah.
HJ with what's the name? Fairview University, Fairview out there in Texas. Yeah, he know about all this stuff too. And that young man there with the blue cap on is right there. I see that young man on YouTube talking about the Jackson State games and everything else. I'm sorry, everything didn't
Who's
turn
that?
out like you thought it was. That young man that got his hand up to his mouth now with the hat on.
Oh, you got to. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he do a lot of stuff with JSU, Jackson State University. Do a lot of these shows. I've seen him before. I subscribed to him. I'm just letting him know. I'm sorry that Hunter do. I'm sorry that
He ain't gonna let him
Hunter
just. He can shout out his own channel. That's why I told him he can shout out his channel. You gotta let him shout it out.
Well,
Vern.
then let me do it. I can do it for him. He can do
No,
it too.
no, Vern.
All right, go ahead, man.
No,
Shout
Vern.
out, bro.
Hey,
Oh, you
man, I'm
talking
a
about
Vern fan, my man. I'm a Vern fan. I'm a fan of you, Vern. What's your? I need to subscribe to your channel.
I ain't got no channel. I ain't got. Hey, shout out to Flight Sports TV. I ain't got no channel.
Right on. I know that's right.
Lamont knows. Hey, this is my channel right here. Lamont, my channel. He know who I am.
Okay, I got you. Now let me put myself out there, Vern. I appreciate that.
Right,
Go ahead. Go ahead, man. Go ahead, Heat.
Hey, I'm Hink, man. You come over and see me in my channel. It's called The Basement with Hink. I'm also on Lapeefin on Sundays, so you can check me out there at 11 Central, 12 p.m. Eastern. I do have a show today, like I said, The Basement, and it's a sports recap show I do. That comes on 7 p.m. Eastern. And I also have a show called The Basement, but it's on Man's Talk on Wednesdays at 7 p.m. Eastern. So definitely come over and check me out, like and subscribe if you like.
All right, I think I just found it. Yeah, I found it. I'm gonna put the link in the chat for everybody to click on.
I appreciate that, big brother.
Hold on one second. Let me do it. If I can get it, my computer to act right. Yeah, I got it here. All right, yeah, Hink, The Basement. Yeah, look, y'all. Make sure y'all check them out, man. And then Elam, you got a channel as well?
No, I don't have a channel. I have a website coming up. I'm gonna put it up on Wednesday. It's called marriageonly.com. That's marriage-only.com, and it's a website just based off of courtship only, like people that are serious about marriage. None of the riffraff and ain't no dating and all of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? So
that's what's up. We definitely need that. It says LaDainian Thompson would be a good hire for. You know what? We got some minds here. Now, I had some ideas that I could throw out there that could help JSU. And the name that I had would probably surprise a lot of people. It's probably not the best football move. It'd probably be the best marketing move. But what names do y'all got if JSU went for the home run hire? Who should they go after to replace Deion?
probably Emmitt Smith or Michael Irvin.
I like that Cam Newton.
Cam Newton.
Truth be told, I think really Eric Bieniemy needs to really get away from up under Andy Reid and to show that he can actually do the job and work his way up. To me, I think Eric Bieniemy should take the head coach's job. Maybe somebody like Jackson State, stay for about 3 to 4 years and go from there. To me,
well, to me, it depends on what they're looking for next. Put it like this: Deion came with a lot of flash, big name, and he was able to get the job done, regardless of how they're acting now. People acting around him, all the vandalism that they did to his car and all that. It depends on what they're looking for now. Are they going to want to get a guy that's going to come in and want to be total the opposite? That might not be the best move. You want someone that's going to come in and not afraid. Is not afraid to come behind Deion and have his own swag and his own way. And I don't think a guy, I don't know if he's even interested at all. Like, yeah, he might not even be interested, but a guy like um Chad, right? Cinco,
Ocho
like,
Cinco.
yeah, a guy like that, he's not afraid to come behind. He's a big fan of you guys, so he probably won't do it. But he's not afraid. Because remember, this is the same guy that put on his own goddamn Hall of Fame coat, jacket. So
Well, no,
he
see,
wasn't afraid to change his name. He had his own swag.
Did
So
he go to
that
Oregon
might not
State?
be a bad name.
I thought he went to Oregon State.
He
Who was
did.
that?
But he's if you ever watch the show, I think it's called I forgot what it's called right now for some reason. Athlete Card. If you ever watch that show, he consistently pushes FAMU. So he's real
I
big.
believe the best hire is going to be a name. I think they can't go chase the name and try to match the fame and the prowess as far as like how Deion Sanders' personality was. If you go try to find somebody that matches his personality and you forget about the football side, I think you can kind of screw yourself over because he did come in with a very deep network of football coaches from his high school ranks. So he had that in his pocket always. It just never had been put to the test like it was put to the test at Jackson. I think the guy in the chat said the name that I was thinking. He just got fired out here in Phoenix where I'm at, Herm Edwards. I think Herm Edwards would be the best hire, right? That guy's looking for another job. It didn't work out. Herm Edwards is not the greatest with young people. That was his knockout here at ASU. He never, but maybe he can shape out a staff that could connect with the younger guys. That would be the strength. I mean, I know he has a deep network of coaches in his pocket. Maybe he could come bring some cachet to Jackson State and keep them afloat. Maybe he can recruit at a high level. Maybe he can flip some of his ASU guys to come to Jackson State with him.
Yeah, but
You
maybe
never know.
he'll be brutally honest about certain things that they're not gonna like, or he might not want to talk say anything that's gonna sound negative towards Dion, because the question is gonna be like, how does it feel to replace this, and how? So he might be the guy that just be too honest. Another person I could think about right now, his name is it Lovey Smith. He's about to get fired at Houston. They're about to fire that man. It's unfortunate, but they're about to fire him. So maybe he could take the job.
Hey, I got another good name for you.
Who you got?
Tyrone Willingham.
Ooh.
Oh,
Why not?
Ooh, that'd be
He
a great hire.
has a lot of
Who'd
Florida
he say?
connections.
Ty Willingham.
As a coordinator, I would look at him.
Hold on, where's he
What
at
about
now?
what about Wiley? Wiley, he was on Fox Sports or something.
Now, I don't know if he had any
The
coaching
DN.
cachet under his belt.
Oh yeah, okay, I know. Yeah, I know who you talking about. Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
right.
Big Wiley, the DN.
Yeah.
I think
yeah,
because
but
he's
then
more
Hey,
he's
I
more
forgot about
education.
Ty Willingham though.
He's going to be
That
more.
would be a great hire.
yeah, him too.
That would be a great hire if you could get Ty
But
Willingham. I ain't gonna lie.
but okay, but think about this though. What made Prime because he appealed to the recruits, the one not just the ones that they had to the fruiters. And it was the recruits. He attracted them. Them names y'all talking about now, they ain't gonna attract to you. So I mean, what do you mean?
Well, but you don't. Look. They're not gonna go
And
back to
only way those names gonna attract the youth if they're winning. And how many years you got to give them to do that in a small black school?
But most times they don't go. They don't go to the same style of coach they had before previous. Like if a head coach was a offensive guru, they usually go in the opposite, get a defensive guru coach.
Right.
So I doubt if they get another flashy type guy.
Hey, boy, and you think they gonna succeed off that, brother? I don't want to cut you off, brother. We talking. You think that gonna work?
What, another flashy coach
in the HBCU?
But you don't need another flag. That's what I'm saying.
No, I'm
They
saying
want
they're
to be.
not gonna have a flashy coach. They're not
Oh,
going to be
you gotta let me
exposed. They're
answer.
not
Okay,
going to
Vern.
be
Vern, who do you
recognition.
think they hire, Vern?
I'm thinking they're gonna have somebody young and that's out there, like they do say about Cam, and but they do DT, Diane Thomas, whatever his name is. People like that got a name, a name.
Ty Willingham
No,
does
Can
have a
I say
name.
something?
whoa, and that coach Herm, that was whomever it was you just named. That's dead and stanky. He wasn't
Huh?
doing. He didn't
Can I
start
say
nothing when he was
something?
with the HBCU. Then he ain't gonna do it now at Jackson unless the situation.
Let's say what the lady got to say real fast.
Yeah, let's
Go
hear.
ahead,
Yeah,
They
go
could
lady,
ahead.
have
please.
they 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 could have Michael Strahan. He had already been here. You see, people
Ooh,
that he
not
already
bad.
brought, he could come back if he do.
Not bad.
He
Young,
from the
yes,
he
Yeah,
yeah,
from
I
but I
agree.
think the
TSU.
problem
He went
with
to
Michael
TSU.
Strahan is he's in a big time contract with the network he's
Money
affiliated
too.
with now.
Yeah.
I don't know if he
Yeah.
can walk away from
Yeah,
that deal. That's the only thing.
Making,
I
but
think
he's making
he's
a whole
tied.
lot of money.
Yeah, it's
yeah,
gonna take a
Yeah,
lot of
but
money to break
he
that
went to
contract.
TSU. He went to TSU too.
but
So
that would be a good idea. It
I
would
agree.
be.
I agree.
yeah.
But they
Oh,
have
Yeah,
to sacrifice, lady. They have to sacrifice just like Deion Sanders had to sacrifice, but he paid off. They don't know if it's gonna pay off for them.
not Michael's style
That's
to
a
go do that
gamble.
though. That's not Michael's style. You got to find somebody else to be willing. Hey, yo, can I ask y'all a quick question real quick? I'm
Yeah.
late. I'm late to it.
Yeah.
Late to this, and I'm
Hmm.
probably going to end up popping out because I got something I got to do. Last week or whatever it was, a couple of days ago, whatever it was, we was talking about. We had some few people on, and it was just I wanted to make sure everybody was good on that portal because we was mentioning it was 200 people in the portal. It was that, to go back on that a little bit. That wasn't even. That's not the case. It was 200 people that was actually 200 recruits that was actually reaching out to Dion. So kind of
Oh,
like kind of like want
Yeah.
to correct myself and probably not correct others, but just kind of get a little bit back understanding of the portal. The portal is not always loaded with just guys who are being kicked out of school or feel like they're not getting playing time. The portal is loaded half and half and a little bit of other with guys who feel like they want to get better NIL deals or guys that's looking, they know that they could go to a particular school and fit that position because they know that school. Most guys, when they make themselves available, they already thinking about 5 schools. Somebody's already done the research. Not all of them, but most of them. So sometimes we look at the NIL and think it's a negative, or we look at the portal and think it's a negative. Not for all kids. There's some kids out there that's making stupid decisions or a wrong decision. I don't want to use the word stupid, but the wrong decision, and they'll figure that out later on. Them and their parents or their guidance, the person that's guiding them, they'll figure that out later. But I just want to get back though. The portal's not all negative, and the NIL is not negative. Some guys make that themselves available to what's available. If that makes any sense.
No, the portal ain't nothing but a free
No, I
agency.
know a little bit about the portal. Yeah, I know a little bit about the portal myself. I mean, when I was coaching at Purdue, I vividly remember Matt Painter. He coaches the D1 team at Purdue. He told a guy, he was being honest with him. And this guy was a 5-star recruit. He said transfers don't get drafted. I mean, not at the basketball level. You don't really see a ton of guys that just bounced around from school to school, have success, or even get to the pros. And so a lot of kids are just getting bad advice or hopping into the portals because they think that they increase their chances of getting to the next level. I know a lot of guys have that. In college football, it's a little different. But I mean, the players are getting in the portal for the wrong reasons now. Bad advice. They're leaving teams for the wrong reasons. Sometimes they leave teams for the right reasons because you got a lot of coaches on the flip side that will promise the world to these players, and then when they get there, they just one of 80 guys. They really an afterthought. So coaches lie to players to get them to schools. Sometimes they'll overpromise guys and they'll have to play scrubs ahead of guys that are talented. And, they'll have to. I mean, there's a lot of politics at that level. So, I mean, I
Yeah,
understand why the transfer
hey,
portal is
Lamar,
so
hey,
crazy.
can I ask a question? This one I'm gonna ask the panel actually. And look here, yeah, we ain't talked about this though. You marketing rights now with what's with the college players right now. How you see that coming into effect and come out with them young guys out there in Boulder, Colorado? How you think all that gonna come up with the monies in their pockets? How is that gonna translate the monies into their pockets? You guys, I want to ask you that, guys, because I'm really not aware about what's going on with that now.
What are you
With
talking?
the
What are you saying? What
NCAA.
guys?
How they gonna get paid? The college players?
Hey, it's a such thing called, or what do they call this? Imaging. Let me excuse me if I'm saying that right. What is it? Licensing to image, and if you use my image and anything else, I got to get paid. I don't care if I'm 13 years old. I'm playing at the University of such and such. You got my image and every damn image. I got to get paid. How that work, Lamont?
I don't know what you're talking about though.
How?
Now,
Talking
what he's
about
really, now, hold on. What he's really,
NIL,
They just came with that.
hold on. Let
NIL
me jump in. Let me jump in.
NIL
What he's asking, what he's
stands for
asking is saying, how is it going to work for the guys that's going to go down there in Colorado with the NIL? It's going to work like anywhere else. They're going to get on Deion's team. He's going to say, look, you're worth this. You're worth that. We have a position for this. We have a position here, but we can't take you because you're probably acting for way too much right now. This is my first year. I'm gonna be going into my second year. We can't pay you this. He's not even supposed to discuss that. But there's going to be people that's going to discuss that with the kids that's looking to transfer in or be a high school kid. It's only going to be open for probably 10, probably 9 kids tops in the next 2 years that's going to be worth that type of money and that conversation with the NIL. Going in right away, his sons is getting in those NIL deals. Right away, his big time running back and stuff like that is going to get those. So it's going to be limited. So what he's asking is
What do that mean? NIL. What does that stand for? What
name,
do it
image,
mean?
likeness. Name, image,
Okay,
likeness.
yeah, there you go. Thank you, bro. I
Yeah.
appreciate you,
So I
bro.
understand what you're trying to get at. You probably you was putting them like you was just talking about four
How
different
do
things
he
at once.
get paid? Can they get paid for that? And especially them, because they're gonna be doing it a lot.
No. What's going to happen is the people that's going to put up the money that's going to pay Deion, the boosters, they're going to put those. Like I said, that's only going to get available to a handful of kids, man. It's not going to get available unless they make a deal with the entire offensive line get the deal or the entire team get the deal,
They
and
can
that's
do that legally.
they could do that legally. But he won't have anything to do with it. Wink, wink. He won't have anything to do with it. It has to come from the boosters, car dealership. You know what you're gonna do. You're gonna you see.
Can I
Let
say
me say.
something?
Let me finish this real quick, man. I
They
love.
gonna
I
get
want to hear everything
rich.
that you guys say. But hold on. You see what he's doing when he's going around to these restaurants?
Yeah.
When he's going around to these restaurants and doing.
Well, somebody has an echo. Hold on. Rashonda, you got an echo in your background.
Car dealership.
Let me mute her. Let me mute her.
Somebody's in the matrix.
Hold on.
Somebody's in the
I was
matrix.
trying to mute her.
Yeah, that's okay. But listen, I want to hear what she has to say because she's not speaking as much, and I'm not going to be on long, and I definitely want to hear her. But what's happening? Deion's smart as hell, man. He's going around to these restaurants. He's getting friendly with them, and he's doing what he's have to do
Yes,
for the
it's not letting
future
me mute
guys
her.
that's going to. There's going to be he's doing what he's got to do for the future guys that's going to be coming in because all he's doing is raking all these restaurants and making them feel good. And not that he's not genuine, but he's doing what you call befriending these people. So when there's time for these guys to put up the money to support these kids, NIL or something in that regard, they'll be willing and happy to do it. And that's included with the boosters and everybody that's in the community. So what he's doing, he's not just doing it just to do it. It's always an ulterior motive by a lot of stuff that he's doing. And that's all I want to say, man. Listen, I'm gonna listen up to the rest of it, and you can keep me on, brother. But I definitely want to hear what the lady has
No,
to
I'll
say.
definitely keep you on.
All right.
No, I mean, all of these things tie in together, man. It's a great conversation, man. And I think it all. I mean, I think it all is going to just tie into making us understand the direction of JSU football or just JSU athletics based on their next couple of moves. I think a lot of people are going to have eyes on them for the next couple of weeks, if not months, to see how they handle this situation. Because so far, I don't believe that they're handling it very well. I think the athletic department could get ahead of all this by coming out with a statement, maybe more so in support of Deion, which they failed to do. The school hasn't really come out in support of Deion to try to get ahead of this, to clean it up before it gets too messy. And I think they're creating a snowball effect that's going to hurt them in the long run.
Well, it's a critical week. He'll be in the building for the rest of the week because then now practice really starts on. Well, no, they take the trip to Atlanta on Wednesday, so it'll behove them to really clean this up starting today, moving into tomorrow before they get down to Atlanta. So all these questions that's going to come up, they're ahead of it. You're 100% right. If they're not doing that now, they'll never do it. It'll be too late.
Mm.
You know. So, hey, another quick, I got a question. I got some of my peoples on it. I kind of put them on it, but I just want to see if anyone in the panel right now knows anything about it. He did mention in his press conference when he's being introduced that Colorado's decided that they're going to help out JSU in some way, or the city in Mississippi. They say something about giving back or helping them out in a certain way. Anybody was able to get exactly what he meant by that? What is it? Is that going to be money benefits, or they decided
Uh,
because what happened?
more endorsements. They already have Walmart, Under Armour. They were getting different uniforms every week. Every game day, new helmets. Every game day, new cleats, new uniform. Everything is already set in motion for JSU. All they have to do is use the money the right way. Uh, Walmart already bought the field, the practice
But
field.
Colorado University is going to help with that. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, because what happens is you keep them championship players coming in from them high schools, right? You keep them going to JSU and build up JSU so it can be a conduit to Colorado to the NFL. And I don't know which. I'm pretty sure Deion or somebody know an NFL team to make a deal with. So he kept saying, I'm focusing on these kids going to the NFL, not NIL, not name, image, and likeness, right? So Deion has to keep, and he will keep in contact with JSU and get those endorsements. He already has C Spire, which is an internet service provider. He has C Spire with JSU, Walmart, Under Armour. There's a lot of companies. It's not just one,
Okay. Well,
to build that school up.
a smart move by him would be, I know his daughter is scheduled to go play basketball for the women's team at Jackson University, Jackson
Mm-hmm.
University. Here's what they could do. This is how it works every year for basketball purposes. Men and women pick a day, same day that the girls and the men play JSU on that same day, meaning 6 o'clock game, and then it's a 9 o'clock game, and that's another way that Colorado could donate that money because those teams go play for money all the time. They play these big time schools for money all the time, and he could pick a day where both the girls and men team come in and play Colorado men and Colorado women, and that's another way another sneaky way of giving back. That's another
I'm
sneaky
pretty
way.
He is
sure.
right. Yeah,
Yeah, and I'm
just play
pretty sure
Jackson State. Just
JSU.
have Jackson State
Yeah,
come and play. That's the easiest way.
yeah. Have them play
I guarantee
Colorado.
you
Yeah,
because I think it's already on the schedule for 2024. Jackson State versus Colorado already. I
yeah,
think it's already
yeah.
on the schedule for 2024. You know how much money JSU is going to get just for making that trip up there? I mean, so again, that's giving back a ton right there. It helps Colorado, who's what? They're going to get the easy dub to start their season. Helps
Mm-hmm.
Jackson State because those players can get a little bit of exposure. But the school will get a big time paycheck for making that trip out there and going
Yep,
back to
yep.
Mississippi with that money.
Absolutely. And Dion is going to set it up that everybody that's media that's friendly with him can benefit in a certain way down there in a different. So it's just different creative ways you can make money for the school for being the one that kind of helped build the school up back to promise. Get rid of all this
Right.
negative. Get rid of it. Get rid of it real fast if they're smart.
Mm-hmm.
But some
Oh,
people decide they want to sit down and not be smart.
I forgot two other big platforms. So GMC and Chevrolet, and Barstool is helping JSU.
And Barstool is going to follow. Barstool really follow all these major universities anyway. If you kind of tap into some of these pages, Barstool got a one for every major college, pretty much. I don't know if they have for
Mm-hmm.
Idaho. Excuse me, Idaho, if I'm disrespecting y'all, but like I don't know if they have one for Montana State and certainly some of these schools. But like your Utahs, your UCLA, your Alabamas and stuff, Barstool is already involved with a lot of that stuff. And the fact that he was able to get Barstool, that's great. That's just let you know the places that he could touch. But you just got to find sneaky ways that's not illegal to give
Yeah.
back, and sign a contract to do it for the next 3 or 4 years. And when they do come to town, it's a party in a sense. It's Get rid of it. Get rid of the negatives. Smoke that out real fast,
Hey,
man. Pay
boosters.
It's
It's
a
been.
donation and a write off.
It's so many ways for people to give to sports to athletics departments is crazy. I'm talking about boosters is so sneaky with it. And now that the NIL is out there, I mean, you just basically open the door for boosters to basically pay coaches and athletes whatever they want, give them any resource they want with the NIL. I mean, it's a free for all now. So, I mean, look at Master P's son got $1 million deal. You got, you got the one young basketball player that's going to be coming in next year. He signed $1 million deal with Adidas, Mikey Williams. I mean, it's crazy what's going on now, but the NIL opened it up.
Mikey's going to Memphis. Mikey's going to Memphis.
Oh yeah, Memphis. Yeah, he's going to Memphis. But he signed an NIL deal with Adidas. That was crazy.
Don't he got one with Cash? He got one with Cash App too, I think.
He got a bunch. He got a bunch. He had over.
These players.
He had $1 million. He had $1 million people following him though. He had $1 million people following him. So the NIL goes by how popular you are, who's following you, and how much money you could generate for that company also.
Well, I know NIL really is about if they want you at a school, they can give you whatever they want to get you there. You don't have to do a thing.
Yeah, Lamar, you're right, because there's people who it was that dude at Miami. He got some crazy. He got I think it was like 800,000 and like a BMW or a Porsche or something.
Wait, who are we talking about though? Let's be careful.
And I don't even know. He's not as popular as Mikey, but he got a pretty nice NIL.
Tell me who you're talking about though, because here's the thing: you still can't tell me it's not because of it.
It was a basketball player at University of Miami. I'm 85% sure.
I'm gonna give you two of them. I'm gonna give you two of the guys, and don't tell me it's not because of their name, image, and likeness. Don't tell me it's because the university likes them. Because if they're not doing the work, they won't be able to receive the money. Now, if you want to flip it around and say Texas A&M did that and Texas did that, then I agree with you. But the proof is in the pudding that Miami, all the players that get the endorsement deals at Miami, they put the work in. They actually put the work in. You're talking about Nigel Pack. And you're talking about Isaiah Wong.
I was just saying though, it wasn't. They weren't on the popularity scale of Mikey. But
they absolutely were, because it's about what you do.
I don't think definitely so.
Were. Nigel Pack from Kansas State. Wait a minute. Nigel Pack from Kansas State didn't earn that money. He was you got your name, image, and likeness.
So he was a transfer.
Yes, your name, image, and likeness goes with a tag. He was a top scorer in that conference in the Big 12 for Kansas State. You immediately, it's just like do the football transfer.
But you're proving our point that they gave him all that money for his skill, not his name, engine.
Right, exactly. It wasn't about his social media virality. It was about his game.
But you one hand wash the other and both wash the face. You have to have it. Pick three. It's three things. If one out of the three is big time, it helps you. It helps your case.
No, that's what we're saying. That's what we're saying. The NIL has become a free for all because there's really little to no regulation on it, and you can give any player an NIL deal for any reason you choose. Whether he has the popularity, whether he's just nice, and you want him to commit to that school.
Cut down on that. You're going to have to start doing the work too.
No, I mean they haven't regulated it yet. The only regulation they've had to it is that company has to be local in that school's region, like something like that. Something weird like that.
They're going to do. They're going to cut down on. You can't just give, like you just say, it's not going to be able to give everybody. You know why? You got to be able to do the work. Meaning, like, as soon as you're signed, what's happening now is that sometimes that commercial is already cut, that situation is already cut, and you have to prove to the NCAA that you're doing the work. Whatever it takes, if it's posting something every day, you have to actually do the work. Texas A&M was not no one here could get on here and correct me that there was nobody doing the work at Texas A&M in Texas when they gave those offensive linemen all those money. They didn't even do the work. They just gave them the money. So you're correct on that part. The NCAA is going to cut down on that part too.
They might, but I don't want them to. I like it when these players can make money and there's really not a lot of regulation to it. And who cares? Right. I mean, I don't care. It's time for them to get paid anyway. Because a lot of these guys aren't going to go pro anyway. Collect the check, live your life, collect as much money as you can, and just move forward. Maybe you learn a little business on the way out. But
get you a business administration degree. Get you about lead football with $1 million and get into some real estate or something.
Hey, get a good wealth manager. Get with a real good wealth management firm. Get a good.
Isn't that part of getting your NIL deal? You have to take
No,
I
the
think
agency, your agent, you pick an agency, you pick one of these big time agencies, and the agency
they've been
uses.
stealing more than anybody.
Well, listen, you're not listening to what I'm saying. You asking me who do the players go to get the deals. The agency is the one that's picking it. What I'm saying, to counter that, you also should get a legal part, meaning you go get a wealth management to be able to help you manage your money. So you make sure your taxes are paid. You make sure certain things are being taken care of. That's the smart balance. I'm not going against what you're saying. I'm just pushing back on it and kind of correct you a little bit on how it works. That's all I'm doing.
No, I'm saying to get an NIL deal, they make
Any
you
regulations?
have to be in like certain money management classes. There's certain classes you got to take to even get that money at the university.
Well,
Well,
all major schools also has a compliance officer that
exactly.
they
That's going to
over all of
approve
that.
that. That's going to
Yeah.
approve that business arrangement, meaning, okay, we won't allow you to do this. It doesn't make any sense. But what I'm saying on the outside is, if you're a parent, you have a guardian, there, grandma, grandpa, cousin, uncle, whoever, the best thing to do with these kids once they're going to get these deals is to go get a financial person that knows what they're doing. That could be your uncle. If he's that stern in that, then go get him to make sure you pay your taxes on
No, I
time
got you. No, I got
and
you, bro.
balance your money. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay. But yeah, hey, so they I'm kind of late. So they did do an FBI investigation that
No,
actually.
I'm from what I've been told is that there's a very strong likelihood that there could be an FBI probe into missing funds,
Yeah, they're
because of
doing it
all of
right
the
now.
noise that's going around. So
Yeah, they're
Okay,
again,
because I
doing
was
it.
trying
maybe
to look.
maybe
I was
some.
trying to look that
And
up.
that's and that's just to
I
smoke
couldn't
them
find the
out. That
website.
might just be the scare tactics too, though. Just be the
I
scare
don't
tactics.
know. I don't know. Whenever you deal with misappropriation of funds and things like that, I don't know, man.
I mean,
Yeah,
Things can
JSU
be.
president
white
did
collar
do it
fraud.
a few years ago. It was a lady. She did misappropriate.
That
I mean,
was
it's
in
just
what
kind of like a common
2017.
thing with HBCUs though. Like we're gonna keep it 100
It
grand.
is, because they treat a lot of this like they're still in high school. I'm sorry. I love black colleges. I hope they all succeed. But you gotta stop treating it like you're still in high school, and make it that, well, when we have these meetings or that means that people are looking out for themselves. You need to look out for everybody. Stop taking these grease palms. I mean, they're already doing it at all the top schools. Stop doing it to the kids at that level.
But
Because
at the
Yeah,
same time, too, though, I mean, Mississippi is a pretty fucked up state too. I mean, y'all see what Brett Favre and the last governor Philip Bryant did. No, I don't know if y'all. I'm from Mississippi, so I'm I'm just, yeah. I mean, it's
My
a
brother,
whole.
I said it earlier. Every black person needs to get out of the state of Mississippi.
They do. No, you're 300% right. He's not even playing. And
Bro, they still
what's
got
funny, to the brother above
outhouses
me,
out there.
it had black Mississippi is like the highest concentration of black people, like per capita, or whatever, like out of any other state. Like it has the most black people per capita.
Wow, that's
It
crazy.
has it.
Hey, Lamar and the rest of the guys, I'm gonna hop out. I might come back in like in the next 15 or 20 or maybe half an hour. If not, I'm gonna listen, or I might hop back in. I appreciate you guys though. I'll
All
talk
right,
to you.
man, you take it easy.
All right.
right. And the biggest thing, man, we got to stop treating these college athletes, student athletes, like they children. They're grown, and they're gonna do whatever they want with their money. So I don't think there shouldn't be any mandatory or anything or regulation to the NIL. They should have already
I,
been taught that.
I see what you're
Well,
saying. I know what he's saying though, because that's. Oh, go ahead, Lamar. I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro.
I'm just saying I don't want people to start thinking that every kid is going to Colorado because of an NIL. I mean, not every kid. A lot of these kids are transferring or choosing Colorado because that's a great coaching staff and that's a great opportunity for them to continue their football career. It's not just because a lot of them don't even have the opportunity to get NIL money. Most of them are just coming for the football opportunity, play for a good staff and things like that. And it very well may not even work out in Colorado. I mean, Deion's had guys transfer out on him at Jackson. And he's going to have guys leave on him at Colorado. That's just the nature of the business. So,
Right, it's business. Yeah,
it is
right.
what it
And
is.
yeah, they should. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, you have to show up, and show out. That's how you get an NIL deal.
Yeah,
That's
some
how you
kid.
do
I
it.
want to say something.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I know that his kids got an NIL deal. Shiloh just got a deal with Porsche
and the three did a commercial together over the weekend, well, last week. I forget what the product was, but they did an NIL deal and they did a
A
commercial. So
black active or something.
uh, I don't know what the product was. I don't remember the product was, but I did see the commercial.
Mm-hmm.
I know Shiloh just got a portion, so it turned out to help be beneficial in some way for his kids. So
They said Deion just hired the cheerleading coach. Boy, he taking everybody with him.
Yeah, I saw. Hey, Lamont, I saw that the Kent State head coach is going to Colorado to be the offensive coordinator, and he
Yeah,
turned their whole franchise. I mean, excuse me, their whole organization around. They said he had like one of the best offenses in the nation.
oh,
but it's also we're dealing with that pay too now. Cause you got Mississippi Valley State coach that's left, and then when I was looking at some report that most of the HBCU coaches don't get paid. Some getting paid $25,000 a year, $65,000 a year. I think Deion was in the upper echelon of that. So it's always going to be about business and that money. So you got two head coaches that just left to get paid.
Yo, that is crazy. Like
It's
people
business, gentlemen.
leaving a head coaching job to be an offensive coordinator or defensive coordinator
Bro,
somewhere
that's that
else.
Power Five. Some Power Five schools, some checks be looking different, man. And your
hey, he got
opportunities, if Deion Sanders does well at Colorado and you on that staff, you next up to get another big payday at the coaching spot. So I
But
mean,
ain't Kent State, and I thought they were
that's
the
not a
Big
Power
10.
Five. That's a mid
They're not a
major.
big. They're not really. I always thought they was Big 10 for some
No,
reason.
they not Big Ten. That's a mid major. I think they might be in the MAC. I think they in the MAC with Butler and them, if I believe, but I don't believe they in the. They definitely not a Power Five school for sure.
Yeah, you
yeah,
right.
he got
Yeah,
a defensive
Well, not
coordinator
only
in the
that,
NFL. He got a
you got a
NFL
they got a
defensive coordinator.
they got a strength and conditioning
No,
coach
no,
in
no.
the
That defense coordinator,
getting about $1
he's an
million.
advisor. He's just an advisor.
Oh, you
The
right.
defense coordinator
It
is
is
the
in the MAC.
defensive back coach from the defensive back coach from Alabama is the defensive coordinator.
The other guy, the
Coach from the
analyst
Minnesota
or
Vikings.
something. Yeah. Oh, he an
Yeah,
analyst
he's
or
just an
something.
analyst. Yeah, he's just an
Oh,
analyst.
okay.
But the defensive back coach from Alabama is the defense coordinator. So the man
Hey, look,
making moves.
hey, look, did y'all see that one dude? He went to the Vikings. He the strength and conditioning coach that went to the Vikings straight from Jackson State.
Yeah, so a lot of people using this
Man,
as a springboard, right? Like a lot of people, this Jackson State experiment really springboard a lot of people's careers in other situations.
Yeah, when the brother got to take a bath in the hotel pool, yeah, that's bad. When I seen that, when they was in that hotel and they didn't have the
man, I
water,
almost started
man.
crying,
Oh
bro. I
yeah,
almost
because
started crying when I seen that. I was like, God, dog.
and that's another point too. I mean, like I think somebody was saying it earlier about, oh, it's ours, it's ours. Listen, man, bro, the state of Mississippi, white people pretty much. What was I remember the governor and the senator were offering Deion money to stay. I mean, it wasn't. It had nothing to do really with black people. People saying like it's our stuff. HBCUs aren't. If you're getting your state funding from the state and the state is mostly white people, it's not yours. I mean, I don't know why we keep saying
Hey, well, you know
ours.
what? I believe this is
That's a
one thing
good
I
point.
believe. The one thing I believe is this. I think with funding with these programs, if you're a HBCU, yeah, I wouldn't care where the funds came from. I wouldn't care who was writing the checks. You got to get the funds.
No,
Now you have to
I'm
also
sorry. Go ahead.
understand that if you got big boosters have a lot of say so in what happens in your program. They have a lot of say so in the players that get scholarships. They have a lot of say so in the coach that gets hired. This is one of the reasons why I tell my guys that I coach now. They be saying I want to be a walk on for this team and that team. I said if you're a walk on, you're never going to play. I don't care how good you are. Why? Because there's no booster backing your scholarship. They don't want to see walk ons on the court because they want to see their scholarship guys play. I said there's a politics side of it too, and the same with coaches. Boosters have you kind of have to be mindful of where the money comes from, but all you got to do is succeed. All you got to do is
But
succeed,
no, but
win.
Lamont, you're not wrong, but I gotta push back on one thing. See, when you look at Ole Miss and Mississippi State,
Yeah.
they have endowments each of $700 million. Jackson State is 40 million. I mean, so and if you look at the state of Mississippi, I mean, there's people who are generations Mississippi State and Ole Miss fans. They're not gonna stop watching Ole Miss and Mississippi State to go watch Jackson State. They don't give a damn who comes through. They don't give a damn if Tom Brady was coaching Jackson State. Probably they're not gonna stop watching Ole Miss. They're not going to stop paying them overpriced ass tickets. They're not going to stop going to the Grove and tailgating at Ole Miss. They're not going to stop driving 5 hours from all the way up to Oxford. They're just not going to do it. And then a lot of people, if you've been on HBCU, it's really not about the football game. Let's just keep it real.
It's about the bands.
Right. It's about the fellowship, the tailgating, the band, all that stuff. It's not about nobody cares about the football like that. So,
Well, I
Hey,
think
thanks for having
Deion
me.
Sanders
Thanks.
started to change that narrative a little bit. He started making it more about the football, having the fans go crazy about the team, and I like what he was doing. You just got to find now. Now it's about finding the next guy that can keep it going, and I believe you keep it going by bringing in a polarizing name that isn't just polarizing, but somebody who knows what they're doing. And I forgot about Ty Willingham. I mean, if you really think about it, that might be the most perfect fit for JSU right now. But I
Yeah.
mean, we'll see what direction they go.
Hey, thanks for having me. I'm from the dip.
All right,
I
man.
really appreciate it, and I hope Deion, man, I hope he do good. And well, I'm pretty sure he'll do well. And I mean, HBCU's got the template. He did it. If he did it, why can't somebody else? Black people got the template. You got it. You got the blueprint right there. All right,
Mm-hmm.
y'all.
All right, man.
all
Have
right,
a good
bro.
one.
I can't see nobody
Sure.
name, but
Yeah. No, that was Elam, man. He just hopped out, man. Appreciate it. Hey, we're gonna be shutting it down. I know you came in towards the tail end, Citizen Lou.
yeah, I know. Yeah, my
So
bad.
my bad. No, it's all right. Tomorrow, hey y'all, look, tomorrow we're gonna be live again, 10:30 in the morning on the West Coast. Not for sure what time it is for you guys over there, but I've seen a lot of new names in the chat today, man. Great conversation. I think we got up to almost 700 people in the panel today talking about this. So hey, Fred Dorsey says $60 million JSU budget to Ole Miss's 1.2 billion. But hey, Fred Dorsey. But I mean, really,
yeah, you can't
when we
compete with that.
compare, but you can't compete with it. But you got to think, what are these other schools doing with their alumni to where they have people giving back to the school to this degree, where they have these additional
What?
budgets to invest? So again,
Well,
maybe
one thing they
JSU
have.
needs to be a copycat model where how can we keep our alumni giving? How do we keep them invested? Is our alumni association, is they doing their job? What are we doing to stay engaged with our alumni to make them want to give back to the school? Is their experience while they're here good? Or are their cars getting broken into, just like Deion Sanders and his sons? Like, well, what is the experience that they're having? Like, why? I think you need to answer these questions.
Well, they got one thing going. They got way more students. They got almost 3 times as many students. And then
Hey, but Citizen Luke, how do you increase enrollment? Yeah, I see how you increase
well that's
enrollment here at GCU. I see how they increase enrollment. You just keep
well that's
building dorms.
but that's the
GCU
chick
don't stop building dorms.
but that's the chicken and the egg argument, Lamont, because it's like you gotta have more students to get more dorms.
No, that's not true. No,
That's what happened with TSU this year. They had a boom in 2,000 more students, and they didn't have enough dorms for them, but they
Yeah,
couldn't
yeah,
get the
yeah.
the
But what
money
you
to
do is
build
you
more
build
dorms.
the dorms ahead of it. See, and so once you build the
But you got to
additional
have the students
dorms,
first. You got to
no,
show
let's
them it's
no,
needed
no,
though.
Citizen Lou, I'm literally watching GCU
It's
do it.
called. It's also called recruiting.
No, hold on. Yeah, hold on.
The
This is what
school.
GCU is doing. GCU, they're buying up neighborhoods around. They keep expanding. The only thing that they're building is dorms. Then they have a whole department of people, just like what Deshaun said. People on the phones recruiting students, and this is what they're doing. They are sending staff to Chicago, to
Thank you.
Indianapolis, to Maryland, and what they're doing is they're telling these kids, "We're going to pay for you to come out, do a campus visit here at GCU, and we're gonna give you a scholarship if you come. Just it's all free, all paid on us. They investing in students that could potentially come. And now they're getting students from all over the place. And when those students get there, the dorms are already built for them. So when they take them kids on a campus visit, they're like, look at these dorms. We got the number 6 ranked dorms in the country. We got the best dorms. You're not gonna get better dorms, you're not gonna get a better living experience. The campus look nice. I mean, you got to invest in your school. So when we say build dorms, that's just investing in your school. Then you need to invest in staff that can go recruit people. I mean, it's all
Thank
investing
you.
in yourself. You can't
Yeah,
not
but
hope that people enroll and then start building dorms after they enroll. That's too late.
No, but that's what I'm saying though, bro. Like I was saying with TSU, that's what happened with them. They did a highly aggressive marketing campaign to get more students. They got 2,000. What did I say? They had 2,000 more students, but they didn't have any dorms. They were living in hotels and
Exactly why you
motels.
built the dorms first.
But they don't. How you get the? But you got to get the money from the state though.
Get the money
You get
somehow. Get it from
loans.
But you
donors,
can't get. But
alumni. You got to go
you can't.
grind.
But you can't
Nothing
get the
comes
money.
free.
No, I'm saying,
You
but you
got
can't
to
get the
get
money from
right.
the state until you show them that you need it, which you need, which they show now because they got too many
I mean,
students.
I think there's ways. I mean, if there's a will, there's a way. Because if these small schools like GCU, if we can continuously build dorms nonstop for the last 5-6 summers, I come back, whole neighborhoods ago. We got one guy in the middle of our campus who won't sell. He has a horse in his house right in the middle of our campus, won't sell. Some old man, and they've been offering him 1 million, 1.5 just to sell it, and he's just stuck on not selling. So, I
Yeah,
mean,
but
you got
but the
to do
thing is,
what you got
that's
to do.
a lot of state money goes into a lot of these schools, bro. Like you look at you look at just Alabama, Ohio State. They get a lot. They get a lot of money from the state.
Yeah, but
I'm
we're
just
a
saying,
private university. We're not getting all that from the state. If we can
who you
do it,
talking
I
about?
know anybody can do it.
You said GCU?
Yeah.
They're not getting. How many students go to
What,
GCU?
what enrollments increased right now? I can tell you what the enrollments probably tripled since I've been here since about 3 years ago.
I think private because I think, but even as a private university, you might not. You still get
So,
some type of things as like a university though.
so
You still get
we're
like
up
tax
to
breaks.
GCU. We're up. We went up from 7,000 to 27,000 now over the last 4 years.
Okay,
That's because we don't
that's
stop building dorms, and then they recruit and recruit and recruit
now.
some
Where's
more.
GCU at? Where's GCU at?
It's in Phoenix, Arizona.
Okay, that's and that state is booming in population. Period.
Yeah,
So
but
that's
you got to think the majority of these students they're coming from out of state, and
right.
what is one of their main recruiting tools? We don't charge out of state tuition. All the tuition is the same for everybody, so they keep giving everybody reasons to come.
Mm-hmm.
Reasons to giving people so many academic scholarships that they don't stop selling themselves, marketing and investing in themselves. So that's all you got to do. That's all you got to do, man.
I mean, I just,
I'm
I'm just
watching them do it. It's crazy. It's crazy what
no,
they're doing.
I'm not necessarily saying that they're not doing that, but I know they're getting some money from the state. I mean, I know they're
They
getting
might
some type
be.
of,
I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that they're getting somebody from somewhere.
but I'm not discrediting what you're saying
They
either. I'm
probably
not.
just getting tax breaks. You know what I'm saying? Tax
Yeah,
exempt.
that's what I was saying too, right? Like tax breaks, like property tax write-offs. That's how they do Harvard and stuff, right? They give them some type of land grants and stuff like that. And I'm not discrediting what you said either. I'm sure that it is smart to do. You got to get students. I mean, got to do
I'm
it
just saying, if
somehow.
I know a small school like GCU can do it, which GCU isn't the big dog here in Arizona. We got Arizona, we got ASU right here in Phoenix as well. I mean, we got NAU. I mean, it's bigger fish to fry than just GCU. So I'm saying, if Grand Canyon can do it, I know Jackson State with their history can do it. I mean, they've been in school for 150 years.
Mhm.
They got it. They got the foundation to do it. You just got to put the people in place um, who could create an infrastructure so you can start building and creating. That campus should have tripled in size over the last couple of years. They should be building right now. Ever since Deion Sanders got there, dorms should be getting built. All right, he said McGrath
They
from
definitely
Savannah
received
State.
enough money to start building.
Hold on, what'd you say?
I said they definitely probably received a lot of money this year to start building something, at least one building.
I mean, so I'm saying they should be building nonstop. I mean, as soon as Deion got there and all that attention was on JSU, dorms, dorms, dorms. I'm building more and more dorms, and you got to send people out to recruit and not stop recruiting. Even in the coffee salute, man. He said he came correct today. Appreciate it. He says, "Can anybody tell me, since everyone want to talk about Jackson State?" He says, "Stole them money. What college or what big corporation anyone know that doesn't get stole from? It's not
I
right, but
hate
it
I
happens
hate this
everywhere."
I hate this
That's a bad
argument.
argument. Yeah, just because it
I hate this
happens
argument.
anywhere else means doesn't mean you can't address it. What's happening? I mean, so I guess basically, if we went with that sentiment, we should just not do anything.
I
don't
it's
know.
it's like white people are like the moral compass. It's like white people do it too. They steal money too. So why you worried about us? We stealing, but they stealing too. I hate that argument.
Yeah, that's a bad argument. That's a bad argument. You know.
I think only Deion was trying to say, hey, be fair. You know, we had agreement saying 30,000. I get paid a little bit extra. You kept the receipt at 28,000. So basically, it was just lying to the man to keep from paying the man. So it's not about stealing; it's just hiding.
Mm-hmm.
But I will say though, they said that
he said JSU provided receipts. It didn't happen.
I was about to say they did say that didn't happen. They didn't steal nothing from Deion or whatever. They misplaced that. I think you talked about it.
They ain't
yeah. You talking about when Deion Sanders stuff came up missing?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, the school came out and was like, yeah, it was just misplaced. But Deion followed it up and was like, whoever told you that is lying. He came out and said, no, my stuff was stolen. He says, my secretary saw the guy who was stealing, just couldn't do nothing about it because he was a big grown man and she wasn't about to go engage and get in a fight with a guy who was stealing and trying to go stop him. He said there was a witness to it. And so that's when I was told, that's when the divide with him and Jackson State started. When they sitting here trying to cover their ass because they wasn't doing their job on security and his stuff got stolen. Because it makes them look bad. That makes them look horrible. In his first game, you allow somebody to come in there and rob the man. That makes them look horrible.
Yeah, dude. And also too, I mean, it's crazy, man. It's crazy how he number one, how he public enemy number one, and everybody making all these like trying to do this whole like pro-black arguments, like you need to not elevate, and you like, it makes like you run into the white man, and
that's how you stay broke. That's how you stay broke, trying to chase them. Yeah, that's stupid right there.
You know, we the only people who complain about somebody getting a raise.
Man,
exactly, bro.
The only people who complain about somebody getting a goddamn raise.
Exactly, bro.
And it's not just him getting a raise. He taking a whole bunch of people with him to get some raises. So I mean,
right.
Whoa, I mean, I wish I was one of them people. Call me on up.
Right, scout team, but you know,
man, I switched from basketball to football. I figured it out.
8% of his staff is black, and all them black men are getting paid. So you helping black family households. That's a blessing. Why is that an issue? Seeing these black men come up, that's what we want. Not us. No, he ain't right. He shouldn't have did that. Y'all kiss my ass. Man. I'm getting this money. Y'all kiss my ass.
500,000 to 5 million.
What?
That's a 10x raise. You can't even get that at your job.
Yeah, man.
You know,
no, you say 300,000, 500,000, 300,000.
That's some bullshit. The assistant coaches were getting paid as much as the custodians. What type of shit is this?
No, that's crazy when you say it out loud like that.
Y'all know my dad in this is off topic, but you know, my dad in Indianapolis was a school teacher, right? That's what he wanted to do. He wanted to teach and all this stuff. And then he goes and talks to one of the custodians at the school, get to find out that the maintenance man at the school is making more than the teachers. What did he do the next year? He did. Fuck y'all students. It's time for me to be a maintenance man. He switched on over. Became a painter for the school. Everybody's like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "Shit, I'm making 4 times what y'all making." That's crazy. How crazy it is.
That's overtime.
Assistant coaches was making 25,000. Now they had hold on. Assistant coaches was only making 25,000.
I said they was making the custodians making more than them. I told you that.
That's not even a living wage. I don't even know if it's you would be struck. That's struggling right there.
That's poverty in Mississippi. That's
and just now he can pay at least 20 coaches $250,000 with the salary thing. He's gonna go to it. That's a deal. If I got $5 million, I can split up with 20 coaches. That's $250,000 each. Like I won't be leaving. I'll be right there with him.
Yeah, you're right. 5 million. I mean, that you can do, like you said, you can do way more with that. You probably ain't got to, because Jackson State, they had it in this deal. I don't know if y'all talked about it, but he got like a percentage on Pepsi sales. He got a percentage on tickets, and like the center, and they were like gonna add another $1 million onto his salary. So he was like the highest paid, coach and like SWAC by 3 times, and then there was some like he was up there getting money like just by doing the deals and stuff. So I mean, man, and then I don't know if y'all saw that Colorado changed their transfer eligibility thing. So like now, like when athletes got them like them BS degrees with like football theory and general ed and all that. Now Colorado is allowing them to transfer that over now. So man, they finna have some last chance U type dudes coming through.
Colorado is not stupid.
Did that though. Every major school did that.
Yeah,
the smart ones to do that. Yeah. You'll see some ones like Vanderbilt and Notre Dame is stubborn. USC is still kind of stubborn, and this is why you see these teams be really good one year and then they fall off the next. There ain't really no consistency to their success. So I mean, the teams that are consistent, the Alabamas, they know that sometimes to bring in the best athletes, you got to lower them educational standards, and it's not because these players are stupid, but it's because they have to put in so much time to be good on the field that it's just hard to balance school, sports, and then just having a personal life. It's hard to have a balance.
And they bringing in
I want to
tons
pick it back
of money.
on that. I pick it back on that. I know that Randy Moss, God bless the day, with Bobby Bowden. I used to be a high school coach at Dillard High School in Fort Lauderdale, and he was telling the coaches, he said, "I got this kid. I'm trying to get in here." He said, "Alabama won't let. Notre Dame won't let it in." He said, "I'm begging like heck for Florida State to get Randy Moss. They didn't. He went to Marshall, so they had to lower their academic standard as well at Florida State because they lost on."
Oh, is you saying Randy Moss could have went to Florida State, but due to the academic requirement, he couldn't get in?
No, he was there. He didn't get to play, but he was there.
That's why he transferred to Marshall?
He transferred to Marshall, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. This is how much money Colorado made off merch in the last 5 days. Shit. Boy, they've been selling.
I might get me one.
Bro, they've been selling. I ain't gonna lie.
I mean, that's another thing.
I'm not gonna lie. I already put in my season ticket request.
For Colorado, you in Colorado?
I live in Florida, man, but I can travel for free on Delta because my son is executive at Delta. So I just put my ticket request in. I just want to see the first year experience.
See, that's support right there. That's crazy.
I know that's right.
That's how you support right there. I ain't gonna lie.
Yo, and I mean,
I'm gonna definitely be tuned in. Like I was telling people, I said I had never in my life, like I'm leaving basketball practice with the squad. I'm checking my phone. What's the score to the JSU game? I ain't never in my life wanted to know the score to a JSU game until Deion Sanders got there. So, I mean, that's crazy, man. What they kind of messed up on. They got to find a way to keep that going without him because they had something special.
Now you're right about that. I was, I was just watching that walkthrough of him walking around that facility. How happy, just seeing that pristine football field, that practice facility, that weight room. I mean, it's just
you can see it on their face. I said it's a little.
You saw it, man. It was like the Jefferson.
Hey, when the camera shut off, you know what they were saying when the camera shut off, bro.
They were like, man, we got to get the fuck up out of it. Because they
was like, I'm glad they were like, we made it, bro. This is it.
They moving on up, man. I mean, you can't get mad at that, man. Like, it's crazy how like
you seen they actually had a training facility.
Did you see it? Did you see how all that history on the walls and just the cleanliness? Just like, it was just you can't compete with that. You know what I mean? And then compared to Jackson State, where he had to put $100,000 in renovating theirs. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think they didn't even have what he said, they didn't have a squat rack or something like that.
I already know,
wow.
man.
Wow.
How do you got a football team without a squat rack, man?
I mean, I don't know if it was a square. It was some. It was some. That most big schools need for. For strength and conditioning and stuff like that. I can't remember which. It might not have been a squat rack. That's probably basic, but it was something they didn't have. I was like, damn, they ain't had that. and he had to pay and get all that stuff in. So the thing about Deion, man, he made it way better. He left it better than when he found it, and that's all you can really ask for.
That's it, really.
You know, so it's like, you know, my mom went to Jackson State. My dad went to Alcorn, so I've been going to SWAC games, HBCU, stuff like that for like a
I didn't
while
know your
now.
mom. My dad went to Jackson State too.
Oh,
That's
for
what's
real?
up. Yeah, my dad was a drum major.
I think I played about the same age. I think
My
they maybe.
dad was when he passed. I forget his age. He wasn't 60 yet. I think he was 58 or 59.
I think he was a little bit older then, because my mom is 59 now.
Yeah.
But
So, and my mom didn't go to Jackson State, but she's from Mississippi. She's from Hollandale. And I was
okay,
born in
South
some
Florida.
little off. Huh?
She from South Florida, Hollandale, or she from up north, Hollandale?
Mississippi.
No, Mississippi. Hollandale,
Oh,
Mississippi.
Hollandale,
Yeah.
Mississippi.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, and then I was born in because my parents was leaving Mississippi. They trying to get up out of there, and my mom went into labor with me, so I was born in some off-brand town, Rolling Fork.
I don't even know what that's at, Lamont.
Bro, I went to Rolling Fork, man. It's sad, bro. I thought I was in one. You know, I thought I was in one of them old Western movies, just dust and empty
Them
buildings.
sundown towns.
Man, what are them little circle weed things just be floating around?
Tumbleweed.
Oh yeah, I just seen tumbleweeds, all types of stuff. I said, where the hell?
You thought you was in the brush.
Look, I could tell y'all this story because it's not as sad to me, but my dad actually went to Mississippi just to die, basically, because he had a heart condition. He was just tired of going to hospitals. He knew by moving to Mississippi, in Greenville is the worst ranked hospital in the world. He basically knew I'm leaving one of the best heart facilities to go move to Mississippi. He basically moved out there just content with, I'm going to stop taking all these medicines, feeling shitty every day, and I'm just going to live until the heart give out. So he basically just went out there knowing that they ain't going to have the facilities to save me if I have a heart attack anyway.
Damn.
That's exactly what he did. And he went to that hospital in Greenville, and they said we ain't got the facilities to save. That's exactly what happened too. So I said, man, that is crazy. So
yeah, Mississippi is pretty trash in a lot of things.
Wow. The lady was like, "Yeah, we ain't got the stuff here to save him." I said, "What?" She said, "We can send him over to Jackson State, or somewhere over in Jackson."
Yeah, that's where they like when people get like bad wrecks, they fly them to Jackson. Cause they got a big medical.
Remember, at that time it was during COVID, so they couldn't fly him to Jackson because Jackson was packed with COVID patients. So,
oh, your dad passed recently?
No, this was during the first wave of when COVID first hit in 2020, when I first started my channel.
See, I thought your dad passed away way before that. I didn't know it was that recent. That's still pretty.
It was recent. It was recent. Yeah, he was still alive. He was alive when I had my channel. I was gonna have him on the podcast.
Damn.
Let me give a shout out to I think I seen it in the chat. PK7 in the chat. Salute to PK7 in the chat for hitting the Cash App. Also, I got to give a shout out to Mr. One of a Kind and Terrence Force for also hitting the Cash App today, man. Again, that's much appreciated. And then also for all the new members today, Mr. Number 4, Hitman X, man. You guys are now members of the channel, man. Appreciate that as well, man. I definitely appreciate the support of the channel. Just Susie says Baptist Hospital has an excellent cardiac facility. Mr. Sanders is known in Hollandale. He is. Who's from Hollandale? Is anybody in here from Hollandale? Because if y'all from Hollandale, you probably know my family. That's a small town.
I think Fred from Mississippi. The way I was reading his comments earlier.
He said Mr. Sanders is known in Hollandale. So if anybody is in Hollandale, I'm almost positive you know my family. The Rosses and the Lanes.
Yeah, that's how my
mom's side.
Is. Hey, his brother above me. What's that collection back there? I've been kind of curious.
Those are the little
the Funko Pops.
Oh, okay. I couldn't make it out from here.
Yeah, I'm a black nerd, brother. I'm sorry.
Hey, one of the subscribers sent me one of those. Somebody sent me, like, one of the subscribers on the channel sent me one with a guy with Portland jersey on. I think it might be Dame. It don't kind of look like him, but it's supposed to be Dame, I think. I got it in my garage.
Yeah, I collect those in vinyl.
That's what's up.
I need to
I think
start
I'm
collecting some vinyls, man.
I was about to say I need to start collecting some stuff like some Pokemon cards or something. I don't know. I need to go back and
Bro, when I
turn the
seen
clock.
a little kid open up a pack of Pokemon cards and they talk about he done got a card that's worth like $1 million, I said I need to start buying Pokemon cards. Shit.
I don't know, man. I need to get back on that shit. I'm like, collect something.
Hey, off the top, I got a question. How much is land going for in Mississippi? Because I'm looking to buy some land to do some farming myself.
Well, it depends on
In
where
the
you.
process trying to.
It depends on where you go.
I know I'm
You got three areas that's like considered. You got Hattiesburg, you got Biloxi. Hattiesburg is like where the college is at. Biloxi is like the coast. I would probably look more toward Biloxi.
I'm looking for farmland now. Farmland.
Oh, what? Oh, okay. I mean, you get it cheaper in Mississippi than anywhere else. I can tell you that.
I just got a great deal in near Statesboro, Georgia, for like 10 acres for 30,000. So I had to jump on that. But I'm just looking for farmland. I got a new vision now, so farming is my thing.
Well, I know if in Rolling Fork it can't be that expensive. So I want to check Rolling Fork out.
Rolling Fork. Say it again.
It's called Rolling Fork, Mississippi. When I went out there, I just saw empty buildings from like the 70s. Looked like they hadn't been, because they had like 70s signage and stuff on it. It looked very old, like it hadn't been touched in a minute. So,
okay. I'm gonna start doing some research in that area.
them funeral homes out of Mississippi be on some BS though, man. My mom got buried out there. They did messed around and forgot to put her headstone on her grave for like a year.
Hey.
I went and found out because I had my aunt go to the grave on her birthday, and she was like, "They ain't even put the headstone on it yet, man." I had to call them. I had to damn near cut them out. I said, "That's disrespectful." Yeah,
that's fucked up. And this was Hollandale.
Yeah, she got buried in Hollandale. Yep, with her family. They have a family little grave out there. So yeah,
that's how mine is too. I'm from Meridian. That's like most people in Mississippi know what Meridian is.
Magnolia, Mississippi, man. We got a lot of people from Mississippi here today, man. Mr. Sanders was a school president later, superintendent. So, but all right, y'all. Look, y'all, we're gonna go ahead and shut it down for the day.
All right, man. Y'all take it easy.
I ain't gonna lie. This was a really good stream, man. This was a much needed stream. Good conversation, man. Just at least an open forum to kind of discuss what's going on. And I'm glad that there was a lot of people from Jackson, where Rashonda in the chat. We had Deshaun as well. Also, look, we got two people on the channel now with platforms. We got Hink, the basement. Make sure I put his link in the chat. I'll put it in there one more time before we get up out of here. And Citizen Lou, he also has a channel as well. That's all you got to type in, Citizen Lou. You can go check out his channel as well. I'll try to put his link in as well. Hold on, let me see if I may put Hink in there. Hink in the basement one more time.
What time we on tomorrow though? What time you come on tomorrow?
Same time, 10:30 in the morning. I'm on the West Coast though, so what time is it? What time is it? Where you at right now?
It's 5:21.
All right, so
he on the East Coast. He on the East Coast.
Yeah, so you 2 hours. You 2 hours ahead. So it'll be 12:30 for you. We'll be back tomorrow at 12:30 for you.
It'll be 3 hours.
He 3 hours. It'll be 1.
3.
Hold on. He said it's 5.
It's
5:22.
No, I'm in Phoenix. We're on Mountain Time in Phoenix.
Oh, you on Mountain Time? Oh, I thought. Oh, yeah. See, I'm on West
So it's
Coast,
3:21.
Yeah.
It's 3:21 out here.
You're right. Yeah, it's 2:22 here. Okay, yeah, I got you. Also, it's 9:30 West Coast Pacific.
Yeah, 9:30 Pacific, 10:30 Mountain.
Okay.
And then on the
12:30 for me.
Yep, 12:30
on East Coast.
Yeah, I be having meetings in the mornings, but hey, I always like these morning streams and stuff because I can after like a meeting I jump on and chop it up after. So
Yeah, me too, man. I think for me it opens up the rest of my day, so I'm not up all night, up to 1 a.m. on a stream, falling
yeah, for
asleep
sure.
like True the King and them. And nah, I can't do all that. Go
Nah,
Mike
you
and them
right
just
about
be falling asleep. Stream been live for about 16 hours because he didn't fell asleep. I can't do that.
He's trying to
True
get
done
that
got
Man, I
better
watch.
just
though.
thank
True
the
ain't
Most
fell
High.
asleep. True ain't fell asleep in a minute, so we gotta give True the King his credit, man. He ain't fell asleep on the stream in a minute.
He's trying to get that watch
no,
time
he
in.
been
That's what
falling asleep, but I got no, he been fall, I got the co-host now, so I be shutting it down when that nigga fall asleep.
Bro,
He
somebody
be
got to
up.
get on his job. His job must be wearing him down because man, I never come close to falling asleep on stream. I'm just man, you got to be tired.
That's true. The hardest work. Working hard.
Man.
But all right, y'all take it easy, man. It's cool
All
chopping
right,
up,
man.
man.
All right, citizen Lou, man. Hey, yeah,
All right,
make sure
thank you.
again.
Great show, man. Great show.
Yes, sir. All right, Deshaun. And then Hink in the basement. I just dropped your channel link in there. Salute, man. You pull up anytime. I'm gonna be pulling up to check you out. You said the Lapeef Network. I'll be checking them out every now and then. I like their content. I don't get to watch it as much as I want, but I definitely watch.
We got a little Lapeef Sunday, so we on our Sunday mornings at, like I said, 11 Central,
Okay.
12 p.m. Eastern. So come check
Okay,
us out, man.
I'm definitely subbed up. I'm gonna be checking you out over there. So again, I appreciate you pulling up today, man.
You too, brother. Take care of
Yes, sir.
yourself.
Yes, sir. Have a good
All right.
one. All right, man. Hey, y'all. It's been a great show today. Really good show. Salute to Kendra Hill. Kendra Hill, you look like you're new to the channel. I don't recall seeing you here, but you might have been subbed already. I don't know. But if you haven't, make sure you sub up. And when you sub up, also hit the notification bell, y'all. Because, man, this YouTube algorithm is so weird. Sometimes people don't get the notifications that we live. I will, whenever we go live, especially if it's one of these topics that you are truly invested in and interested in, I don't want y'all to miss out on these shows. We got more Deion Sanders news to come. As the story evolves, we're still going to stay following Jackson State to see how they handle that situation over there. So we're going to do a little bit more coverage over there. I don't want to completely forget about him now that he's gone. We still got to give him a little bit of airtime and coverage. So we just got to follow it to the end, see how they handle it. But tomorrow's show, look, I haven't even come up with a theme for tomorrow's show. I don't know. I'm going to have something creative. Hopefully it engages and brings everybody back. Kendra Hills just said she's new. Salute, man. I appreciate you. I'm so glad that y'all found the channel today. Just Susie as well. I think that's a new name as well. Says Mississippi has the most counties in the nation. Jackson, Mississippi is comprised of 3 counties. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. L. Will said this is dope, man. Salute to Cuba Starks. He's another content creator, man. Appreciate you being here as well. And again, there was 3 people at the Cash App. PK7. We have Mr. One of a Kind and Terrence Force. Again, salute to you guys for hitting the Cash Apps. And then for all the people that became new members. So on the way out the door, as I always do, I will drop those links once again. If you do want to support, you could do it right there via the Cash App. Or you can always become a member of the channel. And you can support that way as well. I'll drop that link as well. So we will be live tomorrow. Hopefully we have everybody back here for another morning show. And remember, whatever the topic is on our morning shows, that's not really always the topic. You can always come in. If you have something that you want to talk about on the previous show, feel free to just come pull up, engage with us. Let us know that you're here. That's fine as well. Joanna Williams, salute to Joanna Williams, first time subscriber. Enjoyed the stream. Hey, and more streams to come. I know I took a break for about a month from live streaming just because I was starting to get burnt out. A lot of the creators in the sports sector were just starting to be real repetitive. The content was dry. So I just needed to get away and kind of focus on coaching, do those things. So now that we back, man, I think the morning show is where we need to be. Time slot wise, I think it works for most of the people that watch. And it just allows me to also divulge into topics that I really wouldn't if I was doing a late night stream. So again, appreciate that, Just Susie. Fred Dorsey, man, salute having you. Definitely appreciate it having you on. Everybody with great takes today. Vernon Mickey, we got to give a shout out to Vernon Mickey for pulling up as well. Tommy Lee Jr., salute, man. I see you in there. Let's just try to get to as many names as I can see. Pagan, supporter of the channel, long time. Salute, man. Appreciate you being here. J Red, Prince Legend, as always. Ram Richard, man, this is a ton of new names today. As we go ahead and get up out of here for the day. So, Just Susie said, I was a radio jock for years. It's a calling to a degree. It's a call. Oh, okay, I got you right there. I got you. Yeah. I know I haven't never done radio or anything like that, but you got to come pull up, man. If you got that radio voice, man, I want to hear. Plus, I need some tips and notes on how to get into that game as well, man. There's a lot of people in here in the telecommunications field, man. How did that work out for you, man? So definitely pull up, man. We like I said, our conversations divulge into all types of things. So we would definitely love to pick your brain about that. Rashonda says, thank you for allowing me on the panel. Hey, it was much appreciated to have you on the panel straight from Jackson. So I think it was our pleasure to have you on. I mean, to get the insight from somebody right there by campus, I mean, that's invaluable because a lot of us are talking from a perspective of just from the outside in and you right there. So again, it was a blessing to hear from you. Mimi said, I'm sorry to hear about your dad. Oh, appreciate that. Like I said, man, that's what he wanted. I had to respect his decision. He wanted to just go buy a house out in the country and just live his days out. And, I was kind of content with that. I mean, I think when somebody passes, a lot of times it hits us by surprise and we're just saddened by it. But with him, I knew that phone call would come one day, but I also knew that that's how he wanted to go out. So, a lot of people are like, man, you didn't cry. No, I mean, he was content with that. That's what he wanted. Sometimes when you have that peace of mind, it makes it easier to accept. And that's what he wanted, man. Just Susie said, what's your Cash App? I'll send you. Okay, yeah, I got you right here. Salute. Let me drop it one more time. Here, I'll just put it on the screen for you. Real quick before we get out of here. Where are my banners at? There it is on the screen right there for you. Just Susie. Yeah, because we got to get you on, man. If you was a radio personality, man, we gotta get your thoughts on just the telecommunications field. That's what I normally started out in. I started out in telecommunications, potentially getting into radio. Even in high school, I had an internship at a radio station, and just, when I graduated and I went to college, I just went a different direction, but I always had an affinity towards that field. She said, you let him go on your own terms. That's a blessing. Yep. She said, you lost your dad. Sorry for your loss as well. January 10th, I was at peace. And I know that's the best thing you can have. Like it was a little bit different when my mom passed, because when my mom got sick, like she just got sick out of the sudden like that. And then the next thing I know, I get a phone call saying that she might not survive the week. So that was a little bit harder to accept. So, it's different situations, different things happen, man. It's just how we handle them. Mindset going into it. And that's all it is, man. And you just kind of live and you learn. I think my grandma who just passed was like that as well. She was extremely at peace. 90 years old, I believe. Was she 90? I think she might have been 89. But she was just extremely at peace. From Mississippi as well. I remember when I saw her, she moved out to Vegas with my aunt. She was telling me about how she used to be, what do you call it? A loan shark out in Hollandale, Mississippi. And she would use her sons as the henchmen for people didn't pay. It's crazy stories, man. Crazy stories, man. Spellman, Rockefeller, El Ray. El Ray, you're new as well. I don't remember seeing your name too much in the chat, man, so appreciate you being here as well. Like I said, we're going to round up this show. I'm not going to keep you guys too much longer. Again, I definitely appreciate everybody that pulled up today, man. The channel is still growing and thriving. We are back live. We are 10:30 in the mornings, or at least Monday through Friday. 10:30 Mountain Standard Time. That's going to be 9:30 Pacific and 12:30 for most other people in different time zones. So, again, I definitely appreciate you guys pulling up for the show today. It's FYF Sports Management, another great podcast episode. We will be back with more sports and news tomorrow. But until then, it's FYF Sports. And we out.
All I hear is yap, 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 yap. Ain't talking about nothing, right? Watch this. We gon' bring that pressure.
Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo! Fuck your feelings, we all know who the real is. I be getting to it, ain't wasting no time. Walking straight in, we ain't waiting in line. Fuck your feelings, you don't care about mine. You a YouTube gangster, don't be yelling out slime. Or you talking LB, talking Ticket TV. Ain't nobody watching them, all the viewers be sleep. 5 years in, all your subs is your friends. Ticket TV, watch the cars again. Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo! Fuck your feelings, we all know who the real is. They all know, shop don't close, working 24, trying to make the channel grow. Look at them, pointing fingers, hating on the low. You can't compete with our podcast show. Couldn't make it in the league, so we got on TV. Crying by LeBron like a little baby. You must be crazy, trying to ever play me. Or you super tough until it's time to say cheese. Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo! Fuck your feelings, we all know who the real